Hello. So, 246 has been achieved, and I am currently live celebrating. But no, I got it. It's uploaded. It's done. It took a long time, and I'm very, very happy. So what I'm going to do here is react to it. Not the whole 3-hour thing. React to the parts where there's actually something to do. We'll skip ahead if there's nothing, and I'll see like that went right. I'll mention what could have gone better. I'll mention different RNGs if time could be saved in the future. And yeah, we'll just watch it and go over it. I'll have the Twitch chat on screen. I have YouTube chat on my phone, but you won't be able to see it. Otherwise, it's too much stuff on screen. But yeah, I will also be getting buzzed while we go. So today's a celebration day. So I also want to mention the record video at the point that I'm making this video has been live for about 5 or 6 hours now, and it's got like more views than I've seen any video I've put out in like that amount of time. So I want to thank you all. One thing I said at the beginning of the stream I'm doing right now is, you know, I'm happy that I got the 246, especially now that I've had a night to sleep on it. But it's really cool seeing how happy everyone was that it happened as well. You know, like I've gotten so many messages of congratulations and comments, and just with again, congratulations and stuff, and to see people almost as happy as I am that it happened is just a really, really cool experience. So yeah, thanks everyone. All right, let's get to watching. I'm gonna have the volume at like half so I don't talk over myself. The real me's over here. Twitch chat's down there. And yeah, let's just let's watch some of it. Bring the brick up quickly, and the brick distraction. I could have, you know, I can have the video muted until we get to like some places. All right, first thing that you can do to save time right here is to glide down the stairs. I did not get it, so that's about 0.3 of a second lost right there. That's just being extra super specific. Okay, we get to the running. I don't remember how this went. Come on, baby. Hold on tight. Intros have been so weird. So there's two things you need to do to save time here. You need to get pushed by Tommy up until right there. If you get blocked at all, you lose time. And then you can lose 2 seconds if a runner jumps out of the window in front of you, which he did not. You got to continue to not get blocked here, so Tommy can push you even further. You don't lose time if he doesn't push you here, but if he doesn't push you like here, then you lose more time. People, more people. All right, that was a perfect intro. Oh, thanks, nope. Lady. Thanks. No, it's not, because he slows down right there. So I lost like 1 or 2 tenths of a second. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I lost like 1, maybe 2 tenths of a second. Go! A perfect intro has Tommy knocking that runner off of me at 7:33 on the dot. These are just things I've noticed over the years. So like I said, that one was about 2 tenths of a second slow. He's dead. And half a second if you want to mention Sarah didn't glide down the stairs in the beginning. All right, let's see. Next thing is the hallway guy. We're not going to watch the entire thing, okay?
All the checkpoints. Or I was there.
Hallway guy.
Hey, how's the east tunnel looking?
So this walking guy, this guy in the hallway, who the split is named after, by the way.
Okay, Robert, a visit?
Hallway fuckface, this guy. You need to get in front of him. If you don't, you end up getting blocked, and he can push you down the hallway a little bit.
What do the Fireflies need with Robert?
I think she'd tell me.
It's a little sneaky.
The truth.
And if you don't get past him, you need to close the game and open it again to get a different set of walking animations. Walking pattern, because that's just how it works. When you open the game, he is given a specific walking pattern, And there's some patterns that you cannot get past him no matter what you do, no matter who you are. So,
I got
yeah.
no idea where he's hiding.
Good man. Hey, you stay out of trouble, all right? Military's gonna be out in force soon.
Yeah, see you around.
And then he gives you those little nudges forward if you get off to his left. Now, there is a trick where he can launch you down the entire hallway, and for the grind of this 246, I was intentionally not going for that. I wanted my own 246 without relying on that trick. As a matter of fact, I can actually show you what it looks like. Hold on. Okay, it looks like this.
You think she'd tell me?
Well, what did you tell
Watch
her?
this.
The truth. I got no idea where he's hiding.
Good man. Hey, you stay out of trouble, all right? Military's gonna be out in force soon.
Yeah, see you around.
Wow.
Hey, you stay out of trouble, all right? Military's gonna be out in force soon.
Yeah, see you around.
Wow. Now that's allowed. That is allowed. I just wasn't going for it. It's also not guaranteed that that happens. It's a it happens or it doesn't kind of trick. It is rare that that happens. You can get launched, but if you get launched far enough, you can run to the checkpoint. I was intentionally not going for it for the entirety of this grind because I wanted my own 246 without that. So, yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Marlene looking for Robert? What do you make? Gus.
All right, where's the next spot?
Out there.
Ah, there be light.
There's a trick we do right here where it's
Let's grab our
you
gear.
walk forward.
Hey, Joel. Backpacks are over here.
Trigger the dialogue, and then you wait until Tess steps over that wire, and then you hit triangle. And for some reason, the alright, Texas, boost me up happens like
All right.
a second and a half faster.
Boost me up. You ready?
Yes.
Just one of those things. Alright, then we're moving. For me. We're moving.
Down through here.
Pull out a gun,
Think
and
Robert's
then
still got our
aim.
guns?
For his sake.
Just so, what is it? Just so he doesn't, like, wander forward.
He better.
Look, once
Then
we
you
get
have
our
to
merchandise
crouch.
Back, it should be easy to unload. Hold up.
The moment she
Spores.
says hold up spores, because while he's putting on his gas mask, he's walking,
hell are all
and you
these
can't
coming from?
change your crouched or standing position while he's putting on the mask. So crouch walking is
Keep your
faster
eyes
than
and ears
walking,
open.
so you want to crouch right as soon as she starts talking. Then you can stand up when it's over.
You okay?
Yeah. Damn.
Alright, we're moving. We pick up the ammo that's there, we move on. How'd this 3 infected fight go?
How you want to handle it?
Shoulder swap, headshot, shoulder swap, headshot, punch, headshot. Alright, I didn't get a lot of sprint there,
All right.
but sometimes you can sprint all the way up to the stairs. And it's really weird. What makes it so you can sprint actually has to do with that second runner. It's a very weird thing. It has to do with, like, the weirdness of killing enemies back to back. You know? So, yeah, if you kill enemies back to back, sometimes the game will look to the second enemy you killed as, like, when they recognize the area as finished. So sometimes that second runner, like, dies immediately, and other times it takes, like, an extra 3 seconds for the game to recognize him as dead. I didn't get a lot. Sometimes a sprint lasts me all the way to here. Just didn't happen. That's where a bulk of the time save in the split comes from. But you really don't have any control over it. Even right there, there's a strat. Again, when he's putting the gas mask away, he loses his running speed, so you have to crouch walk. So what you do as you're falling off, you hit circle right there, and he lands crouched, and you can crouch walk. Then when he puts the gas mask away, you can stand up again. All these little things. Then when you're in this enclosed space right here, you crouch, hold forward, and hold sprint, and he gets that little launch, which is only possible on Remastered. When he steps with his right foot there, you hit triangle, and he places it really, really quickly.
It's a bit heavy.
Alright, we'll move on a little bit.
soldiers are
What kind of door opening animation did I get?
Clear.
So you let her go ahead of you, and you leap over. And you can see she's really running. What you want is for her to, like... Let's see. No, okay, she ran really far ahead, so she stops there and then stands at the door. That's kind of a slow door opening animation. So that is one of the slower ones. And then we keep going, we keep going, we keep going, we keep going.
Oh.
Pretty good split. That's a 19 on the dot, which is a pretty good time.
Do this. You ready?
Yeah.
Alright, these enemies don't react to you, so you can right away, so you can just run up to them. Good. Boom. Boom. And I got an extra drop. There's some RNG there. That guy always, as long as you enter here with 2 pistol bullets, maybe even 3, that first enemy will always drop 3. Always. 100%. He won't if you chapter select or load file, but if it's from the new game, he will always drop 3 if you go into that fight with 2 bullets. I believe it also works with 3, but yeah. And the reason we don't do the strat like in 3 Infected where we punch and then headshot is the human enemies react a little differently to getting punched, so lining up a headshot's really difficult. And the reason we don't punch and then shoot is because he can like dodge one of the punches and then you need to hit triangle to push him off of you. If you shoot him first, he won't do that little dodge. So, yeah, it's all for a reason. And then hold triangle to pick everything up. That second enemy dropping a pistol bullet is random. We don't need it, but it's nice to have.
How do you know?
This area has been killer lately. So you gotta go right there. Headshot, stand up, look in the doorway. Alright, he did a thing there. I reacted really well to it. I don't know what he was doing, so that was weird. Okay. So this guy right here is supposed to be standing and running towards me. Instead, he went left and then does this weird, like, crouch run when he's running towards me. If you don't headshot him right away, the last enemy near the door will either... he'll jump out the window and just abandon the exit. So, this headshot... if I didn't headshot him, I probably would have reset this run. Now, why did this guy do that? I don't know. I don't know. But I got the... that right there is the reason that this guy was in a weird spot. He didn't know where he was going to be. He's like, I'll jump out the window. Oh, wait, he headshot him. Let me stay here. And you can see he's standing, and he knows where I am, but I still got a punch and a kick off of him. It was weird. Ended up working fine, but just in a weird way.
Let's search the
It's
area.
twice today.
Consolidated the crates in the south warehouse.
And then here.
They're locked up.
So time-wise, this is really good entering this area. Now, it is a tiny bit faster. Right here, you have 2 choices. You can either headshot him and then punch kick, or you can punch and then headshot. And this enemy thinks that this guy is blocking his view. So he's not going to shoot me as long as this guy is in front of me in some capacity. Whether he's crouched or standing, doesn't matter. This makes this headshot a lot easier. Because if you try and headshot this guy quickly and then punch this guy to the ground, it is faster by like a second, but it's a lot more risky. And I've lost... At this point in the day, I had already lost 2 runs to slums. This, by the way, for those who don't know, is the attempt counter. The first 2 runs died to this area right here. The next 2 runs died to Graveyard. So that took about that long, and this was the 5th attempt. But yeah, this was a normal occurrence. I did the slightly slower thing, and I headed up with 3. Now, this right here cost me a revolver bullet later. Watch. I clutched it out. If I had missed any of those... If I had missed a second shot, I would have reset the run. But watch this guy right here. Watch this little, like, right? See that? Hold on. Look at that. Look at him. See that? That's why I missed. The reason that happened is because this guy... These 2 guys basically want to take cover behind the exact same spot all the time. They can't recognize one guy's here, I'll go here, or I'll go here. They try and take cover behind the same spot. That's what leads to some weird shit going on. So that's what led to this guy doing that little thing there, and I missed. But I backed it up nicely. If you leave here with 0 pistol, it costs you a revolver bullet later. Okay? Let's move on. This strat's still new as of like a month ago. It's not just picking up a bottle. You need to hold sprint, let go of sprint, hold it back down. That keeps you from getting stun locked. And then you hope it works out the rest of the way. Now he can be almost dead and everything would work out. So hold sprint, let go of sprint, hold it back down. He did bonk on that little green crate. But it's funny, that strat right there is still faster than what we used to do, going to the right and picking up a brick. That's still faster. So, yeah, if you hold sprint the entire time, the game doesn't like that. This game really does not like when you do that.
Put your gun down.
I'm just trying to think. I think those...
He's running.
Don't think too much, me from 24 hours ago. 3.
We gotta get out of here.
There's even a strat right here. You know it's actually where I had 3 faster to follow her right away by like 3 seconds. But we can't consistently do the where I had 3 bullets downtown fight without the melee weapon, and if the soldier nearest to the exit is on the stairs, you can't punch him. You would have to, it would be a kick instead, and he recovers from it right away. It's going in. I missed the first shot. I get. So yeah, pick that up and we go. Now here's a strat you probably didn't notice. Tess and Marlene will teleport to you, or to this window, once Joel's feet have hit the floor of this room. So part of the strat is to make it so he drops like that instead of like just gliding off the ledge. And I do that by hitting L3 to notice the explosion just as he's about to drop. Most of the time it works. Any other scenario where I get a bullet. So yeah, that's a strat right there. And then this strat right here ended up being really, really clutch by Durham, who was in the YouTube chat. When you go through this door, you need to get around Marlene, but before you've taken your first step on the stairs, you need to hug the left side of the wall.
I'll live.
That almost 100% guarantees that that soldier right there will be right there.
Soldiers. That's the way out.
If you round the corner and he's there, that means he's going to run up the stairs and get you at around the time you get to the top of the stairs. A little bit before that, actually. If he's not there, he'll be on the stairs when you get there, which is what you want. And that is caused by when you go through this doorway here, you need to hug the left wall right away. Why that's a thing,
I'll live.
I don't know. If you didn't do that,
We'll see how.
this enemy would be right here, and he would be at the top of the stairs, like, right away. And there's not much you can do if he does that, especially because we can't use the bottle now.
We need to get through the door.
Alright, just like Worf, if you sprint the whole way, you get alerted. So you stop right there, go right there, they don't hear you. And then you go, you go, you go. He's taking a couple shots, but same thing as before. You crouch behind the stuff for 1 second for some safety. And then this was one of the more recent discoveries. If this guy is right here, you need to let go of sprint and hit square for a bonk on the head. If you sprint swung at him while he's like right here, the angle would be bad and you would get shot in your back, or because he's on the stairs, he would stand up right away. So if he's right here, you need to flat-footed hit square and bonk him on the head. If he's anywhere else, you need to do a sprint swing. That's another reason we need the melee weapon, because if you did a sprint punch, the incline of the stairs makes it so he doesn't react to it. And also, with the incline, Joel would just do a kick. He would just do a kick. So, yeah. The strat changed when we had to stop using a brick or bottle right here. So yeah, again, he's not there. Okay, sprint swing. If he's at the top of the stairs, you let go of sprint and just hit square. Cargo is almost can't fail now. Of course I say that now. Alright, and then we get to the basic stuff, like right here, you can't run. You can only walk, and crouch walking is faster than walking. So we go all the way up to the top of the... halfway up the stairs, which is a checkpoint. So Marlene and Tess teleport to you.
Joel, give me a hand with this.
And then we just go. And then we get to the dumpster trick. What you want to do is, if you hit, like, when you get close enough, the game takes over and places it for you. If you hit triangle right before the game takes over the dumpster will move itself. And it saves you about 1.5 seconds per trick, like dumpster, that you can get this. There's 4 instances in this entire run where you can get this trick. I don't think I got it this run. Oh, I did. All right, that's what it looks like. If you let go, right there, you got to eyeball it. If you've got full momentum going forward and you hit triangle, the dumpster has a little bit of residual with the movement. So that's how it works. But the timing is very tight. And it's better to miss it late than early. If you miss it early, you have to go back and readjust it. If you miss it late, you just get what it normally is, you know? So, yeah, if you're gonna miss it late. That way you're not losing the entire freaking run. But yeah, I did end up getting it here, so that's good. Climbing was a little slow. Same thing right here. You lose your running right in the doorway, so you go into a crouch walk. This is a strat that nobody really notices. If you stand right here, when Tess starts moving, she does that animation of like, whoa, get the fuck out of my way. That actually makes it so you can go through this hole in the wall, like, almost 2 seconds faster. Like, if you didn't do that, you would probably be able to go through the wall right now. But because you did this,
Hope there's someone alive to pay us.
you can end up going through the hole in the wall like 2 seconds earlier. It's really funny. And then I like to hold triangle, turn the camera. Yeah, okay. Let's see, this little trick right here. I'm going over everything. Fuck it. If you point the camera, you hold forward and X to get on the ladder. If you hold up on the camera and hold triangle, you can hit the triangle prompt at the bottom, right there. Otherwise, you need to climb up for another 3 seconds or so. It's a nice little trick. You can get a little launch right here by holding sprint right now, and then it like launches you forward. A little bit like a tutorial, yeah. Alright, the only main thing here is, you know, there's running, there's leaping, whatever, crouching. There's this one jump you have to do. It's very, it's actually really hard to do. If you fail it, you fall into the water, and the climbing up loses you like 5 seconds compared to getting it normally. He's got to jump. Like, I don't know if you've noticed it, but the jumps in this game look so PlayStation 3. Because it's like, alright, I'm gonna jump, and he goes like 1 foot forward. The animation is so dramatic, and the jump is like, really? Really? So the jumps end up being like really bleh in this game. So this tiny little jump, that's harder to do than it looks. And that was really good. And then right here, you gotta crouch. That's another thing I mentioned. I didn't mention. This run is ran on PlayStation 5 unpatched. As a side effect of that, it glitches out the lighting and the water. It's just visual though. Internally, it all still works. Okay? It's just visual. So, yeah, you need to crouch underneath the enemy's flashlight as it goes past, but we can't see it. But if you've ran this game long enough, you just know it's there. You can actually see it a little bit, like right, the water gets a little bit brighter. It's just one of those things, you have to know it's there.
I hear him up ahead.
and then go. So the flashlight is invisible on this patch, but yeah, you just gotta know it's there. You crouch for like 1 second. You use the doorway as a cue. So when you get in the doorway, crouch for like 1 second and then go. So it's not like you need to notice the flashlight, it's more you can use the other things in your environment to know as well. So why would you run it on the version where you can't see the water or lighting? PlayStation 5 gives you better loading screens in winter, and unpatched compared to latest patch gives you better enemy AI alignments. Okay? I have videos about that. Hold on, here. I have videos about that. Patch differences, console differences, and how to unpatch on a console. You need the disc version of the console. Okay, we used to do this area very differently. We used to pick up a brick, but now, because we have a bottle, we don't need to pick up anything. So I came up with a strategy where you don't have to slow down at all, really. This one's still new as of like a month ago, I think, maybe 2 months ago. You sprint leap and then sprint leap again. But what you want to do is once you've done this leap, you want to let go of sprint and then do a brief... So the movement is basically like this. It's like you're holding sprint, you let go, boom, and then go. If you keep it held down the whole time, you're alerted immediately. So you gotta do that. So it's like, okay, go. If you do anything besides what I did there, you end up getting alerted much earlier and killed. But yeah. The game just doesn't like when you hold sprint for too long. You end up getting alerted past these invisible lines in the ground.
Shit. I got more soldiers.
Target's still on the loose, sir.
Right here, you can't run. You can't run.
I don't think they see
You can only walk, so crouch walking's faster than walking. Right there is when you can run again. And this strat was found by somebody else. You know what? Give me a moment. I want to give proper credit. Oh, give me a sec. All right, his Discord name is just Project. That's his name. He just found this one day. Found this strategy. At first, he used a brick, but then he found out you could use a bottle. When you're going through the water here, you end up going through it very, very, very slowly. And he found a strat where if you swing the bottle over and over, it's like 3 seconds faster than just walking through it normally, and over a second faster than using a brick. So it looks like this. And you just keep swinging it over and over. You need to hold sprint, hold forward, and just mash square. It's a lot easier to do than it looks. And you go all the way until you reach the end, and then you just go. That was a good split. I was so close to another gold. Yeah, it was good. So that's one hell of a start. I'm comparing against a really good start. Maybe, just maybe. Now, what I remember about my record is I did not have a good downtown. But we can skip some stuff here. Blah 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 blah. The movement right here is really. You want to like triangle, circle, let go, sprint, hold it back down, leap.
Like it's about to fall apart.
Like the movement there is actually a lot harder than it looks.
The building feels like it's about
Just that one little trick. Triangle, circle, let go, sprint, hold it back down, leap, go. Alright, now because we have 2 pistol bullets or less, we get a drop of 3 from that guy every time. Every time.
Oh boy.
This triangle prompt is also funny. If you hit triangle right away, when it comes time for Ellie to move towards Tess to be lifted up, Ellie will just be frozen. So you need to like hit this triangle prompt to where you're moving like slowly. Like that. I kind of overrun it and then he walks back. That makes it so Ellie will start walking towards Tess right away.
Clear.
And then all I'm doing here is I'm acquiring a brick for this fight. Because if I go in with a bottle, it's not going to work. Because the first enemy in the downtown fight, I crouch and pick something up. That's so it, like, there's another brick or bottle, like, right next to me. If but it's a bottle. So if I have a bottle, I wouldn't be able to pick it up. So I have a brick with me, so when I pick up the bottle, the brick falls out of my pocket and it falls on the ground, so I can pick that one up right away after I've used it.
Clickers?
So it's necessary. And it doesn't lose time either, as long as your movement is good. There's another strict little trick here. You need to approach this, so you need to hold up right when you climb, so he climbs really fast. Like that. And then like let go of sprint right there, and he'll drop. Just like before the cargo section. Right here, Tess and Ellie will start moving towards you when he's dropped onto the stairs. I don't really know why. And then right here, if you have the camera off of them and then you turn it back towards them once they start talking, it skips their line of dialogue. So,
Crazy.
yeah. I've nailed every trick so far. This was a really good start. Downtown fight did not go well, if I remember correctly. There's even a little something right here. If you just go down the stairs right away, Tess will walk through the door first, and you won't be able to get past her. If you wait to take your first step onto the stairs, if you wait until Ellie is off of the stairs, Tess will be slow. So when I enter here, I'm waiting until Ellie walks a little bit further forward before I get on the stairs, and that way I have a clear access to the door. So it's just like that. Waiting, waiting. All right, I'll go. Little strat like that. So downtown fight, the ending didn't go well, I believe. So here it's circle triangle. Boom. Get the brick and the bottle. Boom, boom. I'm just getting those bricks and bottles closer to me. That's all really good. Get the melee weapon, get the brick. Sprint swing. Another swing. And then a swing, waiting for the runner to go into the room. Dude, come on! Yeah, I lost 2 seconds to that. The game said, like, you're not close enough to him, you gotta be closer. Actually, that was the second time. Hold on. So I do this, and the game's like, no, nope, you're not. Dude, come on! You're not close enough. You're not close enough. That's stupid. Damn it. Yeah, that's stupid. Also a thing, if you finish the fight in this room, in this half of the area, you get a loading screen after this restart encounter. So you have to do this restart encounter in this half of the room. So that's why I was angry, like, stop moving back that way. Come on! Stop moving back that way. I even take a step backwards, because if I did a restart encounter and I was too far forward into the other part of the room, I would have gotten like an extra 2-second loading screen on top of that. So, yeah, that fight actually went fine. It was just the whiffs at the end. I guess I should have thrown it later. Yeah. Okay. Fucking game. Now, normally I pick up the revolver before I pick this up because it's faster. But there's a thing in this game. Hold on. All right. Swing. There's a thing in this game. There's a revolver right there that we always get. But if you tap triangle, it goes into your backpack. If you hold triangle, it goes into your hand. Which basically forces it out of the right holster. Because we only have one right holster before we upgrade in the dam. So it's one of those things, if you leave slums with 1 bullet, you tap triangle on this revolver. If you have 0 pistol bullets, you hold down triangle on this revolver. Because at this moment in time, I can't use any more pistol ammo that I've already used. So we hold triangle on this one. That's the one. It's more of a backup strat than anything. It's all for reasons. You need to enter Billstown with the same amount of ammo every time. That checkpoint is the moment Tess opens that cabinet door.
That's bad.
And then we go. Do these little jumps. Technically staying in bounds. That was good movement.
You want to take it easy. And you always brush me off. Unbelievable.
So yeah, the 2 whiffs on the swing combined with having to hold triangle for that revolver. That was not good. I
Tess,
believe everything else went okay,
down
though.
here.
You gotta get the brick before you go. And this is always a... This strategy right here shows you how, like, complicated these runs are. So, alright, here we go. Take notes, everyone. So, in this game, when you pick up your first something, Molotov, nail bomb, medkit, shiv, whatever, as long as your inventory is empty, and it's the first one you've ever picked up, the game will give you the crafting ingredients. My voice cracked. The game will give you the crafting ingredients to craft another one of what it is that you just picked up. But that only applies to the first one. So we could have picked up some medkits that were in our path. But what we want to do is pick up a Molotov. That will give us a full thing of crafting ingredients so we can craft another Molotov. And then later on, after that, we pick up a med kit, and that gives us another thing of rags and alcohol because med kits and Molotovs require the same crafting ingredients. Now, this doesn't apply to just picking them up whenever. It only applies to your first one. The ones that give you a little tutorial prompt once you picked it up. I entered that downtown fight. Shut up. So yeah, that's how complicated that this can be. So we intentionally delay picking up a medkit so we can pick up a Molotov first. And with this game, if you don't pick up something right away, the game will like keep placing it in your path. It's like, pick this up. You missed it. Pick it up. Pick it up. Like, there's a medkit. Oh, God. There's one right before the downtown fight. There's one right here. I think there's one in the museum. There's one when you're running away from the military turret, entering the subway. Once you pick up your first one, the later ones despawn. It's the same thing with the modded weapons. But it really applies. It's really important right here. So you have to pick up a Molotov, then craft one with the ingredients the game gave you because it was your first one and your inventory was empty. If you have a full rag and alcohol and you pick this up, it's not going to give you another. You already have one. So you need to not have anything. You pick up this Molotov, you craft a Molotov, then you pick up the med kit. We turn one Molotov pickup into 3. So, yeah. Fight on the fastest pace ever. So right there, we don't pick up both. We're just picking up the Molotov. And that goal 4 seconds.
I got it.
And then we go. This strat has changed a little bit too. So we do a distraction right here, and then we played around with what to do from this point forward. We used to like throw it in that room, but then I changed it up so I don't manually aim it. I just hit R1 and throw it against the wall. And this has worked every single time. Pick that up, jog to the corner of that wall, and then sprint. And then you can sprint leap through the window, but you can't sprint the rest of the way. And yeah, that was good. Ellie's gonna block the ladder. Ellie's blocking the ladder, that's right. Sometimes Ellie can like glitch her way there and then just block you. And then Tess can sometimes just derp right there, which is what she did. That lost some time right there. Nothing you can do. That right there is why we crafted right there. If you tried to climb up the ladder right away, you would never get up there. Never. So what we do is we craft the molly right there because between now and the next medkit pickup, there is no downtime. None. You are always moving. So this is the perfect spot to craft it. So the moment you exit your backpack, you push her out of the way, and then you climb up the ladder. It didn't quite work there because Tess is an asshole. But yeah, that's what you normally do. You can have her.
We actually made it.
Everyone okay?
Right, the climbs up out of there, nice and quick. That was shitty.
You guys are pretty good at this stuff.
It's called luck. And it is.
Guys, permadeath means you can't restart encounter. We're gonna have to put that in a Nightbot command. Anyway, I love this strat. So you fire a bullet, and then 3 runners are supposed to come out this way to investigate the noise. And then you go in the left side of the building to move the thing over there. But if you don't fire the bullet in the right spot, by the way, it doesn't matter where you fire the bullet. You could fire it at the sky, the wall, the car, the ground. It doesn't matter. It matters where Joel is standing. So if you just fire in any other spot, you can sometimes get 2 runners out this way and 1 runner out this way. If you get a runner over here, the strat will fail every time. So I pick out a spot on the ground. I don't go on the curb. I go just to the left of it, and I stand right on top of this little... I mean, maybe you can see it, maybe not. It's this light-colored spot right here. So I always stand right about here. And I fire the bullet, and it works almost every time. I think this has only failed twice in the entire year that I've been running this, so...
It's gonna run out.
I'm pretty...
It's called luck.
So yeah.
And it is gonna run out.
Right about there. I'm not on the
some
curb. I'm just to
textures
the
on the
left of
ground
it. Haven't loaded in. And then you go. And this is another spot where you can do that dumpster trick. You hit triangle at the right spot so this thing moves itself. It's not a dumpster, but it's close.
Get runners!
The other 3 times it's a dumpster, so... Yep, it worked there, and then you can go. All of that. That was a bad downtown, though. Mainly because of the fight and then some of the parkour. The ladder,
Something on her
the
shoe.
other things. That's the first time I've ever seen the ground textures in that area not load in properly. Oh yeah, that run had some weird textures. It's hard to see right here, but
Okay.
yeah,
How
it
do we
did. It's
get
a
out
side
of this
effect of
place?
PS5 unpatched. Alright, get the bullet here, and then we go. Oh, there's the medkit, by the way.
And looks like it's
Right?
from PlayStation.
There. If you've played casually, you've probably never seen a medkit there. If you picked one up earlier, this one's not going to be there. But because we not just picked up a Molotov, but we picked one up and crafted it, now we can pick up one, and that gives us a full rag and alcohol to craft it later. So we turn 1 Molotov into 3. It's purely visual. All of this is purely visual. And then,
All right, what's your...
yeah.
I'm alive!
The timing I do for this one is after I've moved for 1 second, I fire a revolver bullet, and that gets the clickers off of the door that we need to exit through. So, 1, go.
Tess.
And then just sprint. That removes the 2 clickers from the door. Sometimes they linger. That can create problems later, but doing this strategy, I've never been pushed against the wall, which is the big issue with this runner right here. If the runner's in my way, I bonk him on the head once with a brick. So far today, I've had the worst capital. Yeah. Okay, what's funny right there, if I were, let's say I didn't have a melee weapon, if I were to punch this enemy and try and run past him, it wouldn't work. You would get blocked. The only way you can run past him in this very tight space right here is to use a brick or bottle. So don't think you can just jab him and run past. He doesn't back up enough for that to be the case. A brick or bottle throw is the only way to squeeze past him right there. It's replenished for free once we get into Billstown anyway, so it's no loss. We don't use a brick or bottle in Capital anyway.
Stand back.
Oh, I should also mention, I'm more like strat explaining than anything. I skipped to the right spot. So this melee weapon right here is actually, watch how it ends the fight. So when you kill an enemy, the game doesn't recognize the enemy as dead most of the time. It's like, okay, he's dead, but then the game is like, hold on, wait, okay, now he's dead. And that also applies right here. Except the game does recognize him as dead when it's a brick throw and a swing. Damn it. So ignore me.
Dude, come on!
So right there. The area is considered finished because of how I killed the last infected. So the melee weapon is broken. But watch this. Fuck. What's the melee weapon doing here? If the heads-up display was shown, which it's not on Grounded, but if it was shown, it would show that you have a melee weapon with no hits in it, and it's all like gray faded out. It's basically a glitched melee weapon because of how we killed the last runner. So the last infected in this, it's technically a bug, but we're not going to disallow it because, like, you know. If the last enemy killed is a brick throw and a swing, if you restart encounter, you get the melee weapon back. The reason is because the game knows you used the 4th hit, but the game recognizes the area as completed before it recognized that the melee weapon was broken. So you restart encounter, it sends you back here, and it gives you a glitched out melee weapon. You can't swing it when you're jogging. You can't flat-footed swing it. You can only use it in a sprint. Or if you swing it against an enemy. Yeah. It's very strange. Very, very strange. All right.
Good.
That was a good museum. We end up swinging at the air. If you do a whiff just through air, and he'll just drop it. It's really funny. Like, we can't do it here because he's not sprinting.
There we go.
You can only do it while he's sprinting. You can technically do it
stretch,
once you
Tess.
first begin capital, but it loses a little bit of time. So we just keep it.
Just so it's out there, I can't swim.
Look, it looks like it's shallow on the
Got
right
3.
side.
I think I got 2. No, I did get 3. How about that?
I'm glad Marlene hired you guys.
Oh, and if you leave slums with 0 pistol bullets, you had to hold triangle for the revolver, and you cannot
Select a weapon.
You cannot equip a weapon here. Ooh, I messed that up. That's weird.
What's going on?
So if you want to, you could get rid of the melee weapon right here by swinging it.
Upstairs.
But it loses a little bit of time. Now, I'm doing something right here. What is it? Normally, if I leave slums with 1 pistol bullet, that means I have 1 revolver, and I use a bullet here to distract the enemy. It doesn't alert them, it just freezes them, and they still don't know where you are. That's the strat here. Let me think, what do I want to say about it? Yeah, because I don't have a revolver, I'm going to use the rifle I pick up. But if you have a gun in your hand by selecting it, when you pick up the rifle, it'll just teleport to your backpack. So what you need to do, if you do this backup strat, is you can't select anything to have in your hands. When you pick up the rifle with your bare hands, it'll be in your hands.
Tess.
So the strat here is you pick up the rifle at the last second, you aim and shoot. And you're not alerted. The enemies they run into the area. When you fire, they freeze and they don't know where you are. Very strange. So normally we use a revolver for that, but since we don't have one, we use the rifle. And to use the rifle, you can't have anything in your hands when you approach that. And that right there, if you keep the camera off of the enemy, their aim is a lot worse. So that's the reason for looking at the ground. We do that in Wharf as well. And Dam.
We're gonna go through that hole.
Alright, I got the... I wouldn't call it worse RNG, it's just more sketchy.
Stay low.
Yep, that's exactly how that's performed. So right here, we're not doing this swing right here to get rid of the melee weapon. This area is just like the other ones where I talked about. You cannot sprint past a certain point. But if you swing, the game counts that as you not holding down sprint, and you're able to keep enough momentum so you don't lose a lot of time. So when I go through this doorway, I combine a swing. If I didn't have a melee weapon, it would be a punch. It's the same thing. With picking up some ammo on the table. Because you need a little bit of momentum to get going, you pick up the health without losing time. So it all looks like this. Swing right there. That allows you to be able to sprint into this room until right about there. If you didn't do that, you'd be alerted like 3 steps earlier. Now, there's 2 different things of RNG you can get here. You need to look at what this guy's doing. If he's walking forward, you can go into the room to the right. If he's walking this way, you do... It wasn't funny at the time. I forgive you, but just watch it, all right? I remember. Spawn, thank you for a 3-month resub. So this is the strat you do if he's walking to the right. You crouch right about there. If I took any step further, they would have been like, huh? I think I see someone. And then you're pretty much screwed. So you crouch right there for about 1 second, and then you go. The reason you have to point the camera down, once again, is because of the aiming. But there's actually a guy right here. If you have the camera pointed towards him, he can just shoot you right away. So I keep the camera pointed down, and you just go. And then you crouch behind this for 1 second, crouch behind this for 1 second, and then you go. Nice. Whatever. Main menu fail. That was good everywhere else, though. Yeah, it was pretty good. And then right here, it's you just go. Sometimes you can get alerted, but I didn't. And then we do swimming. The swimming sucks in this game. I believe Ellie walked away. So Ellie picks up the flashlight there, and then right there she can either choose to stay right there and look this way, or just completely walk away from you. If she walks away from you, you lose about 1.5 seconds. And she walked away. She's been walking away. We don't know why. I've tried to figure it out, but we can't.
Get on.
Every attempt so far today. It's 3 that have gotten this far. So yeah, looking back, it wasn't a bad start. It was just downtown that was not so great. That's the thing. If it is up to RNG, that was a good capital. I just Ellie walking away was basically the only problem, right? Yeah. Yeah. Why am I getting like way? Swap weapons, pick up the supplements.
I got it.
Restart encounter on the dialogue, and then we're out of there. Sub 48, which could have been better if downtown was better. Downtown and Capital. I've also been losing a little bit of time picking up the supplements at the top floor of Capital before I go. Yeah, that's so I can... It's only... picking up the supplements... Here, I'll go back. Picking up the supplements, right? Here. Right over there. That's only about 0.5 seconds slower, and it allows you to do a graveyard strategy that is, when it works, potentially 5 seconds faster. So, yeah. Alright, let's head into Bill's town. I actually learned a new discovery. So you gotta crouch walk right away. If you crouch walk at an angle of this way compared to this way, you can actually stand up a tiny bit earlier, and it saves about 0.2 seconds.
Man. That's all.
You mean the woods?
So it's like just to the right of this little log.
Yeah.
And he stands up right there. If he was crouch walking more at a beeline in this direction, he would be able to stand up like
I walked in the woods.
right now. So it,
Kinda cool.
yeah. A little bit of time there.
Back to Marlene.
If she was up to the task, she'd drop you off on it. But your friend's chances of survival don't matter.
Little strat here, you need to climb at that angle like that. Blah, 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 normal strats, blah, blah, blah. I believe Ellie was fast here. So let me explain this strategy right here, because I get asked about this and the next strat the most. So if you just go right for the gate, you get the entire thing of dialogue between the two of them. Here, boost me up. No, that's not such a good idea. Well, I can't boost you up. How else are we supposed to get over there? And that's slow. Also, we need the stuff in this room, the parts and the supplements. But if you spend enough time in this room, you will trigger dialogue that's supposed to happen in this room, which is Ellie whistling. What's that? I'm trying to whistle. You know how to whistle. Does it sound like I know how to whistle? If you bring that dialogue out here, it skips the other dialogue, and you can hit triangle on the locked gate a lot earlier. So people probably think like, oh, why are you bothering to pick up the parts and supplements? Surely you can replace those later, and we could, but this is setting up another strategy later that overall is a time save. So this skips... So spending that amount of time in this room... Yeah, spending that amount of time in that room changes the dialogue out here and allows you to hit triangle on the locked gate faster. Do that whistling. That's how you know you got it. I know, and today has also proven that.
Are you alright?
I'm trying to learn how to whistle.
This is how today's stream has gone. 2 runs lost in slum, just like that. You don't have to wait for the, oh, it's jammed from the other side. Here, boost me up. No, that's not such a good idea. Well, I can't boost you up. How else are we supposed to get over there? It skips that whole thing, and you basically just, it all happens, like, right away. I know, and today is also... You go in there for the stuff. By the way, you're still waiting for Ellie. She's still way in the back. So she's approaching from that little drop there. We're still waiting for her to arrive. So she doesn't spend any time in that building. She's still just making a beeline for us. I know, and today has also proven that.
Are you alright?
So they're having the whistle
I'm trying to learn how to whistle.
dialogue. This is how today's stream is, which allows the triangle prompt to show up a lot earlier. 2 runs lost in slums, 2 runs lost in graveyard. This is the 5th try. And this is also something that people ask. It's like, why do you fire a bullet right here? So, yeah. There's 2 clickers back there to the left. One in the shed and then one, like, further left. The bullet allows you to sprint. Now, Ellie's still opening the gate, so we have time to go for that shiv door. And then she's just opening the gate. So we get sprint, and it doesn't lose any time because we're still waiting for her to open the gate anyway. And that allows us to sprint all the way to that sign in the middle of the street. If we don't fire that bullet, everything's a jog, and we wouldn't get the sprint, and we wouldn't have time to open the shiv door. Alex, you have a 2.5-year sub badge. So, yeah.
Then what?
We lose our sprint right here, but, you know, it's worth the bullet. Also, you need to have 1 pistol bullet to be able to get a drop from this upcoming clicker right here. He either drops 3 pistol or 2 rifle. Lately, he's been dropping nothing at all, but there's nothing I can fucking do about that. But it's been happening so frequently, it's been driving me fucking nuts. And what you get dropped here determines what you're going to do at the start of Pittsburgh. If you get 3 pistol bullets dropped, you go pistol, pistol, rifle, and then rifle, revolver on the guys over the bus. If you get rifle dropped, it's rifle, 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 revolver, revolver. Now, which would I prefer? I would prefer the pistol, because if 1 bullet equals 1 death, I prefer the higher quantity. But I'm happy to just get anything. How you been, man?
Pat,
Yeah.
what do you want to build?
Bat Shiv and I used to play a lot of factions back in the day. Hope he's well.
Those traps.
Your friend a bit paranoid, maybe?
That's putting it lightly.
What's the deal with this guy?
Well,
Bottle, arrow.
smuggle
Okay.
stuff into this.
I want to take this time to explain what exactly this strat is all about. Of every single strategy I've ever been asked about, this one gets asked about the most. Why do you do this trick with the plank? You can't just walk across and hit triangle to pick it up. You have to wait for Ellie. And Ellie can be really, really far away sometimes.
What's this guy?
But the trick isn't to just pick it up and then place it back down. You have to pick it up and place it as far to the right as you can. If you look here, the right side of the board needs to be touching the silver right here. Touching or surpassing it.
Into the city.
So a little guide that I use, it says press triangle to place. I go far enough to the right where it changes to press triangle to drop. Drop will just place it on the ground. So I moved it right, and now I inch my way back to the left until it says press triangle to place, and I hit triangle.
Blow up trying to find him.
Just watch your step.
It's placed right there, and that allows me to pick it up from the other
Would go
side.
better, I'd be dandy.
Use it.
And that's how it works. Now you're wondering, well, does she teleport? What does she do? Ellie hops down to the ground from here and then climbs up there and there.
He knows how to find things.
I wonder if the devs
We don't blow
couldn't
up
get this to
triangle.
work normally, so they put this in as like a backup.
Find him.
Just watch your step.
So she drops down from here to the ground and then climbs up there and there. That's why you can hear her grunting behind you.
Use this.
See that? There's one grunt. Another. And then another. She's climbing.
All right.
And compared to Ellie just following you, that's about 6 seconds faster. Now, there is the bow next to the arrows in the bottle that I picked up there, but if I pick that up, Joel will just be like, you know, he's like looking at it like he's never seen a weapon. But you know, like when he's investigating a weapon and stuff, like the reason I didn't pick up the revolver at the beginning of the downtown fight is because he's like, ooh, a gun. I've never seen one of these before. And it's like, yeah, we know. Thanks for spending 10 seconds looking at it. Same thing happens with the rifle. The reason he didn't do that for the rifle was because I was alerted. Yeah, that's what it is in Capital. Let me go back real quick to Capital. It's a nice strat. I wanna do it justice here. So even though I'm sprinting, if I just hit triangle on the rifle right there, he would look at the gun for maybe 10 to 12 seconds. But what I do is I pick the rifle up right there. I passed an invisible line that spawned in enemies. You can tell by the dialogue. So I hit triangle at the last second, and that makes it so you can pick up the rifle like it's just some normal weapon. I'm not kidding. The enemies spawn in right there. And right there is when I hit triangle. So he picks it up like a normal weapon. So to avoid that whole like looking animation, like there's an arrow, there's a bow, not an arrow, there's a bow right there. We skip picking it up so we can just pick it up later casually.
Just smuggle stuff into the city.
We don't need it right now anyway. Alright, yada yada yada. Alright, this was, I believe Uranto found this. You want the camera pointed down so that the edge of the rooftop is at the top of the screen. That way, and you can see this, a clicker will spawn in, right? There. Do you see him? Just to the left of the ladder, right there. Actually, hold on. Look where my mouse is. Actually, I think this will require a full screen. Look right here. No. Wrong one. Look right here. Right there. He just spawns in out of thin air. Right there. See that? That allows you to sprint. If you had the camera pointed up at the sky or the rooftops above, I think it would miss out on the spawn. So you can't sprint on the plank, but by spawning in that clicker and looking at him, you can let go sprint, then hold it down right there, and you can start your sprint right away. That was a slow climb. For some reason, you didn't sprint climb that.
Stay underneath.
You guys not knowing or learning how the splits work is similar to... You guys... There's me getting angry at you guys. Well, me explaining these things to you, and you learning more about this run via this video, maybe sheds a little bit of light on why I sometimes get annoyed. If I need to know all of this stuff, the least you could do is learn how the splits work. You know? Ah. I might go through the whole bottle tonight. I think there's one more glass in there. Why are you plus and gold? What? Oh, you just mean in general? A gold has nothing to do with pace. A gold has to do with that area individually. So you can be gold minus or plus. It has nothing to do with pace. A gold always has to do with that area individually. Well, still, I know people have that question, so. Is not knowing or learning how the splits work. Also, remember earlier in downtown, I had pistol. I want to use revolver here because revolver is replenished after you're given a bunch of revolver ammo after this fight. So we don't want to use pistol because pistol's kind of you're not given pistol later. You have this one bullet all the way through Pittsburgh. So there's a revolver. We picked up a revolver, but there's a revolver right there. Now, in order to get this in our hands, remember, you need to hold triangle approaching it. If we tapped triangle, we would be given revolver ammo, but it would still be in our backpack. To put the revolver in your hand, you need to approach it holding triangle.
Learning how the splits work
Watch.
is similar
Hold it
to
down.
Americans doing everything in their
It's in our
power to
hands.
not learn the metric system.
Definitely need some time warming up to you.
And then we go. Because we're given a bunch of revolver ammo for free here.
Yes, friendly fire. We're the only country that doesn't use
Cut
it.
that rope, and it'll bring me down.
On it!
Why you wear white shirts. Well, moist critical, a little bit that, but more, I'm in the corner of my living room. There's all the exhaust from my PC. I have lights on me. There's a lot of exhaust coming from my monitors, console, PC. I have lights. It gets very warm. I prefer light clothing because I don't like being warm. Yesterday it was very cold in my house, and yeah, my hands were a little cold, but I felt nice and comfortable. Yeah, it's really just that. If I wear anything with like heavy material, I just end up, even, because like darker colors absorb light better. So I like to stay cool. I know it's weird, but yeah. That's really the reason. It's just to maintain a nice cool temperature. What time is it for me?
You guys would enjoy the stream more if you just learned how the splits work.
Shit, here they...
Here, catch!
Okay, so I'm always mentioning right here, there's good RNG and bad RNG. So that was good, and then there's this. Now, there's two things that can happen. You get the runner spawning through the fence here, at the same time there's a clicker over here. It looks like right here I got the good RNG. And that is a runner just shows up around the corner. That allows you to kill him quickly and then reload your revolver to just go fucking ape shit on this clicker. You have a fully reloaded 6 revolvers, just go crazy on him.
Ooh, that was fast.
Because if you get the bad RNG, you would have to wait for this runner to go through this fence, and then it's 2 here, 4 here. You cannot miss a single shot. So not only is this faster, but it's safer. And we don't know why this happens. Not yet, anyway. Not yet. But in this run, I got the good RNG.
Just tend to the rope.
Ooh, that was fast.
Why is it bad to headshot runners? It's only bad to headshot runners in the first 3 enemies of the next wave. For some reason, like I'm not going to say you're given infinite ammo in this area, but you're basically given infinite ammo. So basically in quotations with an asterisk, because you're not really, but you basically are.
You all right?
Yeah!
So the strat at the end right here is, there's 1 clicker remaining. You go 1, 2, 3. It takes 4 bullets to kill him. So before we deliver the last shot, we reload the revolver completely and deliver the last shot. That makes it so we leave with 16 every time. The last enemy in this area is a clicker who requires 4 bullets to go down. Shoot him 3 times, reload the gun completely, and then fire the last bullet. You will leave with 16. 16.
It is one
Now, why did I mention that before showing off the rest? Because if in the first... So this is the second phase of the fight where Joel is higher off the ground. If the first shot you deliver on either of these 3 runners right there, there, and there, if the first shot on either of those runners is a headshot, you leave with 1 less bullet. I don't quite remember the reasoning for it, but that's how it works. If the second shot on that one runner is a headshot, you're fine because it's the kill shot. But for some reason, if you headshot them on your first shot, you will leave with 1 less bullet than 16. It's weird. I know. It's weird. So you intentionally don't want to get headshots in this part. That doesn't apply to the first wave. It doesn't even apply to the last runner and clicker. It's weird. Those 3 runners right there. If the first shot's a headshot, you leave with less ammo. Also, right here. Ellie has 4... Now, I think she's giving you ammo. Again, I'm not 100% sure how it works. Why can you sometimes... Yes, sometimes you can get 17 leaving. I'm not sure. I don't... maybe some people in the community know. I'm honestly sitting right here. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. Hi, Tiger. Thanks, man. Yeah, when you're higher off the ground, the enemies go for Ellie, not you. Maybe that has something to do with it. Again, honestly, I'm not sure, because it only applies to those 3 runners. It's so strange. One time I headshot the 4th runner in this area, and I didn't leave with any less ammo, so... Anyway, Ellie right here will give you ammo. I don't think she's actually giving you ammo. I think it reloads your revolver for you if you didn't, but regardless. She has 4 different ammo-giving animations. One that is nothing at all, which is the fastest. Another which are just 2 normal animations, and then another that's like slower than everything else, where she's like, here, and then she just freezes for 2 seconds and then starts cutting the rope. She almost T-poses, which actually creates an ammo problem in Remake because that animation is reused. We found a way around that in Remake, thankfully, but yeah, it's they got it from this game, and she almost T-poses. I'd say it's about a 2-second time loss compared to, not compared to like one of the 2 normal animations. I don't know how much slower, but it's slower, noticeably. And
Here's some ammo.
I did not get it. That was a normal ammo-giving animation. I don't mind that. It's not the fastest thing, but I don't mind when she does that.
Damn it.
So then 6 bullets for 3 runners. 2 bullets each. You can't miss one. So like if you headshot that runner, it doesn't... you don't leave with less ammo. So then it's 1, 2, 3, reload. And then boom.
One of my fastest upside-down shootings.
Yeah, that was good. That was very good. Alright, get out of there. And those are the crafting ingredients right there. See that? Those are the crafting ingredients that we picked up. We didn't pick them up. We got them from the med kit. Picked up a Molotov, got the ingredients, crafted another Molotov, picked up a med kit. That's what those are. And I guess we picked up a rag at some point. Where did we get a rag? Had to have been after the med kit. This is something I really should know. Yeah, whatever.
Which way?
You know what's funny? If you were to ask me, like, how many crafting materials should you have by this point? I don't know. I don't really know. I don't pay attention to them. I just know what needs to be picked up and where. But how much that gives me at a certain point, I honestly don't know. Yeah. How do you even begin to find these strats? I've been running this game for 11 years. This is why you always ask, like, why don't you play something else? Why don't you play something else? These runs are so specific. It's a full-time effort to put up a 246. Okay?
Where's that goddamn key? Bill, come on!
I'm just saying. This clicker right here, by the way, is not active. You can, like, brush against him for the next 4 seconds and nothing would happen.
A lot of you have been here for a long time.
Nice climb into the
Maybe
truck.
not as long.
And then we go. Rag isn't with the arrows, is it? Oh, it might be in the shiv door. It might be in the shiv door. Ooh, I'm getting buzzed tonight. Anyway, I seriously might finish this whole bottle before the stream is over. Also, sorry if ads are playing. I'm not controlling them. They're playing automatically. So sorry if you get one. All right. I always like this trick. So Bill will only start running forward once you hit that point right there. So I turn back around, let him walk forward, go back and pick up a pipe, which we need for the next area.
I think you'll enjoy the experience more if you knew how to read what's going on the screen.
There's the bow, by the way, which, as you notice, he's not looking at like, oh, this is a bow.
Found everything you need.
It's not that complicated. And then, Filio, thank you for a gifted sub. Thanks, man. What do we got here? Okay, this strat's... I don't, like, I was just gonna go over some, like, things like, oh, that went well, that went well, that went well. But no, I'm kind of in the mood to go over, like, every little thing here. I don't know how long this video is gonna be, but... Yeah, so this trick right here is actually, you need to get through this door as early as you possibly can. So I start moving when the door is opening, and you go through. If you don't get through fast enough, Bill, you'll know this works if when you walk up the stairs, Bill will take one step backwards.
Can't believe you agreed to this.
If he doesn't, if he just stays right there, he will walk to the doorway, and then you, like, can't get past him. This actually happened only like a week ago, I think. So whether Bill is fast or not at the top of the stairs is determined
That complicated.
by how early you get through this door. So I go through like that, and then you go up the stairs, and okay, he took that one step back. That means he'll start running right there. Give him some distance so he slows down and turns around, and then you can just say, get the fuck out of my way. Just like that. You can only do that if he takes that step backwards. If he doesn't, yeah. Oh, this was a weird one. Okay, so we do a restart encounter right here to get Bill in front of us. But this was a discovery, I forget how long ago. I think last year. Normally, you don't want to do a restart encounter the moment it's available to do so, because you might get like a long loading screen. So usually we do it a bit after. But this one is the exception, almost in the entire run. You want to do this one like as early as you can, like right there. Noticed I paused at the same time as the game. Yeah. If you did it a little bit later than that, you would get, not a loading screen, but like a black screen that lasts like a second, maybe 2 seconds long. I would say like a second longer than this one. But by doing this one as early as you possibly can, you get the gameplay showing up right away. If you did it later, it would take longer for the gameplay to show up again. That one spot is the one exception to that concept. It's so weird. It's so weird. Aaron, thank you for 246 bits. Thanks, man. Okay.
With regards to, like, new people here, I can understand.
Okay, shut up. You want to wait to throw this thing until Bill stops running, because the moment you kill him, Bill will stop running, so you want to wait until he's finished by himself. Alright, this one I actually use some dialogue to know when to throw it. Joel will be like, she's busy, and Bill's like, yeah, sure, busy. On busy, that's when you want to throw it, the Molotov. And you want to make sure that the Molotov busy.
But people who have been...
is thrown like right there. So this nail bomb isn't, the way this area works, this nail bomb isn't active until you get alerted. Okay? So the Molotov brings everyone over. I've tried an arrow, I've tried a brick. Nothing is loud enough. You have to throw a Molotov you have to throw a Molotov. They will investigate, and as long as they step in the fire, they'll burn up. But it also is the only thing loud enough to get them all to investigate it. So you want to throw it near the nail bomb.
Been here for like 8 years.
You'll get
and
this
don't
brick right here.
realize you can get a gold plus.
And then right there, you're just looking. You can use 3 swings and still be okay. The earlier you alert them, the faster you can do this area. But there's, I think, 6 enemies here. If they're not near the bomb, you have to delay the alert. And the alert is literally you just stand up and start moving around. But yeah. So I'm looking, I'm determining. Okay, it's good. Now, because they all died, I could have alerted them earlier and actually done this area faster. But, yeah, little better safe than sorry. Now, there's also a trick later on in this run where I'll explain this briefly. But if you break your melee weapon, he normally drops the broken melee weapon. If you swap to a weapon as he does that, he will drop the gun in its entirety in his holster. And we do that outside the school, so we're compensated with more shotgun ammo. The game's like, oh, you're missing an entire gun with 16 bullets in it? Here's more shotgun ammo. First one drops 3. Next one will always drop 1, 1, 1. You get a lot more. And the reason we allow that in this category is because it is so easy to do by accident. So from this point forward, we are counting the number of hits left in our pipe. A pipe has 9 hits. And if you don't use a pipe swing right here, it becomes a little bit complicated. So what's funny is you would think all of the infected dying from the bomb would be the fastest thing. It is actually a tiny bit faster to leave one alive and then brick and swing at it. The area ends a little bit earlier because of that. Maybe because of the same logic of the downtown fight where a brick throw and a swing makes the area end immediately compared to other methods of killing enemies. But, yeah. So, I actually don't want them all dying to the bomb, so that was kind of a mistake. Because I want to use up some pipe swings, so it becomes a little easier. Like, hey, did you know you can get a gold?
All right.
I can't listen to myself anymore. And yeah, and right here, you actually have control of where Ellie is. The next line of dialogue, you picked a hell of a place to hole up, didn't you? That is determined by you being on through the fence, but Ellie being through the gate as well. So you want Ellie to be close to the gate. If she's far away, you can actually like use your own movement to manipulate her where she's standing and where she's looking. So that's what I do here. I thought she was close enough there, so I just decided to go. And you can tell if it's good or not because when does the dialogue pop up? Right there? All right, top of the first set of stairs is a good time for the dialogue to show up. Sometimes it shows up right here, and that's not as good because the triangle prompt to his shelter right here, his armory, is determined when they stop talking right here. Good, I'm not sure what I'm going to do here. Okay. 8, 7, 6.
All right, before we go any further, I got
Luckily, I don't think I talked a lot when we got to the second half of the run. Even right here, you need to walk near where he crafts the nail bomb in order for him to start crafting it, and then we go over and collect the stuff here. I started doing something also, thanks YouTube, chat. I see you guys working or not.
Really careful. This thing blows. It shreds any.
I'm angling the throw lower and just throwing it later, so it ends up going in the same spot, but maybe, just maybe, that's doing something. Also, this is a weird strat right here as well. If you just run this way and up the stairs, Bill will lag really far behind. You actually need to walk slower. Like you can walk ahead of Bill, but if you get too far away from him, he will actually slow down. maybe.
got shotguns
So to
and
counter
bombs. The
that,
hell
I
we
stay
doing?
ahead of him, but I
They
take
were
these
Pee
weird
Wee's
angles right
military
here.
caravan
Like I'm
riders.
hugging the right wall,
I assume they're
and then I
on
take a
those
longer
spots.
route to
You'd
start
be
going up
amazed
the
at shit that
stairs.
they overlook.
That's all to keep
Anyway.
him close to me and fast.
A few months back, they were rolling
'Cause he's
through and they got
fucking
overrun by
useless.
the border
Anyway.
protectors. They were all over the truck. The plows right in the side of the high school. Still sitting there with the battery in it.
So we take that battery and we
See
throw
that?
it
If
in
I
the
just
car.
went through the doorway and up the stairs on my own, he would be far behind me right now.
Bingo. I wanted to get it, but it's
And there's this little strat. If you're slightly to the left of him and like you can aim through him a little bit and then go through the window without waiting for him. You can even see his movement is a little like weird looking there.
Joel needs a car.
Did you ever notice that?
Thanks.
No, I need to think here.
Just sitting there.
Yeah. Okay, normally I have one pipe hit used because I know I'm gonna swing at 1 and then 2, 3, 4 and then sometimes 1 at the doggy door. I want 3 hits remaining in my pipe heading into outside the school. That makes it the easiest for me. But not using 1 swing made it more complicated. So I decided to do a risky strat at the end of the doggy door that gave me the right amount of pipe hits. So I made it work.
5.
Right.
I made it work.
Guess we'll find out.
I had a lot of time to save here. Possible time save said 8.5.
Man.
Past this gate, it's all new territory to me.
I'm on it.
Bill will go slice, slice, kill. And then I go, I believe I went 2 swings here. No, I went 3. Okay. Okay, it's really annoying when that happens. That clicker right there is supposed to be just running towards me, but instead he does these little, watch, he does on each step. Just watch. See that? I don't know why he does that. Also, the reason I end up going to this door is because the clickers behind me, it's very weird how this area works. The clickers up there and up there, they're not despawned, they are stored. So they're not there, but if you get down here and you were to take another step back towards those areas, they would respawn back in. So it's like a despawn, but they're not actually gone. It's like they're just being stored for later. But that means they're not going after Bill or Ellie, so we just have this one to deal with if everything works out. So that's the reason for all of that. So they kept moving, so that wasn't that bad. And this is still a relatively new strategy.
Hold up. I got a key.
When this works, it's about 5 seconds faster than the brick over the fence distraction. I just wouldn't call it more consistent. But lately I've started committing to this strategy. That right there is the reason that I pick up the supplements in Capital, because there's 5 supplements right over there. But because we're doing this door strategy with the backpack, I can't do it anymore. I can't collect them anymore.
Hold up. I got a key.
So that means I have 5 hits remaining in my pipe. I'm going to not use them and then do a risky strat at the end of doggy door.
Gate.
Give me 3 later. Okay, so crouch. Wait until Bill's into the area before I sprint. Otherwise, yeah. So if you just sprint right away, Bill isn't in the area. So even if you make it to the doggy door with no enemies around you, the triangle prompt will just never show up. So what you need to do is wait until Bill is in the area. And I've determined through trial and error that he says, I suggest we move quietly. After he's done talking, about 1 second after that, he is in the area, and the area will function normally with regards to the triangle prompt showing up. So, yeah. And because I have 5 hits remaining, I decided to do... The fastest thing is to go to the right of the fence instead of swinging at this runner down the alleyway. So I decided to go for the fastest thing. And, yeah. Mayrim, thank you for 4-year resub.
Easy.
This right here is the fastest thing.
This way.
Not great. And the reason that wasn't great, I think I was just getting followed by a runner. Maybe what I should have done, if runners are really loud behind you, you can go in that room for the arrows and the parts that I need before heading there. In hindsight, maybe that's what I should have done. Because the presence of a runner before he decided to leave the area kept that triangle prompt from showing up. So
It's tight on the other side.
What about going through here?
What, the doggy door?
So I used that time to pick
It's
up
not
the
over.
parts and the arrows.
I gotta do the swing strat.
That was
here.
still a pretty good graveyard. Pretty good.
Careful.
Of course.
Again, that backpack through the door thing is much faster than the brick distraction. Okay, now because I have 5 hits remaining in my pipe, normally what I do is I stop sprinting here and then start up again in the doorway so I can just run past the clickers. But I need to waste 2 more pipe swings to be able to break the melee weapon in the next area. So I sprint the whole way and I swing twice at these clickers. Now, I don't need to tell you, just based on looking at that, it's more risky, okay? It's also not faster. But in this scenario, it was 100% necessary.
I think we're good.
For now.
Should have 3.
We're all fine. Let's just keep going.
I don't know why the triangle prompt didn't show up. This is also a strat right here. Shit.
I think we're good.
If you approach the garage, Bill will start, as you can see, sprinting towards it. So you need to fake going in there to move him faster. 3. Then you can go up for the stuff, and the door can't be opened until after Bill says, "Give me a hand with this." So the door is only able to be opened right there, that very moment. It wasn't always there. It showed up at that moment right there. So it's a perfect strategy of getting him to go fast and picking stuff up.
For the stuff first, and then the door.
What'd I tell you? There's that truck sticking out of the school right there. Come on.
How did this go? Pipe hits and supplies are perfect, so no excuses.
I got it!
No, he got a plus sign. Asshole. If I didn't get rid of it, the run would be dead. Decide to save a little bit of ammo. So yeah, that just wasn't good.
I don't know what
the
he
main
just
reason
did.
being, like, every outside the school goes well if the encounters if the melee and encounters happen in this area or in this area. Him being plus signed, like, way over here, like, you can't do much with it, okay? And that's just random. That's not supposed to happen. It's hard to say, like, how it should have gone. Like, I did a nice recovery. It would have been nice if I just did a sprint punch into a kick.
Well, that was easier.
But yeah,
Dude,
that
I
was
don't know
that was
what he
not
just
good.
did.
That definitely lost the most time in this entire run, which isn't surprising in this area.
Hold up somewhere else.
He sounded like he was gonna kill one, and then
Yes, I am very cautious about getting pushed against a wall and the execution of an infected being against the wall as well. It's much slower. That's why I didn't just randomly just keep punching that one runner. I wanted to angle myself so the wall wasn't involved. Yeah, they're much slower.
he gets plus signed. Yeah, that's not good. But it didn't go well in my record either, so I'm not really losing that much time.
Don't get killed up there.
Thanks, Bill.
And I wanted a lot of shotgun ammo heading into there, so I didn't use any more. School
Yeah,
and
notice the ammo drops.
school and truck push went very well. Okay.
On earlier because I got 0 drops.
Lately, I've been going off to the right of the bus here, so the triangle prompt is almost always waiting for me, and I don't lose that much time, because we've had a problem with climbing the thing, trying to open the window, and the triangle prompt isn't there.
Get to the hood of the truck.
This is probably the split I had the most time to save, and I'm losing even more. It's 11.5 seconds. Yeah, that's not good. I believe this all went well, though.
If he does, it's supposed to go away. Either from a despawning enemy or from Ellie using a brick.
By the way, fun little fact.
From Ellie using a brick.
I crouch right there because if he's standing, Joel would be like, ugh, ugh, and then you'd be able to move him. So the crouch is to avoid some, like, idle, oh shit, animation. That was nice and fast. Nice collateral right there.
So it doesn't matter what strat I use.
So if you've ever wondered why I use all of my stuff here, this area is bugged on grounded mode. And only on grounded mode. If you kill every enemy and then restart encounter, you're given your supplies back. And the reason we allow that in a glitchless category is because you can soft lock the last area. If you kill an enemy and then try to go for the door before the triangle prompt is ready, you soft lock the game. It's really stupid. But yeah, and the only way out of it is to restart encounter. But when you do, you're given all of your stuff back. It's a bug on grounded mode. Why grounded? Because grounded is specifically a DLC difficulty. So we allow this thing because grounded is its own separate category, and it's unique to grounded, so we just allow it. And because if you do get the glitch with the soft lock, the only way out of it would be to restart encounter. So if we don't allow that, that would be a glitched end of the run. So what do we have here? We have 2 nail bombs, 1 med kit, 6 shotguns, 16 revolver, 2 Molotovs. When we restart encounter when this is over, we get all of it back.
Or from Ellie using a brick.
Just like that.
So it doesn't matter what strat I use there. He's
So we get all of our stuff back, and yeah.
not supposed to get a plus sign.
Speed this up a little bit. I believe this went well.
That don't sound good.
Fine's kicking in. Poison Gaz, thank you for a 7-month resub. Shoot the thing, shoot the shiny thing on his stomach. Shoot the open wound once. Then twice. I'm surprised that killed him. Ugh. And then collateral, like really on top of him there. Now the shotgun, now the bloater always drops 3 shotgun shells. Always, regardless of situation. We delay picking those up because I've had some people go like, you missed the shotgun ammo. It's like, I know it's there. He always drops it 100% of the time. On grounded, the game will only drop shotgun ammo if you're at 2 or less. So we're going to kill the last 3 runners and hope we get a drop from them. Then we'll pick up the 3 before we leave.
Bloaters.
Alright, come on.
That's the reason for that. So we kill the one in front and injure the one in the back. So you can get a drop from that one. That's why we kill him with our fists. And then you just kill him. I didn't get a drop from any of them. Also, if they drop one up top, you can't pick it up. What makes this area proceed is how early you can kill the first one. So it's like, oh, why wouldn't you want to kill the second guy right there? The second enemy doesn't matter. You want him to die quickly, but he doesn't have to die instantly. The first one does. So we kill the first one and we injure the one in the back so we can do this. And then we kill him. Third one will show up as long as the first one is killed instantly. So it's really the first and third ones you want to worry about.
I fucking hate those things.
Also, if you've ever wondered why I randomly throw punches, if I had a gun in my hand when I hit triangle, he would spend a second putting the weapon away and then doing whatever the triangle prompt was. When you throw a punch, any gun you have is teleported to your pockets. So, see? If you have nothing in your hands, anything you do after a triangle prompt is much faster. To unequip the gun, yes. Bill's fat ass is blocking you leaping out of there, so you have to wait until he takes a step forward before you can leap out of there.
This way. We're sitting.
Alright, that was good. Now, picking up this modded weapon is optional, but I really like using it in sewers. That's something I started doing, like, in the middle of this year, and I've, like, relied on it. You lose the time to this little tutorial, or the little pop-up menu, but it's become very important. Big Angry Hobo, thank you for 5 gifted subs. Since I missed the record. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. You need 7 shotgun shells here to be able to perform the truck push normally. There's 4 in his duffel bag, so we have 8.
Steal my shit and run
That's
off.
pretty good.
Is that it, Frank?
I love this trick. This trick right here is very old. And again, what you decide to swap to right here is dependent on what you got dropped in Billstown. So if you got pistol dropped in the beginning of Billstown by that one clicker, you would have pistol ammo and then rifle ammo. If you got rifle ammo dropped, you'd have the rifle and the revolver because you're not going to use any pistol. You don't have enough. So, yeah. If you kill everyone and then Bill and Ellie come to the gym floor and then you restart encounter, you won't get it back. Speed is involved in that glitch. Well, alright then. Alright then. Ben, thank you for 2-month resub. Okay.
You should probably search.
This trick. I love this trick. So there's 3 waves of enemies. 1 here, 1 to the right, and then 1 to the left again. This first wave is 1 clicker and 2 runners, but they spawn in out of thin air in waves. So this first phase right here, it's 1 clicker and then 2 runners. If you not injure him, but if you alert him immediately upon him spawning out of thin air, you prevent the spawn of 2 runners that come after him.
Now hit it.
So watch this.
Hit it.
Literally, right? Wait for it. Bloop. See him? Right there. You probably don't notice this on a casual playthrough, but the enemies aren't here waiting for you. They spawn in out of thin air. So, almost directly on spawn, you want to alert him. An advanced strategy is to kill him with 2 rifle bullets. That makes it so once we start pushing the truck, we don't have to stop.
We're gonna give it another go. Stay focused.
If you miss with that first rifle bullet, get to the truck, swap to the shotgun, and kill him when he gets close. It's the only thing you can do. And then right here is 4 enemies, 4 shotgun shells. 1, 2, 3, 4. That went very, very nicely. I got a gold here, by the way. Very, very nice. It's runner, clicker, runner, quick turn. That's right there is why I like having the modded weapon. If I had anything else like a brick or just a normal bat or something, I don't know. I love having the modded weapon for that last runner. I just do. Yeah, there's RNG in this phase with like that runner moving right away. Sometimes he doesn't. You can see right there he paused. He's not supposed to do that, so it got very close right here. 1, 2, and if you notice, normally it's like after you fire, if you go right, left on the D-pad, or you select something else and then go back to the shotgun, it's like a reload cancel. So you can go like boom, right, left, boom, right, left, boom, right, left, or up, left if you feel like it. So that's how I'm able to fire it so quickly. It works for almost every other gun too, like the rifle. You need to wait until he like puts the bullet in before you can like reload cancel it. You can do the same thing with the revolver. You can go boom, left, right, because the fire rate's really slow. So yeah, that's what I'm doing there. Claw grip really helps with that. Boom, boom, boom. That was so clean right there.
That was so close.
You're not going to get
that
one
was
much
solid.
faster than that. I think I mentioned this in the video. You're not going to get faster than that considering I picked up the melee weapon and I didn't go for truck push, so yeah.
Alright, Ellie, start it up.
Oh, I saw your comment in YouTube.
Hear that sound, Bill?
I can't one hit the one beside the light and searchlight. Are you playing on grounded? I mean, I didn't mention that at all in this video, but on grounded mode, your guns are stronger. Only on grounded mode, a rifle and revolver is a one-hit kill. So is an arrow. So, yeah. Oh, that was solid. That's probably your problem. That's a gold. That is a gold. All right, let's move on. I've ever had. Oh, by the way, I want to point out something here. So Joel has a bat as a melee weapon, right? Joel has a bat as a melee weapon. Watch what happens when he tries to, or when he kicks the guy off of Ellie. Did you see it? Look at his arms. Look at Joel's arms. Let me just take the invisible bat off of my backpack and hold it right here. Did you ever notice that? And there I think he is putting it away. Now watch it again in real time. He tries to take the back... He doesn't have his backpack with him, but he tries to take the bat, the melee weapon that we had, off of his back. Watch again. See that? Every time he does that.
Motherfucker! What's wrong with these
107.29. Anything below 107.30 is like elite status.
guys? Watch out!
Stay down!
So right here, I don't have time. I didn't have time before to swap to my rifle during the truck push, so we do it here, which allows us allows the enemies to move closer. Now again, what you use right here is dependent on what you got dropped in Billstown by that clicker. Pistol, we would use pistol. Rifle, we're going to use rifle. And here we do a reload cancel like I was just talking about. So I swap weapons immediately, and then I move to this point right here so I have a better view of the enemies. Too far to the left, you're getting blocked. You want a view of that left window right here. So then we're just going to use 3 rifle bullets right here. 1, reload, and then reload cancel, and then do it again, which is right left. Now sometimes I'm standing, that's just to keep the enemies there. If you crouch, they'll like take cover behind something and then only peek when you're visible. So I do that, and then as I'm reloading, I'm standing. That's to keep them in place. So watch again. See that? This guy's in a stationary spot, so I don't have to stand up. And then boom. This strategy, you need to do the reload cancel in order to do that properly. This guy with the melee weapon is almost always somewhere in this area. If he's not, sometimes, like right here, you need to listen. You get the bottle. If you hear someone leaping through a window, he's to your back and left. You need to kill him there. If you don't hear anything, you just assume he's going to be somewhere in this area. Get the melee weapon, get the brick. Oh, thanks, Zooks. I forgot. Okay, what I'm about to do is because I left slums without a pistol bullet. So normally, yeah, right here, I would do rifle, revolver, revolver. But because I left slums with 0 bullets, I have to sacrifice a revolver here. It's unfortunate. So normally I go rifle, revolver, revolver. Just as they spawn in. The moment he stops sprinting, you restart encounter. Let's pick up the pace a little bit here. And I'm... Oh, pick up the toolbox. To be totally honest with you, I don't know if we need that toolbox. Because in this run, we need to upgrade the right holster and the revolver fire rate. And I do rifle clip capacity. That's just become a part of the route now. I honestly don't know if you need level 2 tools. But... it doesn't cost any time to pick it up. Look at his movement. He doesn't slow down to pick it up. So. And then right here, this is actually a very specific pickup. There's a smoke bomb right there. We want the rag. Don't accidentally pick the smoke bomb up, because then Joel's gonna go, Oh, look, this is a smoke bomb. Interesting. For 10 seconds. You don't want that. This is just like in downtown. If you don't pick up your first of something, the game will just keep putting it in your way later. And when you pick it up later, you don't get him with that long animation. So you don't want to pick it up here. But you want the rag. So you got to pay attention to your pickup right here. Get the tools, get the rag, don't pick up the smoke bomb, and then go. Make sure all your guns are reloaded, and then you just head outside. Now, even something here's, I enjoy pointing out the specific strategies because these are something that anyone watching casually would know nothing about. If you just run up the stairs normally, Joel would stop his running right about here, and then slowly take about 3 steps forward to notice the bridge.
All right.
But if you swap from one weapon to another while you approach that, he'll run the whole way. So right about there, and he runs to the spot where the camera zooms in and he notices the bridge. If you didn't do that, he would spend about an extra second, maybe second and a half. I don't know how long exactly. It might be 2. I haven't messed that up in a while. Somewhere between 1 and 2 seconds, like getting to this spot so the camera would zoom in and he would notice the bridge. So you need to swap weapons in order to keep the momentum of the run going.
All right. Here's the bridge. That's our way out of here. Hey, Ellie, slow down. Wait for me.
And then we go, make sure everything's reloaded, get this rag right here. I skipped picking up the med kit at the very last minute. Yeah, I went over why. I call it inventory manipulation. Alright, this was a new strat as of like maybe 2 or 3 months ago. I used to... Did I used to revolver? Yes, I used to go into this area with 2 rifle bullets and then use 2. I now go into this area with 1 and I use a revolver bullet, so now I get... Yeah, this whole area changed compared to like 3 months ago. I now rifle this guy with 1 rifle bullet on me, so he will drop rifle ammo. I go, kill him like that. He drops alcohol. You can't see it, but he dropped alcohol. So I hold triangle to pick up rifle and alcohol. You can't see it because his body's blocking it, but he always drops a thing of alcohol. So I picked up 2 rifle bullets and the alcohol. If he didn't drop the rifle ammo, you would then have to revolver him, swing at him, and then pick up the ammo he dropped inside the bus. That's the strat we did for a long time. But I changed this up because this allows us to get a drop of ammo later on in the hotel. And then we kill him. That's the same speed as what we used to do. It's about the same speed. I need to give credit to, I believe it was Everyone Forever in the Twitch chat. He's the one who recommended doing this. I'm like, what if you left the last enemy alive? And I was like, I don't know if we tried that. And it... Like, he suggested that. It ended up working and being, like, a tiny bit faster. But then I was like, does that affect ammo later? And then we found out the last enemy in Hotel can drop ammo as a result of doing it this exact way. That was a risky shot. Bookstore was normal.
Yeah, me too. Just keep it down while we're going to this area.
Sprint leap, let go of sprint. Hold it back down. Sprint leap, let go of sprint, pick up the brick, sprint again, throw it at him the moment the lock-on shows up, and just go. If you get right here and you hear bottles being knocked over, that means he's going to be like right in front of you. Regardless of where he is, you need to throw this brick the very moment you see green. Okay? It is a little bit faster to fall off so you take fall damage, but on grounded mode it's just not worth it. That movement right there is perfectly fine. And then this movement, I hold sprint the whole time while I do this. Yeah, that was fine. Definitely just going. Okay, we can skip through this part. If you leave him alive, you, yeah. No triangle prompt waiting on the revolving door.
Guys, we have maybe a little bit in sewers,
come to the hotel.
and
I noticed Ellie is a little bit faster to drop the plank, like to make a little bridge. If you place her further down on this submerged bus right here, so like the lower it is, the faster she is, sort of.
cut a dozen seconds.
So I use
from
this
winter
moment right
onward.
here to swap from rifle to bow, and then I pick up a bottle that's very hidden in this part. Watch this.
9 of which were
So I swap from rifle to bow, and then there's a hidden bottle right over here.
tunnel by itself.
Right there.
So,
Yeah. No, everyone, I remember I hadn't seen your name in a while, and then you showed up and you suggested that strat, and it ended up being a lifesaver, because if it fails, we end up using the same amount of ammo as before, but when it works, and it works more frequently than it doesn't, we end up netting some ammo in the hotel without losing any time at all. It became a very big strat, and that's all because of you. If you never mentioned it, put the idea in my head, wouldn't have happened. So that one's all you, man. And Ellie was very fast with the plank here.
Alright. Now you just need to find a way up. Do you think those hunters are gone?
Gold?
We're about to find out.
It's clear, Ellie. Come on down.
Okay, so that, I'm still glotting this area mainly because there was a strat, like the old strat we did involved getting the smoke bomb, right? You probably can't see it. There's a smoke bomb right there. Now that we have to kill this enemy, I prioritize taking him out. So instead of picking it up here, we pick it up in the hotel. That's still a somewhat recent change. So, yeah, I reset the gold in Pittsburgh, and now we lose time in hotel. That's all that is. That's all that is.
Come on up.
Alright, nothing weird here, I think. What? I'm pretty sure I got the best RNG on the next floor.
Get down, get down.
That strat right there is similar to what I mentioned earlier. You can't sprint the whole thing, so we do a swing there instead. Ugh. Oh, wine is tasty.
All right. Search these rooms.
So I actually learned a bit about this area recently. We used to have an issue of this enemy right here walking into the room to the right away. But I learned recently that doing this strat actually prevents that. Watch his movement right here.
All right. Search these rooms.
Right there. He's supposed to keep walking. But instead, he doesn't say it, but he's doing the animation of, "Hey man, I think I see something." But he doesn't say anything. And these guys are just kind of scripted to walk this way, and this enemy in the back to walk that way. So by staying peeking long enough, he's the only one who's looking at us. And he stops to go like, "Hey, I think I see something." But that's not really affecting what any of the other enemies do. So basically doing this strat guarantees that we have a stationary target to hit without any risk of an alert, as long as you pop back down after you fire the arrow. So yeah, this strat involves you need to like stay crouched, fire. The moment you fire, you gotta get back down. But yeah, that was kind of a recent discovery, because I used to lose runs here this year because the guy would randomly just walk that way and I couldn't arrow him. If you do exactly what I did and you get in his line of sight, only his line of sight, he'll be stationary and there won't be a risk of an alert. It's crazy. Like, right as you approach the desk, stay for about that long. You can aim longer and still be safe, too. Shotgun, arrow, arrow. Perfect.
best RNG right there.
Yeah, sometimes I get nothing. Fuck you, game. Okay. So instead of the smoke bomb being over there, now the smoke bomb is over here. And you don't just want to pick this up, you want to hold triangle picking it up so you get the smoke bomb and the alcohol that's right next to it.
Was a little slow picking everything up.
You can actually hear the sound effect of the alcohol right there.
Was a little slow.
It sounds like a little drill, like... Tick, tick. It has a little sound effect to the pickup. That's how you know you got it. And everything up, but... And then we just go. We used to craft weapon sway right here, but now we don't because of speed. But yeah. The one sacrifice with that is now we don't do financial district with upgraded weapon sway, which is a little bit of a hindrance, but again, it's worth it for speed. Yeah, all you have to do here is swap to a rifle. That's all you have to do while you're waiting. And then blah 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 blah. We're getting to the next part. Drop a nail bomb right there. The moment you do your first pull on the generator, a stalker spawns in behind you to get you. Okay, so as you may or may not know, this area has killed a lot of runs lately. A lot of runs. So I kind of am a little bit overdramatic with my movement in this area from now on. There were so many times, just in the last 3 or 4 months, where the bloater was on the second floor and he's not supposed to be there. So what I've been doing is I have been sprinting on the bottom floor a little bit longer, and I'm like hugging the walls when I do it. So it looks a little bit like this. I'm spending longer on the bottom, so I hold sprint, I turn around, and I'm sprinting on the corners of the wall, like that. And I get the brick because if there's one enemy in my way, I can bash his head in. If I have a bottle, you know, the bash wouldn't work, it's slower, I would have to throw it. And then I wouldn't have a brick or bottle for the kitchen area, which is fine, but you feel more confident in the area if you have one entering, so, yeah. In what situations in grounded you're... Well, the arrow's breaking has nothing to do with the difficulty. On Remake, that's not the case. In Remake, on grounded, it has a higher chance of breaking. But in the original, in this game, I don't know the percentages, to be honest with you, but you can rely on getting some of your arrows back, like as a part of the route. Waste a little time up top to make sure all the stalkers move on. I can't tell you, like I know right here it looks like, why don't you just hop down? I can't tell you how many times I've spent like a couple seconds here and I see a stalker go past that way. Time loss is worth it here for consistency. There's some areas where you just don't want to go as fast as you can to try and squeeze out every millisecond of time save. This is one of them, okay? Losing a run here is so demoralizing. And yet there was still a stalker right there. And that right there is why I pick up the brick. Picking up the brick before the key card is a little bit slower. But you can't do that with a bottle, okay? And I would prefer not to throw it at him for 2 reasons. 1, I like having a brick or bottle heading into the kitchen area. And 2, if there's another stalker past him that I don't notice or can't see, but there is one, what do? I don't have a brick. I don't have a bottle anymore. I could swing at him, but yeah. So that's why I pick up the brick there. For that scenario right there. You have to let go of sprint when you hit square, but yeah, little bash like that. Come back to get me. Also another specific strategy, Joel has his gun out right now. If you have the gun out when you hit triangle on this door, it's another instance, he spends a second putting it away, and then he opens the door. If you have a med kit or a brick in your hand, he opens the door right away. Yeah. Weird one, right? But that's a detail. If you notice, I do the door, I do the key card, and then I go for the brick. Otherwise, he would open the door about a second slower. You don't see that right to left too often from that stuff. Right, this is why I said I like having a brick or bottle. So I brick this enemy the moment the green lock-on shows up. If I don't have a brick or bottle, I would have to pick up this one right here, and he slows down a little bit. That slowdown gives him like another half a second or so to be looking at me. So his movement is a lot more clean when I come in here with a brick or bottle. It's good, it's good, it's good. Yeah, that's a good performance right there. And that right there. So, because of how we did the Pittsburgh earlier, this enemy right here can now drop either, this is going to be so weird, he can either drop nothing, 1 rifle, 2 rifle, or 3 pistol. 4 different outcomes right here because of the new way we do like the strat before the bookstore. Yeah. Again, that's sort of like an extension for the strat that I said that everyone forever found. But yeah, this is a very funny mention. Let me see if, like, look at my eyes right here. I want to see if I actually do this. Look at my eyes. Oh, it's so hard to see. If you zoom in really, really, really closely, you'll see it. Hold on. Look at my eyes right there. Look at my eyes. And then after I throw it, yeah, you can't really tell. They sort of go back. You'd probably be able to tell in real time. Yeah, right there, you can tell in real time. Here, watch, watch, watch. Right there. It's so subtle. Let me tell you what I'm looking at. So it's kind of hard to... This timing is very tight to throw this brick at the guy and just react to when the lock-on shows up. So I don't use the lock-on to know when to throw it at him. I use another visual cue. The moment you hit the corner of this table with Joel's body, the lock-on shows up. So when I throw this brick, I'm looking right here. So here, I'm gonna like pause when I would normally throw the brick. And that's exactly when I threw it. I'm not looking at him. I'm looking at this. Yeah, I love that I can like tell you how all this works. This guy's movement is consistent, but I have a hard time reacting to the very moment. Like, I don't react to the green lock-on. I need to throw it instantly for this strat to work. So I throw it when he hits the corner of the table. Stalker. So again, I'm not looking at him. I'm looking at the corner of the table. That is the precise moment that he threw it. So, yeah. Little behind-the-scenes thing going on there. Swing. Get the bottle. Swing. Get the brick. And then collect whatever he drops. Now, if Joel had anything... This is how routed this run is. If Joel had anything in his hands, he would spend forever picking up this ladder. A melee weapon... Okay. Because this ladder specifically is so freaking slow, that melee weapon needs to break on that last swing so there's nothing in his hands. So you can just... Alright, I'm going to be... Pick up the ladder right away. So that means we had a full melee weapon in... Or leaving the first Pittsburgh encounter. We picked it up from the enemy we killed. Here, hold on. Let's go back a little bit. Yeah, this guy. That melee weapon is this one. That's the one we picked up. Now, throughout our journey getting here, we did one swing on the guy over the bus before the bookstore. We did a second swing there. We did a third swing right here. It only has 4 hits in it. And then the fourth swing right here. If we miscalculate at all, he would still have his melee weapon with him right here, and you would spend about an extra 1.5 seconds picking up this ladder. So that's how routed this all is. He needs nothing in his hands when he picks this up. Which is why what I do right here is very important. Notice how I, like, go straight left. I don't want to pick up this melee weapon for 2 reasons. I want the ammo, but I don't want the melee weapon for 2 reasons. 1, to spend an extra second and a half picking up this ladder, and 2, when you're picking up stuff at the end of Financial District, there's a Molotov, there's a rag, there's ammo, there's another melee weapon. That other melee weapon is the key. So at the end of Financial District, again, there's enemies all clumped together who dropped stuff. All right, pistol ammo, rifle ammo, rag, Molotov, and then there's a melee weapon. If you have a melee weapon, and I'm sure you have noticed this in factions when you've played, if you get, I'll use factions as an example because I'm sure you guys have played that. When you open a toolbox and you get stuff and a melee weapon, you hold triangle to pick everything up, but the melee weapon like ruins that. You need to tap triangle to pick up the weapon, and then you need to hold triangle to pick up everything else. It treats the melee weapon as something like special, you know? So, what I'm getting at is, if you want to pick up the stuff at the end of the financial fight a lot cleaner, you want to have nothing in your hands. I'm not talking a gun. I mean, you can't have a melee weapon on you. It makes picking everything up so much easier. So much easier. Because otherwise, tapping triangle to pick everything up isn't going to do anything. Because the game's just going to be like, let's say there's all those things that are dropped next to a melee weapon, or right on top of a melee weapon, or the melee weapon's on top of it, and you have a melee weapon. Hitting triangle isn't going to do anything, because the game's just like, you need to hold triangle to pick up the melee weapon. You're only going to pick up the melee weapon. I think you get it, right? So 2 things here. 1, you don't want this, you want the melee weapon to break on that hit, but you don't want to pick that one up. And for 2 reasons. 1, it would take longer to pick up the ladder, and you just don't want a melee weapon heading into financial for that reason I mentioned, with picking up all the stuff later. All right, I'm going to be low on revolver. No, enemies don't drop melee weapons from their pockets. They need to have one in order for them to drop one. But, all right, let's move on a little bit. I don't know why there's a brick there. I really don't. I don't know what that is. Is that like a fire extinguisher thing? Why is there a brick in there? I don't know. I shouldn't be complaining, otherwise then it wouldn't be there. It's really handy that it's there. I'm just saying. Instead I have 12 and 0.
Get back out, find that bridge.
Yeah. When he drops like that, there's this whole animation of him like dropping, and then you can move. If you aim 12 and in midair, 0. He'll aim the weapon right away if you let go, and then he can just start moving again. Oh god, this could be bad.
I hate this crap.
Now this training manual is optional. The last time Uranto ran this game, I don't think he uses modded weapons at all. This training manual is an extra hit out of a modded weapon. So if you don't ever pick up a modded weapon outside of the truck push, you, what is it? You're not given the crafting ingredients to craft another modded hit later, which we end up doing in sewers. I've grown pretty fond of a strat where I leave sewers with a shotgun shell. It has saved me many times. Either in the stalker room at the end of sewers, or just somewhere later on in, university, science lab, somewhere. So I've just sort of made that a thing where I pick up this training manual to get 2 uses out of a modded weapon, so that saves me a shotgun shell in that first sewers encounter, and it's just saved me in certain parts. That being said, it is slower. There are faster things you could do in sewers, like not picking up the modded weapon at all, and using 3 shotgun shells instead of 2, but I don't know, I've gotten very used to it. If we ever want to try for a 245 someday, I might need to abandon like the playing it safe route, which is exactly what this strategy is. But I really like it. So yes, I pick this up now almost every time. It's 2 uses out of your modded weapon instead of 1. Financial. Now I came up with a new financial strategy. So what I used to do was I would leap over this wall right here and then kill the guy over there and then over here. But it started to not work with how these enemies gathered for the Molotov. It was very weird. So I ended up doing this strategy where I kill him and then I kill him in the window, which is actually a strategy we used to do a long time ago. Let me... hold on. Actually... oh, it wouldn't show up here if I wasn't live. Hold on. This is like my channel trailer. This video is from May of 2019. I haven't watched this in a while. I want to see how I used to do this. I had upgraded weapon sway, I know that.
That's not distracting at all.
So I kind of did the same strategy. I sort of reverted back to an older strategy, but I'm just doing it a lot faster and with a different ammo type. You see here, I don't normally have one rifle bullet here. Now I either have nothing or two. That's the reason I went back to this. I thought I had discovered a new strat. It turns out this is something I did over 6 years ago. Yeah. But now I just do it faster, and I'm a little bit more confident in my own ability. But the reason I changed it is because one of the occurrences that can happen is you end up with 2 rifle bullets. Normally I'm supposed to have 13 and 2. I only have 12 because of the leaving slums with 0 pistol bullets in this run. But I got 3 pistol bullets dropped in the hotel instead of 2 rifle. Most of the time I get 2 rifle dropped, and this is where I would use it. Normally, in a perfect run, I would go rifle, reload, reload cancel, and then fire, so I'm at 0 rifle. The reason I want 0 rifle at this point right here is every enemy I kill over here, which will be 6 of them, has a chance to drop a rifle bullet. So, and the rifle ammo will only drop if you're at 0. All right? You won't get a drop with 1. You'll only get a drop with 0. So, yeah, my brain's starting to hurt a little bit. Need more booze. Who was that?
Congrats again, and job well done.
Oh, Sox fan, thank you for the 20. Much appreciated, man. You gave 24 last night. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. That's a good point. I just lied to you just now. Not you, Sox fan. I appreciate it. No, I mentioned every enemy is capable of dropping one, not the Molotov guys. There's 2 Molotov guys over here, one in the first wave, one in the second wave. One will drop a Molotov, the first one will drop a rag, the second one will drop a Molotov. So that means there's 4 enemies that can possibly drop something. You were right. I don't know if they can drop a crafting ingredient or a bomb and a bullet. Honestly, not sure. I'm going to go with they can't. So you were right to call me out on that. I don't think the Molly guy can drop a rifle or pistol. Those are the only 2 things that these guys can drop. That's something I didn't mention before either. Certain groups of enemies in certain areas will only drop certain types of ammo. So in this area, they'll only drop pistol and shotgun. In sewers, they'll only drop pistol and revolver. In university, they'll only drop shotgun and revolver. They won't drop in ranch. In ranch, they'll only drop pistol and shorty. They won't drop revolver. It's very weird. That's advanced stuff, though. Okay, you need to pay attention to that. But yeah, so I did this newer way of doing financial. I like doing it with rifle, but since I didn't have rifle, I did it with revolver. And it didn't feel that comfortable. So I did that, and then that. I throw the molly as soon as I notice an enemy. It killed all 4. They gathered very good. Very well. Damn it. And then I missed that shot. I ended up losing 3 revolver bullets on my own. 1 in slums, 1 right here, and then 1 in searchlight. Searchlight was clutch, but we'll get to that later. So then right here, and you need to start picking everything up. And that's what I was talking about right there. If I had a melee weapon on my back, I would have to hold triangle to pick that up, and then it would just be harder to pick everything else up. Having nothing in your hand makes the pickups here so much easier. So I ended up getting a rag, melee weapon, rifle bullet, and the Molotov. And you have to pick all of this stuff up before the fight is over, because once you lose control of Joel, alright, come on down, skip cutscene, everything despawns. So you have to pick all of this stuff up before you lose control over them. And then we pick up the 25 parts on the table, and then this is another advanced strategy. If you climb the table and you're facing Ellie, when you lose control of Joel, he will skip the whole, alright, come on down, and he'll just start with the dialogue right away, like this.
All right, come on down.
It's about 2 seconds faster. So all of this, that's bad.
All right, come on down.
Mwah, beautiful. Now, that right there is Ellie's rifle that she brought down with her. There's 2 free rifle bullets right there. I remember, oh god, this must have been like 2016 or 2017, probably like 2016. There was a streamer I used to watch. I don't know where he is, but I remember I was watching his stream, and I think he actually showed that to me. I unfortunately don't remember his name. This was a long, long time ago. I remember he was from New York and he wore like a white tank top a lot of his streams. He just streamed part-time, you know, for fun. I don't remember his name. He was a really cool dude. But I remember he showed that to me, and I didn't know that was a thing. 2 free rifle bullets right here. This must have been like 9 years ago or so, but yeah.
Now the safety
That was my
zone,
fault too.
Do you know how to switch it off?
I'll be okay. I just...
You gotta respect it. This is not...
Damn it. That was going perfectly fine, and then I missed an easy shot. Yeah, I'm down 2 compared to where I normally am. All my arrows. Alright, just keep going. That supplement pickup is necessary. Very end. What's gonna being short slums. I remember right here, I ended up losing my sprint almost immediately in the next area. So you go through the door, swap to the rifle, that's what spawns in the enemies there. Or swap to the arrow. Throw a brick. I have been playing around with alerting that guy in the room to maybe get rid of not sprinting here, but clearly that didn't work. You remember him? Yeah.
Dude, he didn't even
I don't
sprint a
remember his
little
Twitch
after
name, but he was just a cool dude, right? He had this very heavy accent. Oh, so normally what's supposed to happen here is you're supposed to sprint all the way to the truck. Losing your sprint is obviously slower, but not by much. Because
Dude,
if you bring sprint into... The encounter begins right there, past that invisible line. If you bring sprint into the area won't work the way it's intended. Some enemies will be missing, some are alerted right away. Very strange side effects, bringing an alert from the previous area into this area. So if you do sprint your way here, you need to restart encounter right there. That fixes the area. If you're jogging into here, you don't need to restart encounter. So the time you lose by not sprinting, you kind of gain back by not having to do a restart encounter. It's not a wash. I still think that's slower, but it's not slower by much. Get him. Now, the way to minimize the effects of no upgraded weapon sway is to be completely still when you're firing. You can be crouched and moving, or standing and flat-footed. If you're standing and moving, oh god, the weapon sway is just horrible. It's just horrible. So this is me dealing with no upgraded weapon sway yet. Because for the longest time, for years and years and years, we used to upgrade weapon sway in the elevator shaft in the hotel for Financial District and for the remaining areas. But a strat changed and we're saving time on picking up supplements. I don't quite remember where, to be honest with you. But, actually, it might be the hotel. Remember we used to spawn in the enemies and then go back for the supplements? Might have been that. Anyway, I think it was that. I think we no longer pick up the hotel supplements in the drawers, so now we do this. We have to do Financial District without weapon sway upgrade. But as long as you're, again, standing and not moving, or crouched and moving, it's very manageable. See that? It's not as bad as you think, as it looks. Of course it broke. I got good RNG right there with Ellie, like, going in front of me. Everyone always asks, why do you just aim right there? Why do you just aim right there? I honestly don't know. I think it's just, like... by staying in one place, Ellie will just sort of keep walking past us. And I think if you're aiming, she will also walk through us. It's just... you would think shooting the guy and then sprinting forward would get Ellie to move faster. It doesn't. It doesn't. So I just, when I shoot him, I just kind of stay still. And you can see that right there, what she did is the desired result. So we're just doing our thing, we get there, we kill him, I just stay still. And then what Ellie did right there is exactly what I want. She's very close to the ladder.
That was too damn close.
Whatever.
The edge of the universe and back. Endurance. Savage Starlight.
No restarting. Exactly. With this area, you do not want to bring a sprint into the area. It basically breaks it. Like I said.
Okay.
There's some parts right there. You can't go up the ladder until Ellie's at the top anyway, so that doesn't lose time. What kind of red am I drinking? Here. I'll take a quick little break. It's a $10 bottle of wine. Boggle? Bogle? I'll say Boggle. It's a dry red. I don't like white wine, and I don't like a sweet wine. I like a dry red, and that's exactly what this is. $10. I've almost had the entire bottle just tonight. I like this red wine more than I like beer. Little fun fact. All right, keep going. Yeah, I bought it specifically for when I got the 246. Also, little fun fact here. I think I mentioned it before. If you restart Encounter on the exact frame that you're able to get the benefits from it, sometimes you get a loading screen. So, what we do here and in other areas is the moment we're able to restart Encounter, I just go a little bit past that, and then I restart. So, like right here is a good example. Watch this.
Let's go through the alley.
Like a little bit before the subtitles disappear. Like,
Let's go through the alley.
right about there is when you're able to restart Encounter, but if you did it there, you would get a long loading screen. So, I go a little bit past that. That guarantees the next area starts up right away. In this area. That right there, I remember, was Durham's strategy. You don't want to swing at this guy, you want to swing at this guy. So when you swing at him, you want to hold almost completely right on the right stick, or like upright. That guarantees, because this guy's closer than this guy, but if you hold sprint and upright, the swing will go after this guy. That was a strat by Durham, and it ended up being really, really good. I actually found out something about this area. So that was really fast, and Nick, if you're watching, I think that footage right there could be used in a segmented. I think this footage could be used in a segmented. Anyway, I've been doing this strategy, and sometimes I get hit right there, and I end up getting shot and losing half of my health. I found out a little something to make it so I don't get hit. You can crouch entering and then start up again and you won't get hit, but it's a little bit slower. If you look at the boards, if you look at the windows right here, this window is exposed while this window is boarded up. If you run as far to the right as you can right here, like just to the left of these like walls right here, like if I'm over here instead of right here, I'm exposed in the window. Look at the angle the truck has on me. I'm exposed right here. So when I leap through the window, if I am just to the right of these tables, any bullet fired at me is hitting those boards, and it's not hitting me. So again, here's just an example of how specific this run is. If I stand right here, I'm shot so much I'm almost dead. If I run over here, I don't take damage at all. Because of the boards. Yeah. Also, if you do that, also, this is a strategy that we're not actually sure how it works. Sometimes when you go into the next building and you're going up the stairs, you can get like a camera glitch and it sends you all the way back here. We don't know why it happens, but I've been doing something that I think prevents it. If you pick up this bottle at the last second, like right there, I hit triangle, right, where is it? Right there. And I think that prevents it from happening. And you know what? Now that I'm feeling all nostalgic, I actually have a video I can show you. Hold on. All right, now this is a throwback. January of 2016. We don't need to watch the whole thing, but something weird happened here where I go downstairs, I'm clicking my flashlight, and then it just breaks. The flashlight just breaks. I don't think that's what caused what happens next to happen, but I'll show you. Look at these strats. Look at the visuals. My gosh. Anyway, just watch what happens.
Ooh, this one. Look, nuts. What the What? What?
And it sends you all the way back here. You young whippersnapper, you. Look at the record. 333.34. Yeah. This is 48 viewers was good for me back in January 2016. But anyway, you get this little, like, camera bug.
Ooh, this one.
You get this little camera bug.
Look, nuts.
Right there, you can maybe see a weird thing happening with the camera. And then cut to black, and it just sends you back to the beginning. That can still happen at any point. But I think what prevents it, none of us are sure. I think what prevents it is by picking up this bottle at the very last moment. Because it's around this time that Ellie teleports next to you because you've gotten too far away from her. You can actually hear her behind you. Listen. Hear her grunts? So I have a feeling that black screen has something to do with Ellie, like, falling through the floor or something. Like, you're too fast. Something. Not 100% sure. But yeah, this bottle is also necessary because between now and, like, the end of Searchlight, there are no bricks or bottles. There are none in the building we go up. There's none when we first meet Henry. In the enemy encounters with him, there are no bricks or bottles. So that's the last bottle that we are going to be able to pick up until we use it in the first searchlight encounter. So not only is it important, I think the way you pick it up is also preventing that glitch. That's our theory. We're not sure. And I will drink to that. Need a little water. Also, if you do anything to this enemy besides swing at him, this guy will shoot you. So as you see, we don't get that occurrence. You can climb up the fire escape, and we'll move on. Alright, so right here, Henry has 2 different walking speeds. We don't know what triggers them. Oh, my mouth is sore. We don't know what triggers them, but I can tell if it's fast or slow. It's kind of like Ellie walking away in Capital. We don't know why it happens. Henry is walking slowly. So we use this time to pick up the training manual, which is expanded Molotov radius, and we need... There's 8 parts right here, a big thing of 5, and 1, 2, 3. We need this, and actually we just need 1 of these, but that's weird to pick up 1. So we hold triangle, and we pick up this and this. I believe I picked up the 5 for no reason. I didn't have to pick up the 5. You have to pick up the 5 if you don't get the 25 parts on the table at the end of financial, but that didn't happen here, so we can just...
Really?
Yeah.
I heard some bad
Slow
stuff.
Henry, thank you very much. And the only thing you can do here is hop over the railings fast.
Just you and your daughter.
That's not the fastest thing, but that's pretty good. Alright, let's speed up a little.
Close.
Alright, I was debating using ammo here, but because I was low on revolver ammo, I ended up conserving as much pistol ammo as I could. The only way you can use pistol ammo here effectively is pistol-ing the last guy, so Henry sprints. I didn't use pistol, but he still ended up sprinting, so it was very good. The only thing Henry did bad is he didn't climb the first car very quickly, but I have a theory that's because of how I took out the enemies. I don't think I took them out fast enough. So I lost time here in this very first fight because Henry was slow, but I think it was because of something I did. So in order to get this to work, you need to get alerted by those enemies. Not from the killing of them. Like, you can kill them and not get alerted. If you kill them without technically getting alerted, Henry jogs the whole thing. So you need to sprint a certain distance to them for them to notice you're there, and then the Molotov kills them. That makes it so Henry sprints, but he did take a while to start climbing the car. I don't start climbing until those subtitles pop up. You're always asking, do you really need the subtitles on? Yes, I use it right here. I don't start climbing the car until those subtitles pop up.
Not bad, old timer.
And then I was on the fence about using ammo here, but I decided not because I had a hunch I would need it later. There you go. Boom, boom. Just like that. When I kill him at an angle like that, I do a swing at the very end, and nice. Luckily, I was worried he just like wasn't here at all. Yeah, he was sprinting there. Alright, that still wasn't a good time, but that's for other reasons.
I'm the only one with the key, man.
Henry, like I mentioned, so the walking, yeah, slow Henry climbing the car. That lost me like 4 seconds there, but whatever. In the beginning, and he took forever to supplements there. That gives me 50 to upgrade weapon sway. Here I upgrade Molotov, smoke bomb. The only other thing I need to pick up is half a rag, which we pick up in the dam. And we use the supplements to upgrade weapon sway because we really need it for the searchlight. MZ Wood, thank you for 3.5.
Here we
sub. Then right here, we push Henry towards the door.
Here we are.
And then get in front of him. If you get in front of him too early, he won't ever start towards the door. It's an alternate and slightly faster way to do the swinging strat.
You tried this before?
Yeah.
That's comforting.
Thanks, Webb.
Relax, old man.
I just hope you know the way.
All right, here's a strategy you probably never noticed.
Yeah.
I slow down right here
Relax,
and then
old man.
stand up right there, because if you just run the whole way, Henry will just turn around right there and just stand there for like 4 seconds, like the asshole that he is. Anyway, sorry, that was the booze talking. No, it wasn't. I'm like that all the time. Anyway, yeah. So that little movement I do there is to get him to move as fast as possible. Slow down there, start up again right there, and he keeps going. This is also another strategy. If you don't do this, he ends up just stopping his movement for no reason. Again. So what you want to do is like stand there to force him to take a wider turn and then go down the stairs with him. And then he just keeps going. If you don't do that, he will just stop on the stairs for like 2 seconds. And I will drink to that. I gotta be careful with how much I'm drinking. Anyway. Bottle. Arrow. What's funny is if you knock over these bottles yourself, the enemies will be like, hey, I think I heard something, and then the strat doesn't work. So when you kill this guy, you need to back up and then go left. You also need to crouch right there, or else the searchlight will spot you. I got lucky with arrows this run. Now this is also another case of PS5 unpatched breaking the lighting. Okay? But you can still see the searchlight, like here. I know to leap over when it's like that. See, it's not as visually clear as the other patches, but, yeah. And then I messed up here. I lost 3 seconds and it was my own fault. I'll let it play out once. Arrow. Revolver. 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 I miss it. Improv. Oh no, I don't have anything. Arrows. My god. That lost 2 seconds, actually. Okay, so let me explain this area. This enemy is unique. He has a helmet, but he doesn't have armor. So on grounded mode with a revolver, if you want to kill him, aim for his shoulders or his chest. Do not aim for his head. So like, literally, right there. If I were to aim right there, it would only knock off his helmet. This guy doesn't matter, but yes, that is a strat. As for this guy, this is what ruined it. So look at my movement shooting him. Like, my right thumb controlling the camera while he's aiming was perfect here. Look at, like, this wasn't the game. There is a built-in aim assist, but that wasn't the case here. That was all me, baby. I was moving the reticle so perfectly in line with his movements. So why did I miss? You see these railings right here? There's one there, there, and there. I don't know if there's one right there. As we get closer, we can tell. Yes, there is. There's one there, 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 and there. They have collision. So if you aim there, 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 or there, which is what I did, it's going to hit him. Or it's going to hit the metal. Like, look, that shot is perfectly lined up on him. It hit the piece of metal right there. That extends all the way across there. Again, there's one there, 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 and there. And it hit the top one. You need to aim in between them. Which I do most of the time. I don't normally mess this up like that. So that hit him perfectly. It hit the metal. That's it. This was crazy improv, though. I got bailed out by the number of arrows that I had. Man. And then right here, I just aimed in front of them and waited until they moved. For both of them. Maybe some of the best improv I've ever done. Saved the run. If I missed one of those shots, dead. Right then and there, dead and buried.
By the way,
Arrows.
the shot hit him perfectly. It hit one of the railings.
See? Yeah.
It hit one of the railings.
And I still had an arrow to be able to do this. If you don't kill him, Henry will, but it's like 3 to 4 seconds longer.
That may have been the single...
It takes 3 to 4... Like, if you're out of ammo, it's not the end of the run if you don't have enough ammo to kill this guy. It's just Henry takes like 3 to 4 seconds longer than you to kill him. So, yeah, we can't afford that.
best thing. None of the enemies
lost there. All right, now I made a video about this, but if you go for the triangle prompt, instantly you break the area. It creates a camera glitch inside of the bar. So what you do is you want to delay the triangle prompt by like half a second, somewhere between half and 3/4 of a second, and that fixes the bug. It's not a difficulty thing, it's just with this game. The glitch is actually there in Remake. I made a video about that. I have a playlist of like glitches and stuff. I'm sure it's somewhere in there. But, yeah. What else to mention about this? You can tell you got the glitch because the truck doesn't make any noise when he enters the area. If the truck is revving its engines when it's here, that means it's working as intended. See the slight delay I put on the triangle prompt? I like let go of sprint, so I'm like, all right now. That's all it takes, that tiny little delay. If you hear the engine, there, that means it'll work. If you hear nothing, the camera will be glitched out in the next area. And the way to fix that is to restart encounter the moment you enter the room. And then the strat can still be performed the same. But if it's functional, you gotta do this. You can't, and just like before, you can't sprint into the area. You're alerted right away. So you gotta slow down right there, and then start up again right there. Get the brick, and just go. Now the reason that killed everyone is if you notice, there's an enemy right there. There's an enemy right there. The reason he died from that Molotov is because he has armor on. Enemies with armor are more flammable. Okay? Enemies with armor are more flammable. Here, let me show you. Let me show you. All right, watch this. Yes. Newsflash. Armored enemies are more flammable. Watch. So, and this is a good area to show this off. I made a video about it a few years ago. This enemy has armor. These enemies don't. Okay? Now watch. Isn't that weird? With expanded radius, this guy gets killed. This guy does not. If an enemy with armor is close enough to, like, react to the fire, he'll go up. It's a thing just in this game. All right? Part 2 and Remake, it's not like that. They have their own, like, partially on fire animation thing going on. But yeah. This is the perfect place to show it off, too. How could the guy in the back possibly die, but the guy, like, 5 feet closer survives? It's because of armor. So yeah. Works the same way in this area. This Molotov lands here, but this guy all the way over here dies from it. It's because this guy has armor. So really, you just need to focus on this throw killing the 3 of them. And the way I line this up, you don't have time to aim and then line up the throw. If the camera is pointed slightly higher, because you don't have time to adjust, you just gotta L1 R1 or L2 R2. I aim with L1, by the way. Anyway, I'm definitely getting buzzed from the booze. I'm good. Cheers. So yeah, you don't have time to adjust your camera, your aim. You can only, you can only adjust Joel's movement. So when I leap over this thing right here, I don't move the camera. I just move Joel's body. If the camera is pointed a bit lower than it normally is, I run further. If the camera is pointed slightly higher than I normally put it, I throw it earlier. That way it always ends up landing in the same spot. And just like in the school, you have to crouch when it lands, otherwise Joel will like react to it. So yes, all of that put together looks like this. Boom. And we go. Now normally right here, if you just go for the bridge, the camera turns around and notices the truck, and then Joel will start moving. I remember this was a strategy discovered by Dino. If you sprint towards the back of this cop car, and then turn right once the truck busts through the door, the camera never turns back towards the truck. And you just keep going. Normally you get this thing where the camera, it doesn't gradually turn it, it just turns the camera immediately. And then Joel can't move for an extra like 2 seconds because the camera's just like, look, a truck! Ooh! But if you sprint towards the back of the car and then turn, it skips the whole camera turning, which allows this strat to be possible. Let Ellie go ahead of you and then aim and shoot. What you need to do is just pre-align the camera. You don't have time to like line up your shot because you have a fucking turret shooting at you. You literally just have time to boop boop. No left or right stick involved. So what you need to do is sort of pre-align the camera where you think the reticle's gonna be. The later you do this, the better, because you're closer to the propane tank. And if anyone's wondering, well, what does this do? It skips the whole thing where right here, Joel, the turret would shoot the propane tank, and then he would, this whole animation of falling down, he's like, just run, just run. And then, so yeah, it skips that and saves about 4 seconds. So yeah.
Hey, we're gonna search this area. See what we come up
Sewers. Yeah, Henry and Searchlight didn't go well. I believe Uranto found this strat. If you crouch and then climb, you climb like just under half a second faster to hit the checkpoint. It's kind of it, though. Alright, the rest is just movement, yada yada yada. There's nothing that special here. Restart encounter as soon as you move Joel. Oh, the only thing I will say about a strat here is there's 2 different climbing speeds. If you jump on this side of it, he climbs a lot faster compared to if you like jump over here. So like that climbing speed is so much faster than other ones I've seen, and I think it's a result of jumping a tiny bit later and further to the left, I think.
Yeah, don't jinx us.
Best. Willem, thank you for... Alright, restart encounter as soon as he moves. Yeah. Don't worry, I ate before I streamed today. Started. Alright, 3 shotgun shells, 3 pistol. I was hoping for some revolver drops, but I didn't get any. I didn't get any revolver ammo dropped. So this is the strat I do, so I leave with a shotgun shell. That's nice and fast, and then I have 2 hits. I go 1, 2. Now, a faster strategy would be to not pick up the modded weapon, or not craft a modded weapon, and go 1, 2, and then shotgun the 3rd, and then just pipe the clicker with a non-upgraded pipe, which you can do, and that's the fastest thing, but I have really grown attached to saving a shotgun shell for later. So that's the reason I pick up the training manual right before financial, which gives us an extra hit in our modded weapon. So I shotgun the first one, I shotgun the second one, and then I go 1, 2. It's very efficient, and it is not that much slower than the other way that I mentioned.
You know, there was a clicker that had been going for a while.
But yes, the unfortunate part about that strat was I didn't get any revolver ammo dropped. Right as soon as you can move Joel right there, and then I believe this area worked nicely. I'm not going to. Troll game. Oh yeah. Notice how there was a revolver ammo dropped, a revolver bullet dropped by that clicker that I killed at the top of the stairs. If you pick up this bullet, it's very likely that a stalker will follow you. Anyway, there's a new strat I've been doing here. If you just make a beeline, right this way, straight line this way, you can sometimes get rushed by a stalker from over here. I lost a lot of good paces to that. Randomly, because I end up practicing it afterwards and it just doesn't happen, but it always happens on a fucking good pace. Something I've been doing that significantly lowers the chance of that happening is once I make it through this little doorway right here, I hug the left wall until these, like, sandbags, and then I go back. So it's like that. That's the only little change I made. Just that. Hug the left wall, and then go. That's all. It's a tiny bit slower, but it's worth it because I've noticed a significant decrease in getting rushed by a stalker that way. It also increases the likelihood of this working because you want this clicker right here to move further away from the exit so it increases the chance of working, and then this clicker right here, you need to time your throw anyway. So, brick bash him once, throw, make sure you don't get the Neil Druckmann glitch, and then go. I'm not going to. Hey Anthony, what's the Neil Druckmann glitch? I'm glad you asked. You've probably heard me mention that before. This is the origin of it. Long time ago, and by long time ago I mean pre-COVID, just before, literally a month before, Naughty Dog was doing a charity live stream. There's Arnie Mayer, Director of Communications. I don't know who that is. That's Neil, that's Ashley. They were doing a charity stream, and Neil's on the controller right there playing some Left Behind, and we got this to happen.
This is pretty effective. Let's do that. Oh my god.
That
bug.
It's a bug.
It was a bug? That's what it was?
That's
There is a
supposed to
bug
work?
where, like, when you throw a brick on the clicker, it doesn't always work.
You knew this and you didn't fix it! I don't understand how they couldn't fix it. Like, he acknowledges that it's a bug. That's the reason I call it that. What bug are you talking about? I didn't catch it. What is it? What is it?
Space that's like
You throw a brick at a clicker that's flailing his arms, and the brick just won't stun him. That's not intended.
scripted to do that if you've left them alive.
And it ended up killing him.
This is pretty effective. Let's do that.
Look at that. Right there. I don't understand how it's like, oh yeah, there was it was a bug. Sometimes it doesn't stun him. It's like, you created this game from scratch. It's not like you were porting it over. This wasn't a thing, in, like, specifically in the remastered version. It was always there. Why couldn't you fix it? I don't understand it.
Oh my god.
That
bug.
It's a bug.
It was a bug? That's what it was?
That's
There is a
supposed to
bug
work?
where, like, when you throw a brick on the clicker, it doesn't always work.
Ever since that clip, I've called that the Neil Druckmann glitch, because it pops up for us everywhere. Everywhere. Even right here. Now, if he's just walking, it'll hit. It has to do with when the clicker's just flailing his arms everywhere. That's when it won't work. But that's why I call it that. So that means you need to throw it early enough. Which I did. And then, yeah. Now here's another fun little thing about how this area works. If you don't move Joel, you can move the camera, but if you move the left stick at all after you gain control over him, the stalkers will approach you and kill you. But as long as you don't ever move, the stalkers, part, sometimes there's one like right here. If you don't move, the stalkers won't move towards you. So when you're finished boosting up Sam, don't move. You can move the camera, but you cannot move Joel. It to you. Okay. And then we're going.
Games just like that.
By the way, I've also noticed something. You know how sometimes, like leading into an area, sometimes I'll do like a sprint swing because it's slightly faster than a sprint? I've seen it enough times to like make a decision, like this is an actual thing.
That one meme from
If you sprint through this door, Ellie or Sam will be really slow running in this part, in the next part.
I caught your revolver. It's just dangling on a fishing line. Go ahead, pick it up.
So yeah, you have to hit triangle on here, you don't have to hit square. But right here, if you like swung through that door, Ellie or Sam will like their running will be super slow right here. So when you go through that door, don't swing through it, just sprint through it, okay? Okay, now right here, I've actually changed up my strategy a little bit here to where I don't start my sprint forward. I pick up the pipe that's right here because it's a fresh pipe. I don't start my sprint forward until Ellie takes a step through the doorway. Like right there. I get the pipe, and then I go forward in a way where I'm not blocking anybody. I just go past them, and then the way they approach me, Henry is the fastest runner compared to Sam or Ellie. He's a faster runner compared to them. So what I do is what do I do? Today's been a long day. I let Sam and Ellie go a little bit further ahead, and then I go past them at the stairs. Like Henry, the way this works is Ellie and Sam just keep moving. Henry won't start moving until I get right about there. So I specifically time everything so I just go through that area right there. And my timing is basically I keep moving. I start moving when Ellie puts her left foot on the ground through the door. And then yeah, I just do that, and then they'll follow quickly. I've noticed they follow very quickly when I do that. Now, there's a Molotov and the Shorty right here. Pick both of them up. You have to pick them up before Henry says, "Ugh, damn thing's stuck." I remember I was doing an online Games Done Quick hotfix run, and I picked up the Shorty after Henry said that, and I took a death, and then the Shorty wasn't there. That's how I learned about that. It was during an online Games Done Quick marathon, hotfix run, which is like a showcase run in between their marathons. And yeah, that's how I found out about that. Bad timing. So yeah, pick up the Molotov and the Shorty before the Ellie, Sam, and Henry arrive. So it should be Ellie and Sam arriving first, and then Henry behind them. And as you can see, Henry is just a faster runner than them. So I make sure Ellie and Sam go first, and then Henry's trailing. Because if it's the other way around, they're going to take longer to show up. So I want Henry to be the trail person. So that was really, really fast. That was a good sewers. And then what I use here and in the next area depends on how much I have. You can do hospital without Shorty ammo, so I'm not really worried about that. But because I had no revolver ammo, I wanted to conserve pistol. So I'm like, all right, I want to try and do this area while only using like one Shorty shell. Okay, now also, people see this and are like, "Ah, the clicker froze. Oh my god, how'd you do that? Oh my god. Ant, did you see that?" It's like, yes, I saw it. Yes, I saw it. So what happens is, if you swing at a clicker, before Joel said, like, from the moment the infected arrive in the area, like, there's this grace period from the moment the infected spawn in to the moment that like they become aggressive. If you swing at a clicker in between this period where they show up and when the encounter has officially begun, they'll freeze. But they'll only freeze if they do like this arm flail. I call it an arm flailing animation. So like this. Watch. It didn't work on the second clicker because his reactions to the melee weren't a specific animation. So watch the first clicker. It's doing the arm flailing. And then he freezes.
Dude.
So if you get the arm flailing animation as a result of a melee hit, before Joel says, "Get ready," that's the result right there. I tried to get it on the second clicker, but it didn't work. By the way, when the clicker's flailing his arms, he can kill you, all right? Under any circumstance. If there is a clicker flailing his arms and you're next to him, you're dead.
Dude, he's supposed to flail his arms.
Yeah. Now also, I'm sure you're like, why aren't you killing the infected right now? The very moment you kill an infected in this area, the game will replace them. This area, I've said this before, but basically has an infinite spawn. Okay? The moment you kill one, the game will replace it. Therefore, what you want to do is wait to kill your first enemy as late as you possibly can, so that by the time the game replaces it and that enemy gets to you, the door is already open and you can leave. Fran, thank you so much for the super chat. Much appreciated. So yeah, you want to delay your first kill as long as possible so that by the time the game replaces that enemy and those enemies, you're already gone. Okay? And the game replaces them immediately. So yeah, so what I'm doing right here is I'm sprinting and I'm just going back and forth, back and forth. It kind of freezes them in their steps. Here, look. If you just go back and forth, you can see they kind of stop for a little bit. If I notice one getting too close, then I'll just back up. But yeah, back and forth, just freezing them in their tracks. Also, a thing with that right there, if Henry gets a plus sign, like the door will open at the same time every time. It's sort of like an internal timing. You gotta like get a feel for it when the door might open. If Henry has a plus sign, when the door is scheduled to open, it will not open. So if Henry has a plus sign, the door will not open. So that's something you have to pay attention to. Not like he gets a plus sign right away, now it won't open, the game's bugged. It's not like that. Like if he gets a plus sign right away, but you get rid of it, it'll open at its scheduled time. But if the door is scheduled to open and he gets a plus sign, it's not going to open. It will open the moment you get rid of it at that point, you know? But something you have to pay attention to. So I want to use as little ammo as possible here, okay? I know there's a clicker somewhere back there, and I know there's 3 runners in front of me. Henry's got one. He's not going to kill one on his own because he's fucking useless. But I'm going to kill one and then pipe another. And then as long as Henry hasn't, like, done something weird or disastrous, I basically just want to use one bullet, okay? You don't want to just swing at an enemy with another enemy right next to you. You don't want to do that. So Henry's got that one, and I'm going to get one and then deal with this one. There's the clicker from earlier, but I swung at him twice. The pipe breaking doesn't matter at all. And then I decide here, what am I going to use for sniper? I decided to go with rifle and shorty, because I wanted to save pistol because I didn't have any revolver. Shorty ammo in this run is not that valuable. It becomes valuable in hospital if you're under pressure, because I use that for the fire extinguisher. The radius, the reticle being so wide makes that an easy shot. Under pressure, it's not fun to use a pistol or revolver. It's doable, but it's not easier. So really, I just want the shorty for the hospital. If I don't have it, that's fine. That's fine. So, given a choice between shorty or pistol for the sniper house, I'm going to use shorty, because I don't know if I'm going to get revolver ammo drops, so I'm going to save as much pistol ammo as I can. That's just all that was going through my mind. Oh, I also didn't mention something way back here. Way back here. I left Financial Fight with 1 rifle bullet. I like to have 2. That's because if I have 2, I have like certain spots picked out where I use certain guns. Like Sniper's going to be used in Dam and Ranch, and then not much after that. That's the main one. Rifle is used in Sniper, Dam, and Ranch. If I leave Financial District with 2 rifle bullets right here, I'm not talking about the 2 we pick up later. I'm talking about leaving this encounter with this much. If I leave here with 2, I can use an extra rifle bullet in the Ranch, which makes that encounter a lot easier and saves me a pistol bullet. But I left here with 1, so I have to kind of use a riskier strat in the Ranch.
All right, come on down.
Thanks for the warning.
So yeah, I have no revolver and I'm short on rifle ammo by 1. It wasn't a good scenario to be in. If I don't get any Okay. Here's another strat you probably didn't mention. As soon as I can move Joel, you can't ever get in front of Henry right here. You just can't. Ellie, if she tries to push you, will just fuse through you like the civilians in the intro. The only one who can push you forward like Tommy in the intro is Sam. Now, how you approach getting in front of Sam depends on what you see when you can move Joel. I noticed right here, Henry is frozen. See him not move right there? Look at Henry. He literally just froze for an entire second. If that happens, look at that. You can't get in front of Sam going to the right. The only thing you can do is get ahead of him to the left. Very tight timing there. If Henry moves right away, you can get ahead of Sam to his right. But, yeah. So if Henry moves right away, get ahead of Sam to his right. If Henry freezes, get ahead of Sam to his left, because it allows this to happen.
How you doing, little man?
He pushes you.
That was a close one, huh?
See that? Look at those pushes.
Not one of our finest moments.
Sam push. That is much faster than, like, not getting in front of him at all.
Yep. What'd I tell you, huh?
Let's find a way around to it.
Alright.
What about you? How you holding up?
Business as usual, right?
Nick?
Sniper. Now, y'all stay here.
No.
Before you start.
I was telling Nick to, that's a possible segmented footage.
I can't get the angle.
I mentioned I've been working on a segmented run.
Hey.
Which is like a bunch of areas pre-recorded being perfect. That might have been the best Sam push I ever had.
Careful.
Okay. I remember a long time ago there was a viewer that told me this strategy. Like, we would go this way before, but sometimes I would get shot here and I didn't know it. There was a viewer a long time ago who told me, left trash can, right of the stairs. If you went to the right here, he had an angle on you. And if you stayed left, walking over the stairs, he would also get you this way. There was one viewer who told me a long time ago, left trash can, right of the stairs. And I tell myself that every time I approach this area. Left trash can, right of the stairs. I've never been killed there doing that. Never, ever, ever. Alright, this area during this 246 grind has been a fucking bastard. This is a very weird area. This is an area you want to get alerted. That alert makes it so they're just, like, they're looking down the alley and not looking towards where you are. Like, you're not getting shot at.
Cover me, I'm moving up.
See that? And then you got a plan for 2 enemies coming out the door here. The first bullet you fire has to be a one-hit kill gun. The next one, you can get a little bit closer to him. And the reason you need to fire it right away is because if you just keep moving...
I'm moving up.
He wasn't here this time, but... See that enemy right there? He has a rifle. Most of the time, he's supposed to be, like, right here. If you leap through that window and just keep running, the game thinks you're running directly at him, and he will hit you. If you aim immediately after getting out of the first window, he will miss the shot that he fires at you, almost every time. So yes, firing immediately at an enemy here is a way to slow down and prevent being killed by this guy. But also, yeah, one hit kill immediately and then run forward with something else. You don't really have enough time to use just your fists or a pipe or something. You can, but it's very risky. So I recommend either a revolver if you have enough, or pistol or shorty. Pistol or shorty is the way to go. So you would pistol him right here and then punch him out, or just run past him if he, like, staggers that way a little bit. Same thing with the shorty, but luckily this one, shorty was enough to just kill him. But yes, that is the thing. By the way, if you don't get alerted here, what you want to do is crouch right there. And then once you've reached here, you can do a sprint leap over and then do the rest the same. The other thing you have to worry about is right here. You need to look for the Molotov guy right here. If there is a Molotov guy right here, you need to do this part differently. What you do is you leap over this thing, you go around this way, and you do the rest of the area the same. The reason you have to do that is if the Molotov guy is here, and you do this strategy, he would choke you right there, right now. So, those are all the things that I'm thinking about while I'm doing this area. So going back, did we get the alert or not? We got the alert. Okay, we can sprint through this building. Is the Molotov guy there? No. We can keep going, doing it this way. Aim! And then go. Oh, it killed him. I don't have to swing at him. That's sniper. There's a lot to it. And then I usually pick up whatever they drop, because it's probably valuable. Alright, and then this part. Are your guys' brains hurting, or is it just mine? This is everything. I want you to keep in mind, I don't know if I've ever written down a strategy. It's all in here, baby. It's all in here. And I'm... This is probably going to erode some of those brain cells. That's everything. Now for the sniping. Let's see how it went. It went very well. I think I lost most of the time in this split to a slow infected spawn at the end. My mouth's hurting. I'm talking a lot. So just kill them in this order. Right, center, and then left. I delay killing this guy a little bit because if you kill him right away, like as fast as you did the other two, he shows up this way, and he always takes cover right here before... There's 6 enemies you gotta kill. One, right, center, middle, and then again, right, center... I'm sorry, right, center, left, and then right, center, and left. If you kill this guy right away, he will take cover before you've had a chance to shoot him. And then he ends up staying behind those logs for like 2 extra seconds. So you delay killing him by about a second. A little bit over a second. So it's like this. I kill the guy on the right, kill the guy in the middle, and then 1. I count out 1 second in my head, and then I get him. Now the reason that doesn't lose time is because I'm still waiting on the game to replace these enemies. Okay? See that? I delayed killing him, but I was still waiting for him. Therefore, I'm not losing time. And then, by the time... See how quickly he shows up? I know Henry is going to deliver a bullet to distract him, and that's when I kill him. That was perfect. Now here's another thing people have a question about. Why don't you kill this guy right away? Watch how long I delay killing him. See that? If I were to kill him right here, like there's, how many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 enemies that I have to kill in this part right here. If I kill this guy too early, the rest of the enemies are going to spawn right, left, right, left, right. And that's slow. That's very slow. If I kill this guy later, it goes right, left, middle, right, left. And they end up showing up a lot faster. Now, how do I time when to kill them? It has to do with Ellie and Henry. So I'm just aiming at this guy. Ellie and Henry will fire 4 bullets, or 3 or 4 bullets between them. Listen. So like 4 bullets. Here, listen again. Just like that. So it's like... After that last bullet has been fired, that's when you can kill him. Okay? Boom. You can kill him. And as you saw, I didn't lose any time because I'm waiting for those other guys to show up. And what that does is you go right, then left. Notice how there's an enemy right here. There's an enemy right here that came out the middle. If I had killed him earlier, I would have gotten an enemy on the right, left, then right. Instead, I get middle, right, left, and then that's it. If you get right, left, right, left, right, instead of right, left, middle, right, left, they take so much longer to spawn in. So much longer. My God. Like, I don't know exactly how long, but I think like 5 or 6 seconds longer. They take so fucking long. So killing these enemies faster isn't faster. So from the beginning, after I... Here, watch, we're on the second phase of enemies. Boom. So then it's right, left, middle, which he wouldn't be there if I had killed him super quick. And then right, and then left. There's like no downtime between my shots. It's a nice flow.
Sniping.
Yeah, perfect. Now, something right here is actually more optional. Something right here is actually a bit more optional. You're killing them at a certain rate. See, this area right here is a lot like the end of sewers. It's an infinite spawn of human enemies. Eventually, enough time will pass and the truck will make his way a certain distance down the street where Henry or Ellie will kill one themselves, and then it's like one enemy after that, and that's when the area is over. If you time your kills a certain way, you can make it so you kill an enemy right before Ellie or Henry gets their kill, and then the area ends right away. So I usually wait until this first enemy gets in the middle of the street, and then I go next guy, and then the next guy. All in a nice, good flow. Ellie or Henry will shoot this guy.
I'm feeling that guy on the bottom was moving too early.
And then you need to sort of internally time when you want this next kill. I ended up doing it way too late, but it still ended up working. So I should have killed him earlier, because by the time I was ready for my next shot, Ellie and Henry already started killing their guy. It ended up being really fast, though. So what I like to do is, like, just before that. So, like, I like to deliver my killing blow on the second enemy, right? Like, right there. They still have one more bullet to fire. What can cause this to go wrong is you don't know. There's 2 enemies remaining. You don't know which one Henry or Ellie is going to kill. I don't know which one delivers the blow. I think it's Henry. But you don't know which enemy they're going to kill. That one or that one. If you zoom in and line up that one and you fire, if that's the one that they killed, you're fucked because you're left scrambling trying to get that guy. So instead of doing that, what I like to do is do it fast enough and early enough so that I kill the second enemy, right before they kill the third enemy. Whichever enemy you kill, they're not going to kill a dead enemy. Only Bill does that. They'll kill the remaining one. But if you kill the second enemy too early, the game will spawn in an extra one because you did it way too early. So there's a fine timing to it all. Something else you can do, though, is wait until Henry or Ellie kills their person, like that, and then just aim at the next one, which is what I ended up doing, and it was also very fast.
I did mistime that. You do. Fast.
So I actually messed up, but it didn't really cost me anything because the remaining process was nice and clean.
All right.
Oh, that's a strat. You do that on purpose. Okay. The moment a plus sign shows up, you just need to shoot one of them. And then we don't really know what causes this next thing. So basically, you want the infected over there, right over there, to show up as early as you can. We have theories, but currently we don't really know why they show up earlier than other times. We've had a difference of like 4 seconds sometimes. And in this run, I believe I did not get a good infected spawn. So, not very fast, but the rest of Sniper was good, so. Yeah, that was not a very fast half second. So I had like 5 seconds to save there. I only saved 2. Nah. I believe this split went well. We can just go. It's funny, the last time I got here, I died to the cliff jump. So it takes some specific maneuvering with the controller, but you can jump over this little indent in the fence right here, and then jump off the cliff. There we go. So that med kit that we picked up in Museum, we're finally going to use it here, because that damage we take from the jump... That combined with a critical hit from a guy with a rifle in the dam fight would kill us. If we had full health, it doesn't kill us. It leaves us with like that much health, but we're alive. So, but if we combined a hit from the rifle in the dam fight and that damage from the jump, it would kill us. So when we enter the dam and we're just waiting for dialogue to pass between Tommy and Maria, we use the med kit there. There was one time that I forgot to use the med kit, and then I ended up dying in the dam fight. Happens. It happens. But, yeah. Much better. Alright, and we keep going, yada yada. It was funny, right here, when I go underwater, I'm actually not holding... I hold circle to go under the water, but once he's under the water, I actually hold down on the controller and he swim on the right stick, and he swims faster. So when you're descending here, yeah, you don't want to hold circle. You want to hold forward on the left stick and down on the right stick.
You will get revolver ammo dropped if you're at 2 or less.
Which looks like that. He swims faster.
Or less. I have 4 pistol bullets right
Much
now.
faster.
So I'm not... Therefore, there's a good chance I should get something dropped.
This trick right here, the pallet trick, there's a difference of like 3 or 4 seconds on a perfect one versus a bad one. What you want to do is like move it to a certain point, and then you want to hold the left stick and the right stick both to the left. And then you just end up placing it on the corner of like a pebble. You see that pebble right there? It gets a little bigger as you get closer. See that pebble? You want the top left corner of the pallet to line up with that. But you don't want to approach it perfectly straight or perfectly left. You want to approach it like that way. So at the very last moment, like I pre-align it, and then at the last moment I hold the left stick and the right stick like left but slightly up. And you end up with Ellie going really fast. Just like that. Now that animation right there, I'm not kidding, is like 4 or 5 seconds faster than the slowest thing she can do there if you don't line it up properly. Of course, this game's got it to work though. Alright, we go back. And then that. Now there's 2 things you can do here. There's a strat where if you run forward, then run back, then run forward, you can actually run across like 70 to 75% of the bridge. But I have a hard time with that strat, and you lose time if you don't get it. It would have been faster to just crouch on the bridge. You can't run across the bridge. You have to walk. You can crouch walk too, which is what we do, but there is a strat where you're walking forward, you go back, and then you go forward, and you can actually run across the bridge. I've had a hard time getting it lately, so I just chose not to do it. And because I had no revolver ammo, I decided to save a shorty shell. What do you mean a shorty shell? Well, there's a strat here. Obviously, there's the big meme. You can skip high-fiving her, which is faster. But what you can do is you can once you make it to this point right here, you can fire a bullet, and she thinks you high-fived her. So what you can do is you can start running again. So right here, I don't go for that little bridge trick.
Hey, be careful crossing that thing.
I will.
The moment you make it on flat ground right here, you can fire a bullet, and you can start running. Use it. I decided not to. And the reason that loses time is because you need to wait, you need to crouch walk up until right here. That's when you can start running. If you just fire a bullet at the ground, you can start running immediately. But I wanted to conserve ammo because I didn't feel confident about the number of rifle and shorty shotgun pistol bullets that I had. I was worried about ammo, so I decided to conserve it. But yes, I could have fired it like right there, and then I could have ran, but I decided not to, so I crouched walk all the way over there.
Really? Just gonna leave me hanging?
For any other run, I would use it. This one... Nah. Exactly. Yeah. Alright, then the rest, this is where I decide to heal.
They're friendlies. We've been dealing
Don't forget.
with raids. A lot of
Now, there is a fast Maria strat you can do. Yeah, hey, thanks, Tommy. Yeah, whatever. What a fucking weirdo. Look at that face.
Sweat. All right, let's continue.
Hold on. Watch this.
Tour.
Look at it. Jump scare. You're welcome. Nightmares. See, he's fucking creepy looking. Anyway, there's two different Maria strats right here.
take it easy.
One, if you just don't do anything and you let her walk to the door normally, she can derp out and just stand there for like 10 seconds. We don't know why. I remember one of my old mods, his name's Twister. He found a strategy that I still use today. He found it a long time ago. His name was Twister. He found that if you stand in her way and then get out of her way once she stops moving, she'll move right away. So right here, I'm in her way. Once she starts to slow down, right there, if you get out of her way, which is what that was. I know it didn't look like it, but it was. She'll move right away. And that fixed the problem we have been having for a long time. There's another strat where you can stand like right here, angled a certain way, where she can move really quickly, but sometimes it doesn't work. I've gotten it to work like half the time. It's like 2 seconds faster than this, but you lose so much time if you don't get it. Like 8 seconds compared to the fastest thing, 6 seconds slower compared to this, so it's like risk, reward. I decided to go with the consistent strategy. This is 100% consistent. The fast Maria strategy is not. That's for future attempts. All right, then blah 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 blah. Let's move on. Blah 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 blah. Here's a strategy you probably didn't know about. If you just walk right through the door immediately, Tommy will turn around and close it and then continue to walk through the dam. If, however, you walk through the door way too late, he will just stand still right there and just wait for you to pass him. So what you want to do is enter the door at a very specific time so that he keeps moving, which is right there. Perfect. So if I entered any earlier, much earlier, he would have stopped, turned around, and shut the door behind him. If I had gone through the door any later, he would have turned around and just stood there. By entering the door at that specific time, you'll see he just keeps moving.
I don't know what you heard, but you should see the town. We're over 20
Just like that.
strong now.
And, oh, this is an old strat. I don't remember if this theory was debunked or not, but if you go down to the left, you can't run. you can only walk, so we crouch walk. Just like a bunch of other times we've done that. If you go down this way, you can't get in front of him because there's boxes in your way. If you go down this way, he actually speeds up because you get so far ahead of him. I believe that's a strategy. I might be getting the games mixed up, but
Maybe
yeah.
you don't have to be. You sound like my
Compared to if you followed him behind him or something like that. And I'm sure you've always had questions about this area. So what's going on with my movements in this area? Well, if you just stay in this room, there's stuff that happens in the next room. You know, like, to the left, watch it. All right, that's good, lower it. All right, that's good. Tommy's here, we good to go? There's this whole thing that happens where they turn the power back on. None of that happens if you don't go into the next room, okay? So here's how this works. You don't need those supplements. I want that training manual because it's 10 seconds longer on the smoke bombs. That can save you in tunnel if it doesn't work that well. So, and it doesn't cost any time to pick it up. So what I do is I go outside. Right here starts the dialogue. After Tommy and these guys are done talking, that starts this dialogue out here. To the left, watch it. All right, that's good. Lower it slowly. They will never lower it. So getting right here through this doorway will start the dialogue immediately. To the left, watch it, after these guys in here are done with their conversation. But they won't continue to turn the power back on unless you walk that far forward into the area. So walking outside and walking this far guarantees that their dialogue and movements will be continuous. So now we have time to go back and pick up the El Diablo and craft our weapons. See, their dialogue's about to wrap up. Just need to finish putting the shield back on. That's the conversation still happening indoors. So the moment that's over, the dialogue out here will happen, which wouldn't happen if we didn't go through the door and at the bottom of the stairs. That. Lower it slowly. Now, if we didn't walk at the bottom of the stairs, that thing would just keep hovering in midair forever. You gotta walk to the bottom of the stairs to let the sequence keep going. Now, this is where I'm gonna have, I think, like 8 extra parts because I accidentally picked up the 5 extra ones at Henry's. I didn't need that. Or 7. I think it should be 7. Anyway. Let me think. So yeah, here we're gonna do right holster, revolver fire rate, and rifle clip capacity. Those last 2 are optional, but I found them to be lifesavers. The revolver fire rate in the science lab and when Joel wakes up in winter has been so fucking valuable. I consider that just a part of the permanent route now. The rifle clip capacity is optional, but it has saved me a number of times.
All right, let's do this.
So immediately right away, it's hovered over the thing I want. Right down. And then right down. Did I need level 2 of anything? Remember, I wasn't sure if I needed the toolbox. Level 2 of 5. Yes, I did. All right, so that extra toolbox pickup in Pittsburgh was necessary.
There we go.
So yeah, I pick up enough parts to be able to do all that. Make sure to reload the rifle. You upgraded clip capacity, you only had 1 bullet in the chamber. You need to make sure you reload it. I lost a run one time to the end of the damn fight because right here I forgot to reload the rifle. Okay, now Tommy, continuing with the allies in this area, Tommy won't start walking towards the last door if you don't make it past a certain invisible line in the area. So Tommy won't start walking until the workers here are finished saying, or until Tommy's finished saying, "God damn, we did it, boys!" Tommy can start walking right after that. He won't start doing it at any point before then, but after that he will. So the moment Joel walks forward enough to where he stops running and he can only walk, we switch to a crouch walk because it's faster than normal walking. And, yeah, right there. So because we are past Tommy, Tommy has started walking towards that door that he needs to open. And now one more strat. You need to be right, hold on. Right here. If you just walk forward facing this way, that's not enough. The next thing is Tommy needs to start saying, you see that? If you walk forward, the dialogue won't trigger in early enough. You need to turn to the right. Now, once you get that dialogue right there, you need to back up. Because the dialogue is normally, you see that? It's pretty impressive. Looks like you owe $2 million. And then it's like, all right, Joel, let's go talk. That dialogue is so long and so slow, Tommy is literally just standing at the door waiting for their dialogue to be over before he opens it. So what you want to do is you walk towards him to trigger in, you see that, and then you back up.
You see that?
Back up, back up, back up. It's pretty impressive. Because you're so far away from him, looks like you owe $2 million. All right, Joel, let's go talk. It never triggers in. That's because from the moment you started talking to each other, you put enough distance between him and yourself, the next line of dialogue never triggered in. So Tommy, what he's going to do now is just keep walking towards the door. He's going to keep walking towards the door. And we use this moment right here to swap to the guns that we need. In this case, rifle, El Diablo, pistol. Did you get all that? This is what I go through every time I go through this area. Because normally he's otherwise just standing here, just chit-chatting. That skips everything, and he just keeps moving. Good split.
Don't let him into the building.
That was a nice little flick. That was really solid as well. So let me explain this one. So you can do two things right here. You can either shoot this guy to the left with the El Diablo from here, or climb up the second one and then shoot him there. Whichever one I decide to do is dependent on how loud it is. Sometimes you start moving and there's like the almost alerted sound and then the alerted sound. Basically, if it's quiet, I climb both of them. If it's loud, I climb the first one.
Bandit! Stop him! Don't let him into the building!
I heard some bullets being fired right there. So I decided to kill him right there. It ended up working, but it was very risky. And then right here, this guy is to the left. I'm not going to explain. I need to start speeding up a little bit. Basically right here, if this guy is in your way in the doorway, you need to kill one more enemy. Either you kill this one, or you kill the one outside. You don't need to kill both of them. That's actually time loss. You need to kill one of these guys. This guy, or this guy. Okay? So if he's really far to the left, I give him a little bonk, and I just move forward. And then I end up killing this guy. The reason being, if you kill this guy, Tommy's dialogue from before, let's get a move on. If you kill this guy, that dialogue happens really, really early. If you let this guy live, it happens later. And then you kill this guy. And what ends up happening, there's an invisible line in the ground, like right here. Like the front, like the very front of this green crate right here. Once the dialogue of let's get a move on has happened, once you run past this invisible line, the enemies behind you will be killed. Okay? And you can hear them die behind you. Listen carefully. Therefore, you kind of, like... You have, like, an option here. You can kill this guy, which forces the dialogue, let's get a move on, to happen earlier. But then, that's 3 enemies that need to die behind you. Or, you can kill this guy. Let's get a move on happens slightly later, but then there's only 2 enemies that need to be killed. Now, you would think killing both of those enemies would be faster, but it's not, because that really just ends up stopping your movement. You end up getting to the invisible line a lot later. Okay? Now, what instances would you end up killing this guy? Most of the time, this enemy this time was to the left. Most of the time, he is to the right. Okay? Most of the time, he's somewhere over here. So he'll back up and just completely block the door. If that happens, you have to kill him. All right? If that happens, you go out the window and you just keep running. Okay? What happens if you don't kill any of them and just run through? That is a possibility as well. The dialogue, let's get a move on, would show up so late. So late. Like 5 or 6 seconds late. Okay? Plus, we're not using any ammo to kill these 2 guys. We're using a brick and a melee swing, which, if you noticed, is replenished immediately by this bottle right here. So, yeah. Right there, what you do there is a choice, okay? What you do there is a choice. But basically all you need to know is if you can make it outside cleanly, kill the enemy outside. If the guy's blocking the door, kill him inside and just keep going. Then you want to Molotov the doorway. I like to aim for the top because I think it goes through the door a little bit further compared to throwing it lower. Like, I want it to hit the air. I don't want it to hit a person. I need to collect what they drop. Now, this area has been a run killer as well because there's all this stuff right here. The moment you go through the door, all of this stuff despawns. So you want to pick it up. Remember, half an alcohol was the last thing we needed to pick up for one more Molotov. And the moment you make it past the doorway right here, everything inside despawns. This run specifically was fucking crazy. This doorway right here defies logic of ammo drops. Watch what I got. Yes, there's the alcohol. But then, look, there's 2 rifle bullets right there, which I ended up getting. And then there's 2 more right there, which I ended up not getting. So there, look what's here. There's an alcohol, 2 rifle, 3 shotgun. All I ended up getting was this, and not getting these didn't end up mattering because the rifle only has 2 clip capacity anyway. So missing out on these didn't matter. But like, this door right here defies any and all logic. You're only supposed to get rifle ammo when you're at 0. But I had 3, and I got 2 drops of 2. That's not the first time that's happened. It's extremely rare, and the reason I upgraded rifle clip capacity, on the off chance that this just happened to happen, you know? But, yeah, super weird occurrence in this one. But, you have to pick everything up before you go through the doorway, and you have to make sure one of those things is the alcohol itself. One thing I should have done, I don't know why I didn't. When you're over the object, you can hold triangle and you pick everything up around you. If you've played Factions, it works the same way with the toolbox. But yeah, I don't know, I panicked and I was tapping triangle. That's why I didn't pick everything up. But yeah, that drop of rifle ammo ended up saving this run. Drop. My God. So yeah, and then you want to bottle this guy as early as you can. Rifle, pistol headshot, crouch, so that guy will crouch, and then it's easy access on that guy's legs because he has armor on. They just gave me 4 rifle bullets. I could only pick up 2 of them. It ended up not mattering, by the way. Or did I? Yeah. Skip cutscene, restart encounter. And then we go. I love this strat. So I remember one time there was someone who was so enthusiastically was like, Anthony, I found out how to ride the horse faster. You hold sprint. He told me how to do. It's like, sorry, buddy, we've been doing that for years. So this horse, you've probably noticed, holding sprint and forward isn't enough to make the horse go faster. You need to like let go briefly and then hold back down sprint. It's like boop, boop, boop. Every like 5 or 6 trots or so. All right. Every like 5 or 6 trots on the horse, you need to let go of sprint, then hold it back down. And the horse will maintain his speed. If you just hold sprint the whole time, he'll lose his speed. So every time I let go and then hold it back down, you hear Joel like, come on, let's go. You know. But you need to do that right here. I love this strat. It's so funny. So you're going forward. You're going forward. And then you're turning. You're going in a straight line. Now, Tommy is always going to overtake you. So what you want to do is like nudge him to the right and then push him against that sign.
She couldn't have gotten far.
I do that all the time. It's a part of the strat. If you don't do exactly what I did there, he passes you and then you end up bonking into him. So it's like this. Round your corners. Make sure your speed is maintained and then bump into him to the right. It pushes him into that sign. I love that strat. Yeah, okay, then we just keep going, blah, 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 blah. Right. Alright, this strat, off the top of my head. Rifle, reload, leap. Reload cancel, rifle, El Diablo. Molotov, run forward, climb left, throw over the fence, bottle, throw, swing.
How many do you see? Too goddamn many. Go around, I'll cover you.
Nothing much to say there. One thing I will mention: the reason this works is because whether you've played this game and this area recently or not, there's actually 2 more enemies that are supposed to spawn in. This is something you probably don't know about the area. We're actually remember in Truck Push on the first wave, we're doing that area in a way where we shoot the clicker and then the 2 runners don't spawn in. Exact same thing here. We don't progress far enough into the area for the remaining 2 human enemies to spawn in. That combined with how we kill the last 2 right here makes it so the last 2 human enemies never spawn in. There's an armored guy with a shotgun and then 1 more enemy who's supposed to spawn in, but how we do this area makes it so they never spawn in. So there's an enemy behind this fence somewhere. Now, how do we know that's going to kill him? Remember what I mentioned earlier. He's wearing armor. Molotov anywhere within like a 1-mile radius of an enemy with armor will kill them. This enemy, thankfully, has armor. So we kill him. We let him die first before we kill this one. It's all timing, so he dies and then this guy dies. So he dies, then this guy. If this guy's death right here is delayed by 4 seconds or so, 3 to 4 seconds, the 2 enemies that we were trying to prevent from spawning in will spawn in, and the area doesn't work. So it's that guy dying to the Molotov combined with this guy dying very shortly after, not before, after, is what makes it work. Boom. When you're under pressure, this is a very difficult area to do. Make sure you don't throw this at the rock. My God. And it works. If you're playing casually, there's 2 more enemies at the very end, but by doing it that way, they never spawn in. Being in your backpack and facing away from the horses makes it so the horses show up faster. The moment Tommy does that little thing there... Here, watch. Watch. Wait for it. Whee! By being in your backpack and then facing away from them, the horses and Tommy will just show up right next to you immediately. Watch again. Yep. They show up a lot faster. So that is a part of it. Even if you have nothing to craft, do that anyway. Point the camera away from the horses, into your backpack. This line in the dirt, right here. Right there, there's a line in the dirt that changes color. Just before that is the checkpoint. And that places you quite a bit further.
Area looks clear.
Quite a bit further. Now, when I finished killing the enemy, the last enemy in that fight, I was reloading my rifle. So now I know I only have the right holster weapons to reload. El Diablo, and then pistol. Now, with the amount of rifle ammo that I have, I would do a strategy where I go rifle, rifle, and then pistol, El Diablo, rifle. But because I was still worried about my revolver ammo, I decided to do what the normal strategy is if I didn't get those rifle bullets in the dam. That's pistol, rifle, reload, pistol, El Diablo, rifle. Now, I actually panicked. I was under pressure, I was nervous, and I actually fucked up. This is where the run started to go south. Let me say, the run up until now was extremely good. Extremely good. Really good. Starting in Ranch, starting right here is where the run started to go a little bit south.
I'm going over this way. Go check down there.
Check over here.
So I know that's not going to kill me. But I messed up. So if I had gotten enough rifle, if I had revolver ammo, I would have done rifle, rifle, reload 1, swap to the pistol, and then it's left, fire, swap. The way it works is you drop down, right, pistol, headshot, left, El Diablo, left, rifle, 1, 2, 3. But here's how specific that is. Notice, when you select something on the D-pad, the menu goes away. Here's how specific this strategy is. There's more to it than meets the eye, okay? Like the top floor and the bottom floor are kind of separate, okay? But watch, when you select a weapon, the menu eventually goes away.
Go check down there.
See that? It fades away. What makes the bottom floor work is... So like right here, let's say hypothetically, let's say, I selected the pistol. Oh, I did. If I hit left, it would hover over the El Diablo. If I hit left again, it would hover over the rifle. If I hit right again, it would hover over this. If I hit right again, it would hover over this. But because the menu goes away, if I hit left, it's going to hover over the rifle, not the El Diablo. It may have been hovered over this, but because the menu went away, faded away, I hit left and it hovers over this because the game, when it goes away, it's basically right here. One touch to the right goes here, another one goes there, it fades away, and it's like it goes back to the center, right? That makes sense? So when you're swapping weapons, going downstairs, you need to go headshot, left, El Diablo to the body, left, rifle. If you swapped to the pistol, like right here, it would fade away by the time you were ready to do something downstairs. Okay? So right before I get the first headshot, I make sure I selected the pistol as late as I possibly could so that it's pistol, left El Diablo, left rifle. You know what? I can bring up another thing of footage to show you. Hold on. Alright, I found footage from my old record where I did it normally. So in this run, I had extra rifle ammo. So I didn't use pistol. I ended up using rifle. Rifle, rifle. You see how much faster it is, but watch the menu. So if I had selected pistol any earlier, by the time I killed him and was ready to switch to the next gun, it would have faded away in time, which would have selected the rifle. And then I kind of would have been fucked there. Because I don't want to go right, left, right. It's so much easier to just leap over and go kill, left, kill, left, kill. It's so much easier. But yeah, this is basically the fastest you can do this. With the extra rifle bullet, just go body shot, reload one, right, left, fire, left, fire. Nice and simple, right? But that's part of the strategy. You want to swap to that pistol very late, okay?
That was my...
Now, the reason I messed this up is because I just fucking panicked. I was doing everything fine. I just didn't believe in myself. I didn't trust myself. That's the reason this failed. It had nothing to do with ammo. It had nothing to do with, like, what? It didn't take my input. I briefly had a brain fart. And it was because I stopped practicing this area before attempts. I had, like, stopped practicing this area before attempts, and I think the lack of getting here lately just kind of got to me. Now, I know if he doesn't take damage anywhere before this, he's fine. Okay, I knew that wasn't going to kill him. It just cost me like 6 seconds or so, which I could absorb that time loss before. Now, what is this one? Yes, if I have pistol ammo, before I leave here, it's down, up. If I have nothing here, it's down, down, down. Okay? If you have pistol ammo, it's down, up. If you have nothing here, it's down, down, down. That's what I remember from years of running this game. Down, up.
That was my fault.
And then right here, the moment the textures change in the background right there, that's when you do the restart and counter. Because if you restart and counter right away, you get a little loading screen.
By that, but that was... I didn't trust my own strat.
And I actually still did.
I'll be right back.
This one, use this time to reload what you have. Not a lot of stuff. It's scary.
I did that.
So what you want to do is run here, then run back. They all gather into a ball, and then you throw the molly, and it kills them. The one thing that lost a lot of time here is the bodies got in my way.
Come on.
See that? So I threw it, and then it's like,
come on,
get out of my way. Yeah. So that lost me some
all
time.
I see is shotgun ammo dropped.
I need a revolver bullet. Now, apparently... No, not apparently. Like, proven. There was. See, there was one right there, and I didn't notice it. So this run right here, I don't need any shotgun ammo. I have one. I'm going to use it in the next area, and I don't need a single shotgun shell past that. But this area, they can drop revolver and shotgun. I need revolver. I have not picked up a revolver bullet this entire run past the upside-down shooting. Hasn't happened. And that's so rare. But look.
Come on.
Right there. There was a bullet there. There was one. And I didn't notice it. My chat noticed it. I didn't.
Did all I...
So I'm like, all right, let me pick it up.
No.
Dude, it wasn't there. Apparently it was over here. Apparently. And I didn't notice it.
There's one. No.
So I lost time picking up ammo I didn't need. I picked up 2 shotgun shells. I don't need shotgun.
Dude, I didn't see
I know that. I use one for the next area, and then I use a pistol for the science lab. And I was going to swap from shotgun to rifle anyway, so shotgun is completely not used at all for the rest of the run. So I picked up all that for nothing. I needed that revolver so badly.
What happens now?
Now is I use pistol ammo and the 2 rifle bullets I had. That's something I don't think I mentioned earlier as well. I had the ammo to do the faster rifle strategy, but because I had no revolver, I decided to save a rifle bullet by doing the slower pistol headshot rifle. That other strategy of rifle, not only is it safer and faster, no, that's it. It's safer and faster. But I was worried about how much revolver ammo I had, which is nothing. So I decided to do the slower strategy with the excess pistol I had to save a rifle bullet, so that means I had 2 going into the science lab. Now,
Hey.
the middle. We keep going. Of course. Right here, you get on the curb and go parallel to the wall. You hit triangle, and he will get off the right side of the horse. If you're to the left of the curb, he'll get off the left side. I don't know why. Which I think is the opposite in Remake. Yeah. It's such a shame.
Me too.
You don't need those supplements. I just decided to pick them up. So those extra shotgun shells will not serve me anything. This is gonna be rough later. This was a strategy I changed up. Not somewhat recently, like 4 months ago, I think. He's supposed to drop, instead he like glided down. So what I used to do is sprint towards the door, kill the clicker, and then basically do the same thing as I normally do. But I noticed it wasn't working a lot. So what I did, I changed up so that I pick up the bottle to slow down a little, and that little slowdown made it so the bloater moves just the tiniest bit further away from the door, and they're more focused on this doorway instead of the exit. And that little change made it so this area works a lot more frequently for me. However, it requires a shotgun shell. The other way did too. And it's the same speed as well. Yeah, I changed it up and it's been working like a charm ever since. So there's the bottle in the vending machine. Kill the clicker in your way. I swap to a smoke bomb just in case it doesn't work. Get the arrow at the last second. Crouch in the doorway. See if the bloater's there. If he's not, you can go for the door. If he is there, you throw a smoke bomb at him, and then you do a restart encounter in the science lab to get the smoke bomb back. Remember what I mentioned about the high school hallway? Grounded is glitchy and can give you your stuff back on a restart encounter. Science lab works the same way. Only on grounded. The reason we don't use that in any of our runs is because it's like 9 seconds slower because of where it places you. Places you at the the bottom of the stairs and instead of right at the door. So, yeah. But if the bloater is like right here when I do this strat, I throw a smoke bomb to guarantee it works, and then I just take the 9-second time loss in science lab. Because that's much faster than just doing this encounter a second time. Thankfully, I didn't have to. It's very rare that you guys notice something that I didn't notice. I did not. Yeah. All right. Then we just go. There's nothing here. Slab this at a time. Did I get the dumpster trick here? I don't think I did.
All right, not what I had in mind, but it'll do.
You can get the dumpster trick here as well. Couldn't get the dumpster trick. Something else wasn't fast, apparently. So the runners that blocked me during the Molotov throw, the ammo that I didn't need to pick up, the glide down to the bloater room instead of just plummeting down to the ground, and I didn't get the dumpster trick. All of that led to
the generator room.
Oh yeah, I got 4.5 seconds lost off my
no dumpster trick.
My best. So yeah, all right. There's nothing here. We just head to the next area. The only thing here is when you start moving, you can't run, so you walk. And then, this is my favorite audio cue in the entire game. After Ellie says monkeys, you can start standing. You can start running.
Well, maybe in all that research, they turned into fucking monkeys.
Now, it's not automatic. You have to hit sprint to manually do it. If you do it too early, he's still walking. After Ellie says monkeys, you can start running. And I will drink to that. Ah. This bottle was full when I started this. Oh, we're 4 hours into this video. My God. Let's keep going.
Find something.
Science lab. So this is a very unorthodox science lab. Normally I do it with 3 revolver bullets. I had 2 rifle bullets and 3 pistol. My God. Thankfully, the rifle and revolver are basically the same weapon. Aim, 1 shot, and the enemy you shoot at is dead. Okay? So yeah, it's kind of the same. But even there's some strict strategies right here. The problem with this area is Ellie can get a plus sign. To lower the chances of that happening, go to the right of this table and then throw a bottle at the enemy the moment the lock-on shows up. Okay? If you go to the left of the table here, Ellie, I think, is just closer to you or further away. I don't know. But we learned this a long time ago. It's more likely Ellie will not get a plus sign if you go to the right of the table and then throw the bottle instantly. And then we're going to pick up a brick right here at the last second. Shoot the fire extinguisher. Being in this smoke that it creates prevents you from getting hurt from enemies in front of you. Then we're going to throw a smoke bomb at the bottom. That will... because enemies spawn in out of thin air on the bottom and just got hit by the smoke. And I got very lucky here because 1 enemy, 2 enemy, there's supposed to be a 3rd. He's not showing up. You got to brick that guy at the end. Because of the smoke bomb, I'm safe. As long as you're inside the smoke, they won't hurt you. And yeah. But normally, it's 1 enemy, 2 enemies, 3 enemies, and then you go. You need to brick this guy at the very end. Thankfully, it locked onto him. I don't know what I would have done if it didn't. So that was a very fast science lab. I lost more time. Actually, now that I think about it, I lost more time swapping weapons right here, which I skipped over. This is where I lost my time in science lab. I lost more time to that than anything I did in the actual encounter. And then here's another little strat to make it so you fall down really fast. The moment like the guy starts to push Joel a little bit further, if you stop mashing square, he'll fall down. So I'm like, this is what I'll probably match my own movements here. I'm like, okay. If you do that, the moment you notice him start to push just a little bit further, if you're mashing and then you let go at that moment, he'll fall down immediately. The enemies were late. And then blah blah blah, we're going blah 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 blah. With this guy, if you shoot him too early, he has invincibility frames, and the shot doesn't count towards anything. So you need to shoot him late. It's also faster to continue to aim after you shoot him, so that his recovery from falling down is faster than just letting go of aim completely. It's all in here, baby. It's all in here. But yeah. So you need to shoot him later than you can in order for it to actually count. And then after you shoot, you have to keep aiming. If you shoot him too early, he has iframes. And if you let go of aim, it's slower than continuing to hold it down. So yeah. Right here, he does this little scripted momentum falling forward thing. Right there, which you can't, like, change his direction, so you have to make sure... you have to make sure it's facing where you need to go. Also, hold on 1 second. I think this is my last one. Drank this whole bottle. It's good. I love wine. You know me, when I go all out. This is why I don't keep alcohol in the house. It's just like with food. I can't stop at just one. But don't worry, I'm good. Anyway. No, I am so fun to be around when I'm buzzed. Drunk, I'm like head in the toilet. But when I got a good buzz going, I'm so fucking fun to be around. Seriously, no. I got like the tism, and I'm not good in social spots. When I got a good buzz going on, it's like it just goes away. I love it. So yeah, I don't keep alcohol in the house. Anyway, let's keep going.
A little bit more, come on.
Yep, a little bit more. Oh, there's even a strat right here. If you don't do anything right here, Joel says, "Behind you." What? Ellie, But if you aim right away, skips a line of dialogue.
Joel?
See that? By aiming right away, it goes faster. And then there's nothing here. Keep going.
Where'd you go?
Right, deer.
There he is.
Oh, I thought I missed. Yep, if I missed, the run was over. We can keep going.
Great.
I believe this fight was perfect. I believe this fight was perfect.
Have to keep them out.
I won't go too in-depth into this because there is a lot. You stand right here to force David to run into that window right there. Basically, when you get to the next part of this fight, you get down to 0 bullets, David will give you 6 bullets out of his pocket. You don't want him to give you that ammo if there's still enemies around, because they'll each drop one if you're at 0 bullets. Okay? So, yeah. What we're doing here is we stand at this window to force him to go to that window.
Okay.
Once he's there, then we head towards over here. Now what's funny is it doesn't matter when you kill this one. What spawns in the next enemies is how fast you kill this one. So you want that one to be quickly. And then there's a little sound glitch that happens here that prevents this one from showing up, so we use that time to run backwards. You probably heard the sound glitch right there. Listen.
I've done this before.
It was brief, but that prevented this runner from showing up right away. So we use that time to run backwards, kill him. Now we need to get to this window to force David to fuck off to the side that we were just on, so that when we kill these infected and get down to 0 bullets, David will give us the ammo in his pocket because we've gotten down to 0, but he'll do it after we've already killed the runners that are right next to us. So we go from 1 to 0, then a stab, and then kill him. Broke. He gives us the 6. Now, 1 dropped ammo inside, the last one dropped 2 bullets outside, giving us 9, which is the capacity that the rifle has. That arrow breaking was just bad RNG. I got good RNG the rest of the way, though. Now what I'm doing, he needs to eventually push this shelf, so I'm luring him that way by like, after I kill this one, which has to be done quickly, that runner has to die before he gives me the ammo in his pocket. So after that's all happened, I'm running this way to lure him towards where he needs to eventually be. It's literally like, here boy, come on. Which is really creepy considering, you know, David and Ellie. I should have used better words, but, you know.
You're a better shot with that thing
Let's
than
ignore
I
that.
am. Give me a hand with this.
You know what I mean. I'm luring him towards where he needs to be to save time. You see, he starts pushing that green shelf right away. Arrow didn't break. Arrow didn't break, but I don't think I could pick that up. Also, I believe Uranto found this. After you kill those infected, if you go to the left of David right here, he will stay here, which should increase the speed of the next runner showing up. That was a theory he had. And they showed up pretty quick there, so he might be onto something. I'm doing reload cancels with each one. Rifle, 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 and then 3 more rifle.
Maybe they followed you and your friend.
I go this way because there's a chance I can get David to fuck off. Because David, here's what David does. He'll look out a window and just go like this. He doesn't do anything. And all that ends up doing is blocking me from killing an infected that I want to kill. He doesn't do anything. Even when he is using his revolver, I don't know who the fuck at Naughty Dog thought this was a good idea. He needs to fire 5 revolver bullets at 1 runner to kill them. Keep in mind, both of Ellie's weapons are 1-hit kills. An arrow to a runner and a rifle to a runner as well. They're both 1-hit kills on runners with full health. What is the point of David needing 5 bullets to kill one himself? He kills a runner in 3 punches. That's the most valuable thing he can do. But all his revolver does is push enemies back and prevent things from happening because of it. Sorry. Pisses me off. Anyway. So to prevent him from being him, he's very Bill-like in that regard. He is probably one of the more helpful companions, but he's still fucking annoying. After I killed the 3 runners in the previous area, 1, 2, 3, I run in. I need to aim out of the far right window, but before I do that, I just run in that general direction to get him to go away.
Maybe they followed you and your friend.
Now he's going to look out the other side. Then I go 1, 2, 3, arrow. This one is supposed to drop ammo, which he did. Now you can choose to... Here's how the end of this area works. Remember what I mentioned before. I've mentioned it in both downtown and the school. The moment you kill an enemy, the game is like, hold on, wait, he's not dead. Wait, hold on, not yet. Okay, now he's dead. From the moment you kill him, there's always like this 3 or 4 second grace period, but until the game recognizes him as officially dead and the encounter is finished. That applies to this area too. So if I just kill these enemies right here, it's going to take forever for the area to be considered finished. But if you kill them at the window, the game considers them dead immediately. It's the same way when you throw a brick at an enemy and do a swing, the game recognizes them as dead right away. So if you kill the enemies at the window, they just drop like a rag doll. Because when I kill this guy right here, he drops to the ground and he's like seizing a little and then he goes limp. That's like the 3 or 4 seconds that I was talking about. I did that right there because he was far enough away. If you're having a hard time picking up that rifle bullet that the previous runner dropped, you can reload the rifle and then go arrow rifle while they're both at the window. That's a backup. And you can do that just fine. I decided to do that because my movement was very quick and they were very far away. But this second guy, I'm letting him get to the window. And then you can tell by the noises in the background that the area ended right away. So I kill this runner, get the ammo they dropped. If I pick up the ammo a little bit later, then I'll wait for both of them to get to the window and I'll kill them that way. And I usually do that by picking up the rifle, reloading it, and then going arrow rifle because it's just a little bit of a faster process. But if your movement is as quick as I was, there's nothing wrong with killing him right there and then waiting. See how he just drops? Definitely the area ending, like the moment I kill him at the window, definitely has to do with the animations. Like they have their own custom built just for this area animations of knocking down the boards on the window. That animation doesn't appear anywhere else. So it's custom. So when you kill them, like, it's unique. They don't have any, like, specific animation to react to the death. They just drop like a rag doll. That's the reason that the area ends right away. And then you get David over into that corner to proceed with the area, and then you pick up any remaining arrows through the windows that you can. There was one there, and then there was one here. Now you want to leave here with 0 bullets because David will give you 3 out of his pocket. Okay, in the next area.
This way.
Now there's something you can do right here. You have to injure one of the clickers. You have to injure one of the clickers. Okay? You can do that with either a rifle or an arrow. If you use an arrow, there's a chance that you won't get it back because it either breaks or you just can't pick it up. If you use a rifle, you need to waste another bullet because when you climb the ladder in the next area, David kills that clicker, and there's a high chance, he will drop 2 rifle bullets on his own. So I didn't feel comfortable. I usually kill him with an arrow if I have 7, because that's almost like excess. You need to leave coal mine with 1 rifle and 4 arrows. That's what you need. You can leave with 3, but you'd have to do the lodge slower. Okay? Which is what ended up happening. Because I fired 4, in this run, I fired 4 arrows in coal mine 2. I didn't get a single one of them back, which is just bullshit. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. Anyway, I decided to go with the rifle usage here.
I'll block this. Cover the stairs.
Boom. Now I wasted one because the next enemy that I see killed on my screen is going to drop 2 rifle bullets. If not him, then it's going to be the next one. Okay? Now, he won't do that if you have 2. He will do that if you have 1. So you're going in with 3 instead of 2. That's what's going on there. And then right there, you aim through the door. The moment he shoves forward, you just knife thrust 3 times and you can get past him. This saves like 10 seconds over following him. It's very important. It's such an old strategy, though. Right here, basic movement. I mean, you go down there and then you go forward, but there's actually some advanced movement. You're sprinting forward. The moment you hit the ledge, if you let go of sprint, she'll drop like she's wearing cement shoes. And then if you have the gun equipped, the moment you aim, you can move right away again. So it looks like this. Look at that movement. Mwah. It's so beautiful. Climb the ladder, and because we have 1 rifle bullet, this one will drop 2. If he doesn't drop 2, the clicker at the top of this ladder will. In which case, you got to do a slightly different strat. But you kill him, he'll drop 2. So you either get that ammo 100% either from that clicker or the next clicker. Also, this strategy isn't for nothing. I fire an empty gun. What can happen here? I don't know why this happens, but we just know it happens. If you let this play out normally, a clicker can glitch his way into this area and like interact with David while you're up top and can kill you later. I don't know why it happens. I really don't. This firing a bullet against the corner here prevents that from happening. It's not 100%, but like you don't lose anything by doing it. So you can hear the clicker screech as a result of me doing that. If I didn't do this, when I hit triangle right here, during this little in-game cinematic of David boosting me up, there would be a clicker that glitches his way into the area and then attacks David and will prevent me from, well, first of all, the clicker in the room on the top will come out because everyone's alerted. And, yeah, just a lot of bad stuff happens.
Here. Come here.
So because I did that firing an empty gun, we should be okay. I'm always listening for it. We should be okay.
You be quick. Keep a lookout.
I know.
Now right here, if you don't hear a clicker screech right here, you can just keep going. Everyone's always like, oh my god, this cuts it so close. Listen to the clicker. There's one right there. There's one right behind you. Oh my god, oh my god. If you never hear a clicker screech, like right here, that clicker's not going to show up. I will be honest though. One time, only one time in my entire life, I don't even have footage of it because I don't think I was saving that much footage back in the day. Only once in my entire life did I not hear any clickers, and then the clicker just showed up right there and killed me. Only one time that's ever happened. I need to tell you it did happen, but unfortunately I don't have footage of it. And it was late enough that I knew, like, I had the same knowledge then as I have now. Like, if you hear a screech, you got to pick up this brick right here and throw it at the clicker and then run past him or kill him. If you hear nothing, you can run past. Only one time have I ever heard nothing, and then I got killed by this clicker right here. And then we just go, and then I time myself. If you go up the ladder too early, you'll get blocked by David. Also, if you climb the ladder like at a weird angle, she won't climb the top quickly. So I approach it from a slightly right angle, and then in full-on sprint, and I can tell by the way she climbed, she hits the top of the ladder and climbs up faster than if I had messed something up there. So yeah. Oh, this strategy. This strategy right here is shown off so much better, like, in gameplay than just watching a video. But there's so much to this area. So much that you wouldn't believe. I'll try and explain it to you. First of all, there's like an optional dialogue prompt for Ellie to say, geez, looks like someone already fought those things and lost. That triangle prompt is mandatory for getting the area to continue. I don't know if you stay there forever if you don't hit it, but I actually don't know. But if, oh boy, half drunk here. Yeah, so you need to hit the triangle prompt in order to let the area proceed and let the encounter begin. But the strat here is, if you hit triangle while Ellie says, yeah, no shit. The dialogue between the two is David says, we need to find a way out of here. And Ellie's like, yeah, no shit. If you hit triangle, the moment Ellie starts saying that line of dialogue, you skip everything else. Which is, geez, looks like someone already fought those things and lost. Ah, Lord, I've been looking for these boys. Doesn't matter, grab their gear, I'm going to look for an exit. And then the dialogue that picks up normally after that plays in. But by doing it this way, we skip like a dozen seconds of dialogue.
Yeah, no shit.
So I'm going to pause to let you know when I hit triangle, if I was like running this. So right there, I would hit triangle. The timing is perfect because you end up getting like right on top of the guy. So she says, yeah, no shit. You hit triangle and that skips the rest of their dialogue. But there's more, like Billy Mays. But wait, there's more. After Ellie's done talking.
Yeah, no shit.
From this moment forward, every single thing that you pick up in this area adds 1 second to the spawn time of the enemies. In the beginning of the encounter. So that nail bomb didn't count because I picked up that nail bomb while she was talking. Okay? Triangle.
Yeah, no shit.
And I picked up that nail bomb while she was talking. So that didn't add any time to the spawn of the first wave of enemies. This Molotov did. Not the drawer. That's just a drawer. It doesn't matter. But that Molotov did. Reason being, I need the Molotov. Okay? But yes, there's an arrow, there's a rag, there's bricks and bottles, there's more crafting ingredients to our right, which don't even add up to being able to craft anything because it's grounded. And, yeah. That's just how it works. So, in the beginning of this encounter, because I only picked up the Molotov after the dialogue, we end up with, you see anything? It's a dead end. How on earth did they use that? How on earth did they use this building? And then the enemies spawn in right after that. If we had picked up a bunch of stuff, the rest of the dialogue would have played in, which is like, so what do? We hold our ground. Is there any other choice? We die? Right. I'm pretty sure that's the dialogue. That will all play in if you just willy-nilly, without thinking about it, just mindlessly keep picking up stuff after she's done talking. So all of this. Triangle, nail bomb, Molotov, drawer, just so I don't accidentally open it later. And then we get ready for the fight. The beginning of this fight is going to be used with a nail bomb and a Molotov throw. And a shoulder swap. Now, the timing for this throw working, I put the reticle just slightly over where the roof is. And then the line of dialogue is, see anything? It's a dead end. How on earth did they use this building? The moment he says, he's finished saying earth, how on earth, that's when you throw it. Now what this is going to do, I believe it's 3 enemies need to die. Or it might be 4. I honestly forget the number. I think it's either 3 or 4 enemies need to die in order for the next wave to spawn in. Basically, this is the single fastest way you can possibly get for the next wave of enemies to spawn in. Okay, so throw it, right?
Anything?
Now, the Molotov you want to throw after you land. The reason the Molotov is thrown later, like I could just throw it right after the nail bomb, but watch this. See the body? The flying body? If the Molotov hits the body, it won't work. The Molotov lands really far into that room. It ends up killing everybody except for one. And that one is a clicker that walks through the flames and ends up dying later anyway. But yes, you throw the nail bomb after he says earth, and then you want to throw the Molotov after it's already landed, because if you throw it any earlier, it's going to hit this body. And if it does, the strat fails and your run is dead. Not kidding. So yes, that kind of timing. The runner that survives, knife him in the back when he drops down with square prompt. It doesn't work with triangle. You can check to make sure, but there's a clicker that's walking through the flames right now and then ends up dying. I pick up that rag right there just so it won't distract me later, and then get the arrow. Knife him in the back. Kill the trail runner, which was really hard because they were both moving really quick. This is a relatively new strat. I used to rifle this enemy, but now I arrow him to get a guaranteed drop of 2 rifle to guarantee I leave with at least 1, which has been a problem lately. I fire that arrow the moment I hear the clicker screech behind me. So, there. I fire. Broke. Unfortunately, that arrow broke. If it doesn't break, you can pick it up as you're heading to the window to conclude the area. Stab him. Get the brick. If you don't have time, you don't have to get that, but... Get that runner. Get that runner. Broke. And then get that runner. This is very weird. Even though you can see right here, there's some glass right, or I don't know if it's ice or glass right there, and there's open space right there. If you fire an arrow right here, it just hits an invisible wall and just sticks right there. So in order to shoot through this, you need to use a rifle. Otherwise, you have to wait for this runner to go all the way over there and then drop down. So we go arrow, arrow, which you can pick up both of them if you're lucky, and then shoot this one the moment he spawns in. Now, this was actually confirmed to be a bug by a dev. After you kill this runner right here... Fuck off. After you kill this runner right here, if you pick up a bottle right after you kill him, the next wave of enemies will spawn in instantly, which was actually confirmed to be a little bug by a dev, because you're supposed to be able to get a breather in between the waves. I forget what the dialogue is in between the waves. I think it's something like, "We're doing fine, kid. It doesn't feel like it. Just stay focused, we'll make it." And then there's some more time, more time, more time, more time. There's nothing. And then here come more. How many are there? Or how many of them is there? Or whatever. Fuck off. But by picking up the bottle or brick, you need to pick up something. Right after you kill this enemy, it actually kind of bugs out the game and the next wave spawns in right away.
Here come more.
How many of these things are there?
How many of these things are there? So yeah, that's a thing. So I make sure when I fire this shot right here, I'm right next to a bottle. So the moment I fire, broke. Fuck. And I pick something up, next wave spawns in right away. Now, I got extremely shitty luck. This arrow broke. This arrow broke. And this arrow broke. Naughty Dog, go fuck yourselves. Yeah, that was really annoying. Because I need to leave here with 4. Broke. Fuck off. I don't know the last time that happened. And I used this time to pick up all the ammo. By the way, what I do there is I don't kill the remaining enemies over here. I kill them over here. So what I'm doing here is I have a bottle that I picked up. I'm getting that. See how when I pick up a brick, it like falls out of my pocket? So I pick up this brick and then I move backwards. So a bottle pickup is a lot closer to where the enemies would be. So that's what I'm doing there. Now this is what the new strat is. I kill this one and then this one drops 2. So I'm guaranteed to leave with 1. And then because I didn't want to waste another arrow, I did something that I don't normally do. If I had 5 arrows, what I would have done is arrowed this one and then bottled this one. But because I was so short on arrows, thanks to 3 in a row breaking, I decided to brick this one, pick up this one, and then bottle him. Now what I wanted to do, right here, I fucked up and I panicked. What I wanted to do was use a bottle on the clicker over here. And you know what? I think I could have. Look, right there. There was a bottle right there. After I killed the second one, I could have gone back for this bottle that's somewhere right over here. But I panicked. So my only choice right now is to kill this one with a rifle and then kill this one with an arrow. And I wasn't able to get this arrow back. So that made me leave with 3, which led to time loss in the next area. It didn't lead to time loss right here, but that just should not have fucking happened. I fired 4 arrows in this fight, and I wasn't able to get a single one back. Now here's how this part works. The bloater doesn't just spawn in. For some reason, we learned quite a while ago, the bloater will spawn in this area. His spawn time is tied to this enemy's fate right here. The earlier you kill that clicker, the earlier the bloater will spawn it. Like, the moment I fire, that starts a kind of countdown to when the bloater will spawn in. I don't even think it's tied to this other clicker. I don't quite remember. It's been a while ago since I found this strat. But we're not in a position to kill this clicker first anyway. We have an angle on this one. This one shows up earlier as well. So this is the only one we can kill. But yeah. Once this clicker is dead, it starts a countdown. And the bloater will show up a certain number of seconds after this one is killed. So what I was going to do is rifle this one and then bottle this one. But I don't have a bottle, so I had to arrow him. And arrows don't kill clickers. You need to headshot them with an arrow in order to kill them. Thankfully, David did this. He shot him right before. His bullet, I know I was just bitching on him for a while there, like 20 minutes ago, but that bullet saved me because I ended up body shotting him because I didn't have time to line up a headshot. His bullet combined with my arrow body shot ended up killing him. That arrow is the 1 out of 4 that didn't break, but for some reason, the game is always like, it's the same thing with enemies like being considered dead. You've probably noticed it with this game with arrows. It's like, this arrow that's on the ground that didn't break, you can't pick it up yet. Whoa there, you want to pick up this arrow? Not yet, not yet, not yet. Nope, not yet, not yet. Okay, now you can pick it up. God! So I'm over here waiting. It won't let me pick it up. It was probably available to pick up right there, but I couldn't wait any longer because I had to get to my spot. Look how close I came. I almost wasn't prepared to shoot him in the foot here. By the way, a rifle shot to the bloater's foot is enough to kill it, all right? So we do it right there as early as we can. But leaving with 1 and 3 is horrible. And the one arrow that didn't break is the one I couldn't pick up. Any of the other 3 would... I cannot tell you how unfortunate that was. But here's the funny thing. As much as I'm like bitching, whining, and complaining, that did not cost me a single second in this area. It did end up costing me 2 in the next area. That's what I was mad about. With the Lodge, I like to use arrow, arrow, rifle. I didn't have 2 arrows. I had 1 at that point. So I had to use a bottle on the middle one, the second one. Guy in the Lodge. That's just so much slower than using an arrow. Cost me a little over 2 seconds, I would say. But it's so preventable. Like, it was 2 things. 1, not being able to pick up that arrow, and 2, I guess I should have known that the bottle was there, but to be screwed that much on 3 consecutive arrows in that area. Oh, that logic is going to stick with me for a while. I'm such an idiot. And then, yeah, you lure David over here. So the actual coal mine performance was fantastic. Not really. It's 2.7 second gold. Short if ever in that split. Which, by the way, was not the fastest coal mine I've ever had, but I reset my splits there, my gold splits there. But anyway, I remember something here. I remember when Durham was running this game a little bit more frequently. He's like, "Man, I've been trying to like match your times in this area, but I'm like 8 seconds behind you for some reason, and I don't know where you're gaining the time over me." So I was like, all right, let me take a look. He showed me the footage, and I'm like, dude, are you doing the sprint thing with the horse? And he wasn't. It turns out, like, now, I knew this, but he didn't. It's the same thing in the ranch. You know, you hold sprint for the horse, and then you gotta let go and then hold it back down. The difference between here and the ranch is, like, the one in the ranch, he really slows down. The horse in this area always looks like he's sprinting, but he actually legitimately slows down when you don't do like the 5 trots, let go, hold down, 5 trots, let go, hold down. So, yeah, I helped him get a gold in this area just with that knowledge right there. And you can hear every time Ellie's like, come on, let's go, or whatever, I'm letting go, then holding back down. So, like... God, this run's testing me. You know, you got to do that like every 5 trots or so. As for this trick right here, what you need to do is... God, this run's... For this enemy right here, he always climbs on top of you and tries to pull you off the horse. What you need to do when you get here is turn the camera around and then do a let go and hold back down with the sprint button. I usually just mash it at that point. Right here, so it looks like this. It's testing me. That's a way to avoid the guy climbing onto the horse, because then you really slow down. So it's just here. God, you turn the camera and then turn it back around. And then every 5 trots or so, you just let go and then hold back down. Every time she does that, that's me letting go, then holding down. And again, it doesn't look like the horse slows down, but he does if you don't do that. Why do you reset your golds? Just... I want some, like, encouragement towards the end of a run. Like, maybe that wasn't done perfectly, but ooh, looky, a gold. It's like... psychologically, I want to be, like, hyped up a little bit, you know? That's really the reason. I don't reset golds everywhere, just, like, winter onward. Because that's crunch time. That's, like, ultimate stress period right there. This was still a relatively new thing. I used to go to the left here, but someone found out that it's faster if you hang to the right. I think it was Uranto.
There was a bottle that was literally just right there. I could have picked it up.
Yeah.
One more. Yep, right there. God.
Oh, man.
This area, compared to the beginning of the year, has undergone, like, so many changes. We used to go, like, to the right in one of the houses, and then go near the bathroom, climb up on the stairs. This area is so different compared to a year ago. It's crazy. Can't believe those 3 arrows broke. That's ridiculous. It is me from 24 hours ago. You're right, it is ridiculous. Anyway, I'm supposed to have... can't believe those 3... I'm supposed to have 1 and 4. 1 and 4. I have 1 and 3 because of that bullshit RNG. Anyway, arrows broke. That's... I'll let this play out real quick, and then I'll, like, explain it. It's so... the specifics are crazy.
Okay. Here we go. Where'd they go? Here we go.
What was that?
The beginning of the year, like when this strat was first played around with Uranto, and I believe, yeah, his name was Proxima. He's the one who found this. Uranto played around with it, and then I guess I found a way to make it consistent. This area has not failed me in like half a year. Because I ended up doing things that are just so consistent. Strict, I guess is the more correct word. Antagonist, thank you for the 8-month resub. Did you open the wine? The bottle was full when I started this video. Cheers. Almost done. All right. Ugh. I'm so buzzed. Anyway. Whew, and bloodshot. Okay. Anyway, how this area works. This first arrow doesn't need to be in a specific location. Just a general area over the enemy's heads. Like this.
Hey, what was that?
Just like that. Now what I do here, when the corner of this ledge right here, the corner of this thing right here, goes out of the view of the camera, just a little bit past that, I start aiming.
What's that?
Right there. Now what am I aiming towards? I'm aiming the reticle. I need the string pulled I'm moving forward. I'm aiming and I'm moving forward. The string needs to be pulled all the way back, and I put the reticle just above the rooftop, somewhere right over here. Somewhere here. That's what I do. Just like that. So this thing goes out of the camera, I aim, I make sure the reticle is like as far as it can go, the string pulled all the way back, and I put it just above the rooftop. And then I go. The moment I see the string put into the bow as I sprint forward directly after firing, I fire it at the corner of this building right here. That can be done pretty quickly. All right? Now this did 2 things. So every enemy in this area is not spawned in yet.
Hey, what was that?
Okay?
Yeah. The hell was that?
So this arrow is going to distract enemies that haven't spawned in yet. They spawned in right now. In between these two objects right here, this boat and this crate, halfway between the objects is when the enemies spawn in. Okay?
How was that?
So I aim this and fire it right there. They spawn in right there. They are immediately distracted by that arrow right there. And then this arrow right here distracts an enemy that is directly to my left. Okay? You also need to make sure you are looking at this enemy right here, because if he's not looking in this very specific direction, the strat will not work. Also, like other strategies I've mentioned earlier, you cannot sprint the entire way. If you sprint up those stairs, you are caught and alerted. So, what you need to do is slow down your sprint for 1 second, somewhere between here and there. So I choose right here. And then I go. And then the same thing up here. But instead of slowing down, I decide to do a leap over that thing. I think that was Uranto's discovery as well. So it's not I decide to do that. He's the one who showed me that. So, yes. So that's everything. Want to see it again? In a general area. Her arrows go really far. I didn't mention that, but Ellie has, like, she doesn't, you don't play as her long enough to be able to have, like, upgrade trees and stuff like that. But she has, like, upgraded things. She basically has, like, 1 upgrade speed over Joel, an arrow upgrade over Joel. She is better than Joel in some ways because the fact that you're playing as Ellie is a disadvantage. She has 1 upgraded weapon sway. She fires arrows farther. She crafts things a little faster. Which is basically like, I don't know, 1 supplement upgrade of certain things. But yeah. So that's the reason, like, when you fire this arrow, it goes fucking flying. So a general area right there.
Yeah. How was that?
String pulled all the way back while moving forward, just over the rooftop. Aim and shoot at the door to distract the enemy to the left. It won't break. It's almost guaranteed to not break. Let go, sprint. Hold it back down. Leap over the thing at the top of the stairs, and you are good. Doing it that specifically has led to consistency. I have not had this area fail in months. I'm not talking like 3 months. I'm talking like 6 or 7 months. This was worked on like much earlier, and it had its failures, its successes. Then I just settled on this, and it's worked ever since. Yeah.
Here we go.
Now, because I'm short 1 arrow, I have to pick up a bottle here before we go. But just like I said.
Let's go fall in the water. Go find.
And we can just move on, blah, 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 blah. You don't have to pull this thing all the way back. Okay, right here, if you were to sprint the entire way, again, the game doesn't like when you sprint the whole way, so we do a leap over this, which, as we saw just in the previous area, doing a leap over something is sort of a replacement for slowing down and letting go of sprint, and also the tree is in our way, so they won't notice us. And you can just go. Now, I do a crouch right here because if you sprint the whole way, you're alerted pretty early, and any damage you take in this area carries over to the next time you play as her when you lose all of her supplies and she's running through the town in the blizzard. Alright, so I do a crouch right there to like guarantee she won't get alerted. Now, I actually messed up here.
Hide somewhere over here.
Dude, I've been doing that lately. She's supposed to climb up very quickly. The reason she climbed up slowly is because she climbed up, like, she's supposed to climb up over here versus over here. I'm not kidding. Just the tiniest bit too far to the right is what kept her from climbing quickly. Dude, I've been doing that lately.
I don't want to get trapped in here.
Stop it. And then it's arrow in the window.
She's on this side of the... What the hell?
Normally, I would arrow this guy, but I don't have it, so I use a bottle and a stab. By the way, after you stun him, hitting square is a quick stomach stab. Triangle is one of those super long, like really slow animations. So if you kill an enemy with a bottle, with a stun, you want to hit square. That'll make it so he's killed a lot faster. And then a rifle for this last guy, who I've never seen there before. Stop. By the way, I killed this enemy this way. There was something a long time ago. It used to be... Oh, hold on. Steve, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. Oh, God. There used to be a thing here a long time ago where we would do this area, and then we would get a black screen after David chokes us out and we skip the cutscene, and the black screen would be permanent. I remember it happened to me once, and it happened to P-Dub a lot too. I think it was a side effect of PS4 unpatched. I don't know if it happens on PS5 or if it's just a patch problem. But, yeah. My workaround for it is killing this enemy. Hold on. My workaround for it is killing this enemy really quickly with the bow before he's finished talking. Not with a rifle, not with anything else. Specifically, an arrow before he's finished talking. See, I don't let him finish his sentence right there. It's a similar strategy to, remember in Financial District with the military truck? How I would run past them, and then I picked up the bottle at the last second before swinging a bat at the guy down the alleyway before heading upstairs. I had a theory that picking up that bottle prevented like this black screen glitch from happening. I have a feeling killing this enemy this way is a similar thing. Stop it. I think killing him this way sort of prevents that from happening. I can probably find you a video, but yeah, hold on. So yeah, you kill him like that. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. I actually found the footage. This is from, I don't know when, somewhere between June of 2017 and February 2018. We're going back a long ways. We were probably running unpatched by this point. But yeah, watch this.
Told you.
And then we're going.
Now. That was the best time I ever got here.
Listen to my voice, my God.
Wow.
Look.
Wow, 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 wow. I hate everything in life.
Sorry, I just realized nothing has changed. Anyway. See? Permanent black screen.
It wouldn't have mattered. This run didn't matter in the end.
Still going. I haven't paused or anything. The game hasn't crashed. I remember Black Eagle. Yeah, that was something that could just happen. I think it was some side effect of PS4 unpatched. I don't know if how we do Lodge now. Prevents that from happening, or if it's just the PlayStation 5 in general. But yeah. Yeah. We never really figured out what caused it to not happen. That's the thing. But I think it's either a combination of switching to PlayStation 5, or it's the way I specifically do the Lodge. Anyway, I don't really, like, change how I do it now. So here, it's just doing this. I kill him with an arrow, and I don't let him finish his sentence. Now, normally I would kill this one with an arrow, if I had one! Fairly Odd Parents reference. And a rifle's very important
Never
there.
had to shoot him there before.
That was about as good as I could have done it, given the supplies that I had. And then
Ellie!
this went perfectly, I believe. 1, 2, 3.
Where is she? Don't let him get you.
We're running, we're running, we're running.
Seconds faster.
This guy, if this guy is in the middle of the street here, he is going to get aggressive towards you and try to kill you and shoot you. If he takes cover behind those boxes to the right, you can just keep running.
Keep running. One way or another, you're gonna tell.
When you round the corner right here, you need to see where he is and what he's doing. If he's over here, he's going to be aggressive. If he's that way and running that way, you're good to keep running. Thankfully, as long as you reloaded your revolver when Joel was limping in the science lab, you wake up with a fully loaded revolver. It's kind of like the upside down shooting where you're given ammo for free just because.
Keep running.
And because this guy's running away, it looks scary. He will not hurt you. He has never punched me. Occasionally I've been shot, but not by him, by someone behind me. That bullet that was shot at me is just to get extra dialogue to play. It's really funny, but an enemy shooting at me, behind me, just triggers in extra dialogue.
One way or another, you're gonna tell me.
See that? Sometimes you can get shot afterwards, but that's rare. That's very rare. And then we're going. There's a lot of strats right here.
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
You know what? I'm feeling all nostalgic right now. Do you want to know why do you see my movement right here? You see how weird it is?
What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Have you ever wondered why I take my angles like that? If you just make a beeline straight for the door, you get an alert sound. But by going this way, and then that way, see, David's shooting at you. I don't think he can hit you, but maybe he can. I don't think he can. Anyway, if you get the alert sound, it makes the next area weird. It's kind of like in Financial District when I told you, do not bring an alert into the next area. The same logic kind of applies here. I take that left way and then going right to avoid like the alert sound that happens, and it's to avoid this. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. All right, I'm on a roll right now. I found the footage. This is from April of 2018. So there's some missing context here. Oh man, I was skinny. Anyway, I wasn't skinny, I was young. Anyway, you're missing some context here with the footage. In the previous area, I was alerted because I sprinted in that way that I mentioned. There was an alert sound as I was running away from David. And that led to this happening.
It happened again.
And apparently that's not the first time that happened.
Look how broken this game is, dude.
Do I even survive this? Probably
Look
not.
how broken this game is.
There was so much I didn't know at the time. Then I slow it down. Look at this. Yeah. But I want you to pay attention to this. You're supposed to get, we heard gunshots. I'm tired of this shit. He crossed the line this time. I've been saying this for months. This girl killed our men. Now she's infected, or something like that. That's the dialogue that's supposed to happen. But because I got alerted in the previous area, I kind of brought that into this area. They knew where I was right away. Over here! So, apparently that wasn't the first time that happened. So, yeah. When I escape from David, I make sure to run left and then right, so there's no alert sound.
I need to go.
So that the area behaves normally when I do it. See, look. No alert. See that they're walking, they don't know where I am. Normal. And then you go. Let go of sprint. Hold it back down. This stairwell is so weird. If you don't run up this stairwell, like bracing yourself against the right wall. If you take your first step, it has to be like touching the wall on the right.
Which way?
Because if you don't, and you just run up the stairs any other way, there is an enemy right here. Uranto did a beautiful strat discovery right here. Because I used to go up the... What is it? I used to go to the left there, climb up on the other side of that UPS truck. Or, no. Whatever, the mail truck. I'm so drunk right now. Anyway, if you go up the stairs, not like bracing yourself against the wall, an extra enemy will spawn in your way right here. So going up the stairs in that way prevents an enemy from being right there. Also, this is another case of you've been sprinting for too long, so you need to break it up a little bit. You need to leap over this thing right here. If you sprinted and kept going in between those things, you're alerted right away. So you need to leap over that.
This place is a damn maze.
Get the bottle. Move on. Now there's two things that can happen right here. If you get... Yeah, this is the weird thing. So you do that strategy no matter what you get. If you don't get dialogue right there, like what if she bites someone? Relax, she's not biting anyone. If you get that line of dialogue, this little, I think it's like a newspaper thing, you need to go to the left of it. If you get no dialogue, you can go to the right of it. So like we leap through the window, I got dialogue, I need to go to the left of it. If I got no dialogue, I could just keep going that way. Now there's an enemy right there. So what you want to do is make sure you don't do this part too quickly. If you do this as fast as you can, you're through the window and that guy can maybe still see you. Okay? So I like to kind of crouch walk. This is optional, but for extra safety, you can crouch walk to the window and then go. But because we had dialogue, I need to go this way. Tiny little time loss. And again with the sprinting. If you sprint the whole way, you're alerted by some enemies that are here. So you need to stop sprinting at the edge of this picnic table and then start up again 1 second later. One more thing to pay attention to is this enemy right here. There's an enemy right here. Sometimes he's over here, sometimes he's over here, sometimes he's over here. So right here, you mentioned how locked in I am. I'm looking for where this enemy is right now. Look, I'm looking left. I see him. You can barely see him because of the blizzard and because it's a video, but he's right there. Regardless of what the strat is, it stays the same. Let go of sprint, hold it back down. And then bottle this guy. Getting alerted that early was not part of the plan. Like I said, bad. Regardless, you just go. So as bad and weird as that looked, that was actually okay. I lost more time to having to run around the mailbox to the left. Not supposed to get that dialogue. If you get that dialogue, you have to go around to the left of that mailbox. Well said! Anyway, this fight... Oh, this is a weird fight. I know, luckily the first shot on her, it wasn't a stun lock. Thankfully. Thankfully. Alright, so funny enough, this strategy is actually performed faster on a restart encounter. Because the moment you can move her, you can restart encounter. Now the reason this is faster is because if you move normally right here, David's still like, that's alright, there's nowhere to go. He's still like locking the door, and then he turns back around. When you restart encounter, he's basically already walking towards you. So that restart encounter kind of looks like it loses time, but it actually doesn't because it's skipping David, turning around, locking the door, and then turning back around. And, yeah, this fight didn't go that well. The first stab, second and third stab were perfect. First stab was not.
It's all right.
No, you're not infected. No one that's infected fights this hard to stay alive.
Oh, this isn't good. Hold on. Alright. That was... I think I lost like 3 seconds right there. So what was supposed to happen is... she like drops instantly. Instead, she kind of glided forward. I think that's what made David run more forward than he normally does. Because what's supposed to happen is he doesn't see me, and he stops sprinting right there. Then you start moving forward, and then you stab him like right here. But he ended up sprinting a lot further, which moved him a lot further away from me. So it ended up costing me like 3 seconds. If I could guess as to why that happened, you need to like sprint away from him at first and then move to the right. I think I was too far to the left. I think if I had been like over here and angled myself that way, it would have worked better. I think just being too far to the left made him sprint further.
No one that's infected fights this hard to stay
That's what
alive.
I think happened. Oh, this isn't good. Hold on. Alright. See, that cost me like 3. Thankfully, and this is just how this area works, when you stab him, the game teleports you to like a different location that is in the area. It's never like he got stabbed with his left and right feet right there. He, you know, when you stab him, there's some like magic that you can't tell, but it teleports you to a different spot. And that spot is the same whether or not I stabbed him right here or right here. Like you can even tell. Now that I think about it, the entrance to the building is over there. Like where the fire is, right over there. Look where I stabbed him. He's facing the entrance. This is a perfect example. The entrance is behind me, and he's all the way over there. So the stab turns him around and moves him to... See that? Hold on. Look. He's facing that way, and then in the next frame, he's facing back towards the entrance, a lot closer. All right. That was slow. Point proven.
That was good, kid.
And then this worked perfectly.
All right.
You want to left sprint, make sure you turn properly, and mash triangle like a madman. Then get around him again and triangle him again. You're still all right. I drank the whole fucking bottle. Very slow first stab though. Shit. Ah. This video's 5 hours long already. God. Anyway. Alright, right here, if you sprint, like, up to the, close to the tire, you are alerted. I played it kind of risky. I played it kind of risky sprinting that far. Okay, so what happens here is you need to wait. See this guy right here? How early he gets out of this little tunnel area is RNG. So you need to stop sprinting right here, crouch, get closer, crouch, and then the moment he leaps out, you can start going. Make sure you're off to his left because he turns that way. He's no longer looking at you. So you need to stop your sprint and then climb. Damn it. So the problem I did there was he's supposed to keep moving after he climbs, but you notice he like froze. Damn it. That didn't cost me performance, it just cost me a little time. So altogether, it's like, stop sprinting, get closer. He hopped out, you can start sprinting, let go. Climb in. Damn it. And for some reason, that strat makes it so you're not injured by those people, and these guys are in the same spot. You kill him, you take a little while to aim, you kill him, and then you just run past them. Surprisingly, that strat doesn't work on the latest patch. I decided to stop talking about how the split went before I finished the, like, I call it the pinata room. You've got to do a sprint swing through the freezer. Oh, Christ. For 2 reasons. That was really smooth. And then the rest is normal. So I lost most of the time in that split on the first David stab. Compared to what my real gold is for that area, I ended up losing like 5 seconds. To a real gold. Yeah, we have. So Rip Callus was bad because of one missing arrow, and Rip David was bad because of the bad RNG with the first stab. We're in a. All right, we can keep going. Oh, I remember I found this strat. Joel can't run for the first 1 second after you control him, so I found out you can crouch.
Let's go, kiddo.
But if tunnel and hospital... Not kidding, that actually led to a new gold. Not here, but just once I discovered it. We'll go...
We're done.
Alright, we're moving. I like this strat. Normally you have to like walk around the car and then go over here. But you can leap over here, but you don't want to leap over here like perfectly flat, because otherwise you just go completely that way. So if you climb at an angle, which is basically I point the camera this way, I hold forward and I mash X and I move the left stick ever so slightly to the right until eventually he just climbs it like this.
Look at that. Another city.
So the left stick for me is facing like this way. I'm mashing X right now and I'm going like...
Look at that. Another city.
Until eventually he just does that.
Abandoned quarantine zone.
See how the angle is just so perfect towards where I need to go
Abandoned quarantine zone.
without having to go around to the left of the car? I love that strat. I found that one. Yeah, we keep going. We climb over this thing. Sometimes you can really get a launch going forward.
Well, we could use that ladder.
You got to hit the dialogue prompt on that to be able to get it to work. Turn around, do that. All right, this is where I do my like inventory swap. So I need an arrow for the tunnel and hospital. I don't need anything else. And I need a gun to use in the beginning of tunnel, and then I also need to be empty with the pistol. The reason I need to be empty for the pistol is after I drop the ladder for Ellie in the middle of the tunnel, and I do the restart encounter, the game gives you 5 pistol bullets if you have 0. I don't know why. Probably because you need ammo to deal with the clicker on the other side of the locked gate. That's probably why, but it's still a weird, like, kind of a weird thing for the game to do. And again, I like having shorty ammo for the hospital. So if I had 1 shorty shell, I would use revolver for the initial alert in the tunnel. But because I had 2, I decided to use it there. Or did I? No, I guess just... No, I decided to go back to the shorty. Yeah. Now, the reason I went back into the backpack is because... again, with the ladder, when you pick it up, you want nothing in your hands. When I exited my backpack, I had the shorty in my hands. When you have something in your hands and you go into your backpack and then you exit, nothing in your hands. Now, why don't I just throw a punch? Because I have a pipe on my back. Tonson, I just mentioned, I want to enter tunnel with 0 pistols so I can get a drop of, not a drop, but 5 bullets magically given to me later.
Oh my god.
Now, if I had 1 shorty shell, I would use my remaining revolver ammo.
Allie!
Because what happens in the beginning of tunnel is we restart encounter because it's faster, and then we fire a bullet immediately. That doesn't alert any of the enemies, but it makes us sprint right away. Okay, we're going. There's actually a strat right here. If you look down away from Ellie, you can actually time when you can crouch. Once Ellie says, "Are you kidding me?" You lose your ability to run, so you have to crouch walk. And then when she starts running away again, you can start running again. Crouch.
Are you kidding me?
Stand up. It's almost like I'm the one that ran this. And as a funny side effect of doing it that way, you get this from Ellie.
Come on, hurry up.
That's the spirit, Ellie. Use this time to reload your guns. And then we're going. The very moment you enter this door, restart encounter, it skips you looking out of it, and you can move right away. Now, You want to know how you go down the stairs? For the first few steps, you can go down the stairs standing up, and then the game forces you to walk. So, you start down the stairs, running, then you crouch. Then when you hit the flat ground, you can stand up again. Then when you hit the stairs, you have to crouch. Then when you hit the flat ground, you can stand up again. Super weird. It's not the game doing that. The game takes away your ability to run when you're going down the stairs. When you're on the flat part, you can run again. So this is what it looks like.
Look.
Crouch.
I know you mean
Stand
well,
up. Crouch.
but there's no
Stand up.
halfway with this.
And then go. Why? I don't know. It's just how it works.
We'll go wherever you want. Okay?
Well, I ain't leaving.
All right, the rest. Once again, because they're about to have a conversation, the game takes away your ability to run. So right when you get to like these flowers right here, or the discoloration between the grass and the sunlight, that's where you want to crouch. Right there.
Well, this place takes me back.
How so?
That was right after everything went down. I
Right.
ended up
Then
in a
you get this
treehouse
bottle
just like this.
before leaving. It's right in your way.
Saw family
Shortest
torn
distance
apart.
between 2 points is a straight line.
Whole damn world.
You got this.
Love like that.
And then we keep going. When you get through the bus, you want to like climb up as far into the bus as you can. That way you can hold left and sprint and get this to happen.
That's okay, Ellie.
If you're any earlier onto the, like if you climb up right here, you can't get it to work. I think it, now that I look at it, it might be because of this right here. See this? How there's like the seats going down at an angle here with the ledge, whereas if you climb up right here, there's nothing blocking you. So that's probably the reason right there. You get a little launch right there. You don't need to pick up that arrow if you have two, but if you only have one, you have to pick it up. Okay. Tunnel. If this didn't work, this never would have happened. So the moment Joel's feet leave the ground, you can restart encounter. And then right here, just like what we set up, you fire a bullet. We're not alerted yet, but we can sprint. Now the reason I climb up right here is because if you just run around to the right, yes, it can work, but Ellie can get plus signed. By climbing this first, Ellie follows you, and she's up top when you're down below and running past the infected. 100% chance that she will not get plus signed. Whereas before, it was a toss-up. So, yeah, that's the reason we do that. Now we're alerted. Run! And you just sprint this way, this route. Now this was very weird. It doesn't normally play out that strangely. Let me show you why that was weird.
Let me push you up there.
That was very good. Okay, so why was this so weird? Well, this runner right here is supposed to keep running towards me. But as you saw right there, he did this little turnaround thing. So if I had thrown it at him right away, it would have hit the side of the truck here. So I had to wait to get a better angle on him to throw it at me. If I don't throw it at him, he ends up running up to me and grabbing me. So you got to deal with him. But because he didn't make a straight, direct line towards me, I had to throw it later, and that runner's also not supposed to be there, and then I was a little late throwing this at the bloater, so I got scared. But from this point forward, everyone was where they needed to be, and the smoke bomb was keeping them from progressing towards me. From this, like, that was weird getting to this point. Very weird. But from this point forward, everything was fine.
Here, let me push you up there.
It took 1 second for the triangle prompt to show up. So I lost a little bit of time with my movement getting to where I needed to throw the smoke and then waiting for the triangle prompt. So that's where I lost like 2 seconds compared to a tunnel I had a few days earlier. Yeah, very strange. Now the only way for this run to have gotten a 246 we always talk about like the risky versus safe tunnel strategy in hospital. So remember what I explained in the high school hallway and science lab. Grounded is a DLC difficulty, therefore there's some bugs in it. The main bug being if you restart encounter after an area is over, you get all of your stuff back. That's the case in the high school hallway, the science lab, which we don't use because it costs us too much time, and right here. When Joel gets on the other side of this truck, there's a checkpoint. If you restart encounter, you get all of your stuff back, including the smoke bomb. And for years, we've been using that smoke bomb in hospital to guarantee that it goes well. To guarantee. The lack of a smoke bomb is what ended up costing me a 246 a couple months ago. But if you don't use a smoke bomb, you can do this area about, if done perfectly, about 4.5 seconds faster compared to the restart encounter. Okay? That's what made me think that a 246 would happen someday. I was like, wow. And then I found a strategy where not using the smoke bomb upstairs is actually like a second faster. I found like what ended up happening in the hospital, the RNG I got, ended up being close to, not quite, but a second faster than using the smoke bomb. Pretty crazy. So yeah, we're talking about like somewhere between 5 and 5.5 seconds faster if you don't do the restart encounter here and you go with no smoke bomb in the hospital. Now, it's kind of risky because, okay, we made it here. Climbing out of here is very strange because the bloater used to be Tom Brady. Okay? So I do that little bit to alert them. So the bloater will throw his stuff and not kill me. So he's going to throw it at me where he thinks I am, which is not on the other side of the truck yet. He's about to throw it. So right there. So that movement was just okay. It's a little bit faster to glide down there, but I didn't because of the crap the bloater's throwing at me. If you get alerted later than how I did right here, the bloater will throw his crap on the other side of the truck and land right about where I'm standing right now and will kill you in about 2 seconds if you stay in that crap. Okay? That's another risk of doing this. Okay? The bloater's aim. So what I do to lower the chances of that happening is when I notice Ellie pushing the crate forward, about like a second and a half after I notice she's starting to push it, I sprint forward a little to get their attention. The bloater will throw his stuff at me, and I know he'll throw it short because I'm not on the other side of the truck yet.
Okay.
So watch. Alerted. Climbing out of there. Now that performance right there, I would say, is roughly somewhere between 3.5 to 4 seconds. That wasn't the best movement you can get there. But compared to restarting encounter, that is roughly 3.5 to 4 seconds faster than the restart encounter. Okay? And then I do everything else the same. There's nothing really here. You can bonk into some invisible walls right here. And, so right here, this is the strat I was talking about. I emptied my pistol ammo in the bus depot so I can be magically given 5 pistol bullets. Okay? I went in there with 2, 2, 0, a bottle, and a smoke bomb. We used a shorty to initially get alerted. I got rid of the bottle on that one runner that couldn't decide where he was running, and I got rid of the smoke bomb. That restart encounter with 0 pistol bullets magically gave me 5. That's just how it works. I'm guessing because of, like, how this next area works. Okay, anyway. We're going. I used to do a strategy here, if anyone remembers, where I would headshot the clicker and then triangle prompt the top to boost Ellie over. And that would create the clicker in a kind of like glitched out state. You know? That was always on like in a gray area of, this was discussed long ago. Should this be allowed in this category? Should it not? We ended up allowing it, and we didn't go back on our word, but we always agreed it was a very gray area. And I'm sure you're wondering, why do you allow a clicker? Why do you allow having a clicker, like, not allow, like, what's the purpose of this clicker being alive while you're going through the next area? To sprint. We're using his existence and his being and just him being there to be able to sprint the remaining area. Eventually, something else was found by, I've mentioned his name before, I'm pretty sure it was by Proxima. Someone correct me if that's not true, but I'm pretty sure it was by him. He found out, with those 5 pistol bullets, if you do this, don't shoot him before you hit triangle, shoot him after. And if you shoot him right away, and then after he's finished with his reaction animations, you end up with this happening. You end up with the same result, but it's so much faster. So watch, this has to be done quickly. Body shot. Body shot. Body shot. You gotta wait until he's finished with each of his animations when he's reacting to it. That's all you gotta do. So headshot, 3 body shots. And then he's kind of in this state where it's like, it's 1, 2, 3. And he's in this state where it looks like you just threw a brick at him. Ellie's like, well, fuck this. I'm just going to go. And then that clicker's just walking around. We're not doing it in like a glitchy way anymore. Like we're boosting her over and then shooting at the clicker on the other side. That's the way you're supposed to do the area, you know? So, yeah, any feelings we had about this not being allowed or it being like a gray area in a glitchless strategy just kind of went away. We're doing it the way it was intended to be performed. We're just using it to our advantage because of how the game reacts when you do exactly that. So instead of doing this area with a run, now we have sprint. And we just do everything we're supposed to do here. Climb, climb, go, go, everything. Fall in, line it up, move her over. Now something weird happened here. The clicker is supposed to be, like, right here. But he wasn't. So you see the concern on my face. And I'm like... Sometimes that happens. Yeah, that legitimately scared me. If the clicker doesn't show up, you can't sprint the remainder of this area. And also there was an instance where the triangle prompt for the ladder wouldn't work. That is a possibility, but it's extremely rare. What ended up happening here is... Look at my face. Look like the stages of grief right here. I'm just going to skip 5 seconds ahead. Huh? 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 What I was doing right here was I was listening. Is his volume getting louder? Is he walking towards me? So I'm like... Right there, he was louder. So I'm like, okay, he's walking towards me. By the time I fire this arrow for the distraction, you might be able to see him, actually. Yeah, I saw him. It's hard to see. He's right there. See the discoloration right there? That's the clicker. Right there, there's his arm. If he's back towards that locked gate, yeah, you cannot distract him. But him being right there, that's fine. Normally, he's supposed to be in the room with you, like already behind you. This is an alternate thing that can happen, okay? But yes, if the clicker didn't show up, the run would have been killed. Now, I'm sure you're wondering, why am I using an arrow? Because, like, I don't know if I show it here. Oh, well, first of all, we don't have a bottle. I just realized that. There was a long time ago, we used to use a bottle for this distraction. Now, even though our human ears know that a bottle crashing against the ground or the wall is louder than an arrow hitting the ground or the wall, the game doesn't think so. We found out, I don't know how long we've been doing this strat for a long time, but we used to use a bottle to distract. We only found out much later that the clicker is way more likely to be distracted and investigate an arrow versus a bottle, which goes against, like, logic, you know? There were so many instances where it's like, what? He's leaving. Why is he leaving? He's supposed to stay here. Yeah, he is way more likely to investigate an arrow hitting the wall versus a bottle. All right? But because he was so far away, I fired it really close to the entrance. I knew from that point I was fine. Sometimes that happens. They'll show up. Everyone else got scared too. I got scared too, but I only got reaffirmed it would work, like, at the very end when he got louder. I would have been worried if he, like, stayed in that room. Yeah, if he stayed towards the beginning, that's a rip run right there. But again, that's rare, and I haven't seen that happen once since we started doing the alternate way of doing this strat. Like where he was when I ran past Thompson, him. exactly. If he stayed there, then it's bad. But doing this, right, the rest is the same. When you lay the ladder down, you need to look at him once so you can. Why do you need the clicker here? So you can sprint. So you can sprint. If he's not here, you jog. You run.
Oh boy. Okay, right behind.
Now I need to explain this one because what we used to do, we used to, like, stay above the water and then, like, ride over here and then climb up the car this way. But we found out it's faster to go under the water, but it would be like RNG whether or not you could climb up that car. I found out that as long as you climb up the flat part of the car, like the hood of the car and kind of where the windshield is, if you tried to climb up top right here, you wouldn't be able to, and you would ride the raging water down there. I actually, during this 246 grind, I did actually lose one record to this. I dove under the water, I held forward, mashed X, I was slightly too far to the left. Slightly. And he rode the water down, and I watched my record go away. I don't remember what the time would have been, but I ended up getting a real new record the very next stream. So I didn't have that much time to mourn that one. But you learn things from mistakes. And I learned, like, if I remember I watched back the replay and I was like, yeah, I was a little bit too far to the left. So to make sure this works, you just need to be far enough to the right. So you'll see when I go under the water and I'm riding the rapids, make sure you're far enough to the right. That's all you really need to do. And then mash X like a madman. See, look, as long as you climb that part, you're fine. That movement right there is extremely clean.
Okay, come on, jump.
You're gonna catch me?
I got you.
All right. As soon as you can move right here, restart encounter.
See? You didn't even need me.
Let's get the hell off this thing.
Right there. Places you forward and you can run. There's a way you can glitch out this area. I don't have the game open right now, so I can't show you, but it's funny. So right here, I'm holding sprint forward, and I'm mashing X so he climbs. Now right here, I just hold forward. if you hold forward and mash X, he will fall back into the bus faster. But then if you turn the camera, if you like hold on to the first thing and then fall back and then turn the camera, you will reach a state in this sequence where you fell backwards and Ellie jumped onto the door trying to free you way too early, and you end up glitching the area. So to avoid that glitch, all you need to do is just don't hold forward and mash X here. All you need to do is just hold forward. So I'm just hold forward. Do not hold forward and mash X. You will glitch out this area and lose over a minute. So as long as you do that, you're fine. And then you have to point the camera up and left. And then everything's fine. You can tell you didn't glitch out the area because the background is moving. If you get the glitch, the background isn't moving. So again, all you need to do don't worry about it. All you need to do to avoid the glitch is once you've climbed up onto the thing, just hold forward. You don't need to mash X. That's what causes it. I actually did a little bit of research, and Joel ends up right here at the same time every time, no matter which way you go about achieving it. Like, you can hold on to the second one. You can actually do the mashing X thing that I told you not to do and then just turn the camera later. It won't let you turn the camera until the bus is ready for the sequence to happen. But, yeah. It turns out there is no way to get this to happen faster than others. If it's faster, then that means you glitched it. So that's basically as fast as you can do it, but there's other ways to go about getting there. Alright, whatever. Swimming in this game is really bad, so what I do is I ascend to swim forward. And then to avoid a little bug, I descend right before I pick her up, because sometimes Joel can like get stuck right there, and then you need to go around the rocks, and then... So yeah, I always do a quick little... So I'm holding X. Right before I get to Ellie, I hold circle to descend, and then right there, the game takes over. And then I hold X to make sure, like, the top of his head is almost reaching the rocks. If you just hold X, sometimes Joel... like, the highest he can go is, like, a lot lower than that. It's very strange. And then you can't trigger the cutscene right here. You need to descend again and then go around. Very weird. But, yeah, hitting circle right before getting to Ellie, like, makes it so that doesn't happen. Hospital. What to mention? Well, remember what we lost our 246 to? Like 2.5 months ago? 2 months and 1 week ago. As of today. It was taking all that damage on the bottom floor. I put out a video with a new discovery saying, like, oh, an old strategy we were doing was actually the reason why we never got shot before, and a new, slightly faster strategy is the reason that we ended up getting shot a bunch. That being said, the top floor of hospital is not a guarantee, even with full health. Circle, triangle, shoulder swap. So right here, again, the strat is if you were to run with your left shoulder touching this wall, these enemies would almost hear you. Like, hey man, I think I heard something. And then that almost detection made it so the enemies at the end just had a faster trigger finger and we were almost dying every single try. It's crazy. So a way to avoid that is this is about half a second slower, but you go over here. Leap through there, the enemies to the right have no clue what happened. And that makes it so this area is a lot more consistent. And that right there is why I like to conserve a shorty bullet for this area. All you have to do is aim and shoot because the size of the reticle is big. You'll hit the extinguisher. Why that brick throw? Because What's funny, the enemies that end up spawning in front of you, they spawn in right now. You can't see them, but they just spawned in out of thin air over here right now. And when they shout, down this hall, stay alert. This brick, they're running. They are sprinting towards you. They don't know you're there, but they spawn in and they're running. So when this brick throw lands, they stop running and like, hey, what was that? If you didn't throw that brick, you would meet 3 enemies with a shorty, assault rifle, and a pistol right in front of you. Again, once you're inside the smoke, you can't be touched, okay? It's not smoke, but you know what I mean. The smoke that fire extinguisher creates, you cannot be hit or hurt. You can do that with a revolver, which you would have because there was revolver ammo right before we did the Mr. Clicker thing. So if you don't have a shorty bullet, you can use that, but it's a lot harder to shoot that fire extinguisher with a revolver bullet than a shorty shell because of the expanded radius of the reticle. And then we're going. This was always one of the weirdest strats. Apparently, I discovered this. Uranto recently put out like a 10-year history of him running this game, and he said I discovered this, but I don't remember discovering this. If you run to the right of this column, this beam right here, the enemies, like, don't know where you are. Like, they think they... I forget what it is. I think you're alerted, but they're... Yes, you are alerted, but they're not shooting at you down the hallway. Which sounds good on paper, but then the next time you pop your head up somewhere, oh, they open fire on you, and you are dead in less than a second. So what you want is for them to start shooting at you, because they're even more distracted because they're shooting towards an area, not where you actually are. So you want them to go loud here. The alternative is you just get alerted the very moment you take one step into the next area. And you achieve this by going to the left of this beam instead of the right. Why? I don't know, but it's true. So make sure you go to the left. And then they're shooting at you a bunch. That's what you want. Let go of sprint. Hold it back down. Brick pickup. Let go of sprint. Hold it back down. And then right here, see what you get. Yes.
We did it! Yes!
Now this is a weird one. Let me see if I can... Hold on. I'm gonna have to bring up some heartbreak here. This is when it didn't work. Here, I'll even show you. This is the run that didn't work. So we arrow this guy. And we do this strat, which, listen. What the hell was that? That makes it so the enemy with the assault rifle over here shoots you like an entire second earlier compared to the other strategy. I just didn't know that. I didn't have this knowledge at the time. What ends up happening? He's dead. That would never happen with the other strat. He's dead. I knew right then and there the run was dead. If I had a smoke bomb, I would have been okay. But I didn't. I went for the faster tunnel strat because I had to. Look at my best possible time. I didn't have time to spare. If I had a smoke bomb, I might have been okay. But, yeah. It took this run happening to learn why I've been getting shot so much, and I eventually found that new strat. So, this run dying did serve a purpose, you know? But then look at I did the same strat right here. Same strat. Pick up the brick, go. Look at the alignment I was given. There's a guy right here. He decides to leap in, and there's a guy with an assault rifle right there. I can't watch the rest. But just like, look at the alignment I was given. There's a guy right here, and the guy with the assault rifle decides to just shoot me before the brick lands. I will be totally honest with you. I don't have an answer to this question, which is like, let's say I had full health right here, and I got this alignment. Would I survive this? I don't know. So not only did I nearly die on the bottom floor, I got whatever the fuck this alignment was right here, which can just happen. So if I had my full health like I did in my current 246 record, would I have been able to survive this? I have no idea. Not a clue. I probably would have survived this bullet. I probably would have crouched. I couldn't leap over because there's a guy right here. So I would have had to leap over that way and then go that way. That's the only, like, what the fuck is that RNG? If I had a smoke bomb, I think I would have been okay. But this alignment is so much better. So I round the corner, and this guy is, there's a guy right, it's hard to see, but there's a guy right here with his helmet, or it might be his gun or his helmet, I don't know. But that's a soldier, or that's a Firefly. And this guy is running to take cover right next to him. I've done this area enough times to know, when I get that alignment, this is all you have to do. Yes, we did. That has happened so many times. That is the best RNG you can get. If I had gotten that alignment with my almost no health, I think I would have lived. So take that other run that I had that died. Give me that alignment, I think I would have lived. That's why, for that one reason alone, the fact that there's so many different things that the soldiers and the Fireflies can do, those last two Fireflies can do at the door, where they can be, what they can do, I've encountered so many different alignments from them. Yeah, I prefer not to do that strat if I don't have to. In this case, if I wanted a 246, I had to. This wasn't like gambling. I had no other choice. Because I wasn't trying for a record. I was trying for a 246. So, yeah. Yes! Ah! I let out like a war cry. I didn't know how I would feel or react to like the knowledge of it. At first I was like, happy? Yes. We did it! Yes! And then I just let out this... Ah! That one was real. Ooh, that emotion was real. And then we just go, chat goes crazy. I had 1,000 people between both Twitch and YouTube. 246. I mean, let me get to the end. I said that because I don't know if I can find footage of it, but there's a runner. I don't know if he runs the game anymore. I actually don't remember his name. I'm so bad with that. He was doing an all collectibles run, and he got to the elevator, skipped the cutscene, and the game crashed. That is the only time I have ever seen that happen. But the fact that I've seen it once, I know it can happen. So I don't assume the record is gotten when I make it through that door. I get happy. And then... Oh, God. What did you just do? On-screen celebration. Is that one of those, like, power-up things? I never used... Whatever. I think that's what they're called. Anyway. Yeah. So at first there's the elation, the excitement, and then once I make it into the surgery room, the operating room, I'm like, all right, you know what? Let's get past the elevator first. Okay.
What are you doing in here? I won't let you.
There's also more strats here, by the way. As soon as you can move,
What are you doing in here?
you can't run, so you gotta crouch walk, and then select the only gun with ammo in it. And just like before, you can't hit triangle really quick with a gun in your hand. Otherwise, he'll go like that, and then do whatever the triangle prompt is. So what you have to do is swap to another gun while you hit triangle. But here's like the advanced strategy thing. If you have the gun in your first holster, Joel will put it away like this. And then go. If you have one in the far right upgraded holster, he puts it away like this. He does it a lot faster, probably because it's in an actual holster and not his pocket. So, yeah, when I swap weapons and hit triangle, I make sure it's like right on top of Ellie and the triangle prompt. If I was doing it from here to here, I would probably do it a lot earlier to compensate for the longer put gun away animation. Yeah, that's what goes through my mind when I'm doing this. The end. So it's...
What are you doing in here?
Crouch. Right.
I won't let you take her.
Aim shoot. Left triangle. Yeah.
Fucking animal!
And then we just go. I mute the music for copyright reasons. There's some Last of Us tracks that still get copyrighted just because that has nothing to do with the TV show or any suspicious things. There's tracks that always gets copyrighted. This one, the factions waiting screen menu, some factions tracks get copyrighted. Alone and Forsaken, because that's an actual song. And, yeah. Oh, also, the music that plays when you begin the second phase of the David fight. If it's loud enough, that can get copyrighted. But yeah, this always gets copyrighted. God. Well, it's not milliseconds. That can actually save an entire second because the animation of, like, put gun away, walk over to Ellie. All right, if you don't do it as fast as I did there, that's over a second of time loss. That's not milliseconds. Because I needed all those past attempts. I don't know about that. And right there, best possible times 2:46 right there. So that's how I know I'm gonna get that time. Does Alone and Forsaken. Yeah, that's not an original track. That's a song that they put in the game from someone else. All right, there's only like there's a few things you still need to do here. Like, for example, don't hold sprint and forward right here. If you hold forward without sprint, Ellie will do this little glide forward. So I'll pretend like, so I'm holding forward, not holding sprint, you just do this.
Feeling my age now.
See that? Watch her glide forward a tiniest little bit. Right there, see that?
Feeling my age
If
now.
you hold sprint, she's just like flat-footed. So that is an actual strat that you need to pay attention to here. Hold forward, and then after she's done, hold sprint.
Got it.
Feeling my age now.
Just like that.
Amazing.
And then right here, leap over the log, and then you want to climb these things. If you climb up, like too far away from it, her climbing animation's slower. So you want her to like brush against it and then climb, and she climbs it a lot faster.
Would have been good friends. Think you really
So just like that, her climbing speed is good, and then that one right there as soon as she gets up there. Restart encounter, and that's it.
There, I got you.
Oh. I ended up splitting a little bit late, so the final time is actually a 2:46:56.9. I'll show you.
I got you.
Watch this. It's when the screen goes black. See that? A 9 on the dot. So that was an extra second removed from there. Oh, hi, YouTube. I ignored you basically all day. Oh, you know what? Here, let me get this one. This is where I started the video. This video is 6 hours long. Oh my god. The last time I did this, it only took like 2 hours, but I ended up going through like everything. Details. I turned this into like a mini tutorial, which I didn't intend on doing when I started. But, you know, this is going to be my last record in this game for a while. Not ever. I do fully intend on beating it at a future date. The next time I, like, return to it in the future. So, yeah. This was full when this video started. I like wine. I don't like beer that much, but I like wine. But yeah, if this video does anything, I hope it maybe sheds a light on just how much goes into achieving something like that 246 run that I got. It's a lot. It's a lot more than it appears on the surface, which is why it's a full-time job, you know? If you don't know, I stream and make videos full-time. It requires a full-time effort to get the times that low to put up a run that good. It's what I think about all the time. I can't tell you how many times I'll be showering, and I just think of a strat because the game's constantly on my mind, and then I try it, and it either turns into something or it's just didn't work. But yeah, hopefully this shed a light on just like what is required to compete. Really, at the end of the day, that's what it is. It's competition, and yeah, I love it. This grind was incredibly, incredibly difficult, especially since I set 246 as a goal, because that was not the goal when the year started. And yeah, to have it in the rearview mirror, having achieved it now, it's I had a night to sleep on it already, and it's like it's very nice. It's very, very nice. Look at my eyes. Damn. All right. I'll see you guys when I see you on stream. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned something. And take care. Bye.